at Orlando. At the Wall, they've got to win. Sure, they could draw, they could get lucky, but they don't want to leave it up to fate. We'll see what happens today on FS1 as Orlando hosts Columbus Crew, who've got to get a result themselves. This is our Decision Day Watch Along. I am Andrew Wiebe. Calen Carr, Matt Doyle will join me along with our refereeing expert, Christina Uncle. We've got David Goss on site in Orlando. Susannah Collins is in Minnesota. Michele Giannone will join us. Stu Holden might drop in. Same for Taylor Twellman. It's going to be a wonderful day. Doyle, tell me, is this the best day of the MLS season? Is it in the playoffs? Is it opening day? Or is it every single team in action in the same two windows on Decision Day with stakes all over the place?
Yeah, I think there's a strong argument for this one, specifically because the stakes are so high, as you said, with the Orlando game. Like they probably need to win this game. They're looking at a must win, but like so are a half dozen other teams that we're going to talk about this afternoon. You don't have this on a week-to-week basis. You don't have this on opening day. You do kind of have this in the playoffs, but that's why we love Decision Day, because it is essentially the first day of the playoffs, because a bunch of teams are going to see their seasons officially end this afternoon.
10 teams have X's next to their name. That means they're safe. That means they're in. It doesn't mean it's over for them. There's seeding at stake. You want to be a home team. That goes without saying in the playoffs. In the Eastern Conference, home field advantage all the way through MLS Cup is at stake. In the West, we know LAFC won the Supporters Shield, Calen. So 10 X's, that means that there are 4 spots left. In the East, it comes down to Cincinnati. Yes, I said Cincinnati. Columbus and Orlando. 2 of those teams playing each other. Cincy in DC. We'll get you the lineups in just a second. And out West, it's win or go home, basically. Portland, Minnesota currently above the line. As it happens, Portland and Minnesota play the 2 teams below the line, RSL and Vancouver. What are you most excited for, man? What's catching your attention here as we get ready for these games?
Well, it's wild because you put in so much effort throughout the season to get this far. And, you know, for the likes of Cincinnati, who I think are the big story for me, looking at today, it's really been like a resurgence or really a new club.
Just a surgence. Just a surgence. Nothing about
well,
it.
if you count USL days, there is a re.
There you go.
See, there you go back in history.
But yeah, to be in the wooden spoon, you know, to have that 3 years in a row, the worst team in the league. And then now this year, they've done such a good job, but if they stumble at this last hurdle, I mean, it'll just be devastating. So you got to watch them. And then, you know, this is the best time, I think, because if a team does get it right today, and I'm looking specifically at a team like Columbus, you really can turn your season around and use that momentum and energy towards the playoffs. They have the talent. It's sort of unfortunate that they're even in this position right now. And I'm sure we'll go through that in a little bit. But I think for a player, this is the time you want to play, where it's just win or go home, everything on the line, and that leads right into the playoffs.
We're checking the chats here, obviously. This is a watch along. Imagine you're at the bar with your friends and somebody comes up to you and asks a question. I mean, depending on your personality, you're not just like shoving them away. Get out of here. We're here to include everyone. Decision Day is communal. It's the best way to do it. I see you, Morgan Tenza. Hello from London, she says. I believe she was at that Leeds Crystal Palace game today. Bummer for the Americans in that one. A 2-1 win for Crystal Palace. But an interesting MLS subnote on that one. Patrick Vieira, obviously, and Jesse Marsh. Mario Reyes said, let's go Nashville. Gonzalez Football is in here with us. Aussie AB, I see your question on local commentators. We'll get to you in just a second. Levi wants to know how many red cards today, and that's probably a good way to segue into introducing Christina Uncle, whose refereeing credentials go very, very deep. Been in this game for a long time. Now doing a thing all over the place. You see her on Champions League broadcast, Serie A. She is with us on Decision Day to lend some expertise, let's say. I mean, look, do I do instant replay? Yes. Am I a trained referee? No. That's why Christina's here. Christina, welcome. What are the refs thinking about today? What's at stake for them?
Yeah, I mean, the stakes are big as well. And kind of for us, nothing is a resurgence, right? It's a continuation of what we've hopefully been doing all year long, focusing on, and especially today, as you guys mentioned, these are the time where the details matter. Every single decision matters. Even that simple throw in at the middle of the field matters. And this week, the referees have all come into camp, have all physically been in camp for 3-4 days, have had those final tune-ups with Howard Webb and the directors of Pro for the MLS. They're ready for this, and hopefully we get plenty of check completes. We get right decisions on the field, and if there is, then hopefully VAR steps in and makes the right recommendation because, as you said, people are going home. Some people are staying. It's been a long season for all the 3 teams on the field, but there's someone who can't get anything wrong, and it's the referee team, and we understand that.
3 teams on the field. Remember that, folks. There's a job to be done, not just the players and the coaches. Referees, a lot of pressure on them today. Hopefully they do their best, and hopefully it's a boring day with Christina. But if not, we will bring her in to explain what is going on. Adam Casillas says Nance really deserves Coach of the Year. We'll discuss that more here in just a little bit. What's up, Solar Flare and Samuel over here? God Plan says go United. I don't know which United, maybe DC United. Hoping for a spoiler on that one. We shall see. But we'll be in the chat. If you want to see highlights, we'll be here to give them to you. So if you want to see a highlight, a goal, anything, get in the chat. Producing Anders is monitoring. We are monitoring. And Deco Chavez there in the chat asks, are we going to show the games here? We're not. We will have all the highlights. We will not have the games themselves. Go to FS1. That's where Orlando Columbus is. ESPN Plus is your home for the rest of the games. You see the Western Conference schedule here. Those will start at 5 p.m. Eastern time. Calen, what stands out in the West to you? I mean, it's got to be basically the win in your in games, no?
Yeah, I think the big one for me, I think, is seeing if Minnesota can kind of, at the last minute turn their season around, because it has gone all the wrong direction for them. And going against a Portland team that's going to be desperate to get in, difficult as always to go against that team. Sebastian Blanco, where does he fit in? Is he going to be going from the start? And then of course Dairon Asprilla. Of course it's his time of year, Wiebe. He's built for this.
Yeah, when the leaves start falling, Dairon, it's like, it's like FIFA, you get one of those booster packs. He's just like, oh wow, when I shoot, I score. This is the way it works. Here are your standings as you see in Portland, Minnesota. They're in pole position here. Portland on the road in RSL, Minnesota at home. 3 through 7th, all in contention for a playoff home game. Like that's as deep as I remember it going, Doyle, as far as seeding goes. We know how hugely important that is. I would look and I would say FC Dallas, LA Galaxy in particular need home games. What's the biggest storyline for you in the Western Conference?
It's those 2 games that Calen said, Portland going to RSL and Minnesota hosting Vancouver. I've never seen a scenario like this. All 4 of these teams need a result. Nobody can lose and get help and still advance to the playoffs, because if Minnesota loses to Vancouver, Portland's still above Minnesota and Vancouver automatically jumps them. If Portland loses at RSL automatically jump them, and whatever the result is from the Vancouver-Minnesota game, they jump the Timbers too. So all 4 teams are going to be out there playing for a result. 2 of them are going to go home very unhappy, and I'll have to pick out a GIF and write the postmortem for them for MLSsoccer.com tomorrow.
And if you want to drop some GIFs into the chat, I see you there on Twitch. Jay Mueller, Hot Coffee, Lil Bean, Sherrado. Get it done. Drop them in there. We're monitoring you. You're part of this party as well. I expect this to be what it has been every single time we've done Decision Day watch-alongs, which is basically sometimes incoherent, us all yelling, did you see this? What's happening here? How did that happen? They're into the playoffs. They're out of the playoffs. What is going on? Fortunately, that's what Anders is here for. He's our producer. He will flash up things like, the standings and the bracket and the latest highlights for you as well. So you see the Eastern Conference here. Cincinnati, boy, got to be thinking about that home loss to the Fire. Would have put them in a really nice position, maybe even a position to go get a home game in the first round. As it stands, that will not be the case. New York Red Bulls and Miami fighting for that. Philly and Montreal up there. Look, Montreal, if the win in Miami, which is very difficult these days, could jump the Union. The Union, Sans Italians, Toronto FC, it's probably not going to happen. But here are your scenarios, your stakes, Calen. What do you care about in the East?
Well, I think one of the interesting wrinkles this year is that there is no midweek game going into the play-in rounds when the playoffs begin, which generally there has been in the past. So I think we're going to see a lot of these teams play more of their first choice lineups. So a team like Philadelphia, with the rest, they're going to be able to really push for things. I think the same would go with Montreal. Yes, the chances of them getting the first place, I think, with having to play against an informed Miami side that has one of the hottest strikers in the league with Higuain, and then coupling that with Philly, haven't lost at home, have drawn some, but I would be pretty surprised with this Toronto FC team to be able to keep this Philly team at bay here. So, but I do think we're going to see a lot more of these teams really playing first choice lineups and pushing forward, because if you have a week or you have longer in the case of Philadelphia, likely, that's going to be a time where you really need to keep that form. You need to keep your level. If you're in the starting lineup, you're trying to fight for that place to stay in the team. And so I think that's going to change the dynamic as we look across the East and the West today. I think LAFC, we're just going to see a lot more first choice lineups as teams really trying to push for, being in good form leading into the playoffs.
Thank you, McGuffinator over on Twitch, who has kindly let Hot Coffee 164 know when kickoff is. It's at 2:55. FS1 if you're watching nationally, ESPN Plus otherwise. Here is the bracket, and ultimately that's what it all comes down to. Look, you're trying to get into the playoffs, but once you're there, this is what it all leads to. This is the path to MLS Cup, Doyle. Unless we're talking Leagues Cup, which I'll get to in just a second. A couple teams that don't make it will have an opportunity to be seated in Leagues Cup. That'll be a consolation prize, I guess you might say. How does this look right now to you? And we know it'll change, but right now, how does it look? What would excite you?
From all of it, the stuff that jumps out to me is that top left in the Western Conference. Like if we get Galaxy versus Nashville, that might be the two best players in the league in Hani Mukhtar and Ricky Puig. But like we, as good as those guys are, we have seen both of these teams fall on their faces repeatedly throughout the regular season. Just when it seems they're getting hot and they have everything squared away, they find a way to throw together a 3-game winless skid. So, there's plenty on the line for everyone today in these games. I think obviously, we talked all about the teams that could end up falling out of playoff positions, but getting home field for a team like the Red Bulls, for a team like Inter Miami, it's just absolutely massive. So it's one of those situations where it's great, but like we have to watch 7 games at a time. Like it's absolutely insane to try to keep up with all this.
And look, if you wanted to edit it down, you're like, I don't have 7 screens. I literally cannot do that. It's not physically possible. The technology does not exist, at least in your possession. Orlando Columbus is obviously the game with the most on the line. Miami, Montreal, you've got the top of the Eastern Conference there that you can monitor if you want to go there. Philly, Toronto, probably wouldn't recommend that unless you're a Union fan, just because it really is just about that top of the East. But DC Cincinnati is probably where the most anxiety outside of Orlando Columbus is going to be. Cincinnati on the road, any result, shutouts not exactly their specialty, any result would get them in. I wrote this week that Roman Celentano is the guy to watch in that game. Look, Vasquez, Brenner, Lucho, God love them. I expect them to get a couple goals today. But if Roman Celentano and that 5-man back line, that's what I think they'll go with, get it done, that'll be it. If DC can't score, which they've struggled with, that'll be it. Christian Benteke on the other side thinking, I'd be down to spoil this. That could be pretty good as well. All right, just a reminder for you. We will not be showing the games. We will be showing all the highlights here. We'll talk about whatever you want us to talk about. So we've got Chris Reagan already talking about Porter being the coach of the Crew next year or not. Like, maybe a little early, but we'll dig into that just a little bit. Bob Constructor, no, the games have not started yet. 2:55 Eastern. Patrick Cook, yes, I saw that Cincinnati spelling as well, man. Thank you for being our person. All right, let's dig into Orlando Columbus as we wait for David Goss to get pulled in with us. He's live on the ground in Orlando. Key players in this match. Doyle, I sort of listed off some for DC Cincinnati, but who's going to decide this game?
For Orlando Columbus, to me, it feels like it's all on Columbus because in Cucho and in Lucas Zelarayan, I think they have the 2 best players on the field. And when those 2 guys get on the ball and they play with pace and they go forward with purpose, then the Crew look like legitimately one of the best teams in the league. And they have that going against what is, at this point, a makeshift Orlando City backline. Robin Janssen hurt. He just had surgery. He's gone until February. And then Antonio Carlos pulled one of the dumbest yellow cards I've ever seen in my entire life in that midweek loss to Inter Miami. So they have 2 backup center backs and Kyle Smith and Rodrigo Schlegel in the middle of the back line against 2, one of the best number 9s, one of the best number 10s in the league. It seems like that's where the game is going to be won or lost. But the thing is, the Crew don't bring it for 90 minutes. And we saw that last week, man, or, midweek in Charlotte. They had that game 2-0. They were cruising, and then they just kind of fell apart down the stretch. And that's why they only came away with a point rather than the full 3 points They always leave the door open. And if that's the case, look, I honestly think Orlando City are underdogs here, but they have the attacking talent to punish a crew team that has a propensity for taking its foot off the gas.
And
all right, hey, David Goss is here. Hey, can we jump to? They pulled him in, Calen. I'm sorry to interrupt.
Bring him in. Bring him in.
Yeah, let's go, David. Watch out for the fireworks behind you, man. You're very confident. You're very confident in those operators. I got to tell you, what's the pregame vibes like? Any nervousness from the home crowd?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, with the 255 kick, people are slowly starting to sprinkle in, but now it feels pretty full. They're expecting around 20 to 21,000, and I think everyone I've talked to on the both team side, they've said we are here at this point, and it's a playoff game. So I think both teams feel good that they have their control of their own destiny. Obviously, Orlando would love the scenario in which they can tie and get there, but I think you feel it in that. I asked both teams, are you guys going to be tracking the FC Cincinnati game on the sideline? And both teams said no. So I think they feel at least focused that they know they control their own destiny.
Don't believe them.
Don't believe them at all.
Don't worry. The front offices in the suite, they didn't even lie. They were like, that's cool.
Get that TV.
They're not lying,
bar.
but the coaching staffs are.
Did you talk to Orlando at all about the issues on the back line? I mean, like that has to be sort of Oscar Pareja's nightmare to see Antonio Carlos get that yellow card.
Yeah, absolutely, and obviously, not ideal scenario. Talking to them before about it, I think they're confident in Jean Moutinho that he can play with the ball at his feet and create things that maybe they can't create normally, and they know it's going to be a defensive job, a team issue, but it's not the ideal way to go into a final. And talk to them a little bit about Tommy Williams, and he's a young kid. They said I think he got his driver's license a few months ago, so he's not ready for a moment like this, so they're going to make the best with what they have.
Well, probably don't want to interrupt the national anthem as it goes, but I guess we can keep it pushing along here. Do you have the lineups for us, Anders? Let's take a look at those while we chat with Dave. Orlando City, the host, they basically got to win this game. The draw would work for them. The only way that would work would be if FC Cincinnati ties in DC. That's the scenario as you look at the standings here in the Eastern Conference. Orlando 45 points below the line right now. We'll get back to David Goss in just 1 second. Can we get those lineups anytime? We'll take the lineups just to show the folks at home what we're looking at here. Cara Pereira with the C, longtime servant there in Orlando. Torres, Cuervo, Angulo on the field for this one. Araujo, Urso in the midfield. Juan, Smith, Schlegel, Moutinho, Gallese. I did the research, I believe. I think Schlegel and Smith have been paired one time at center back all year long, Calen. Yeah. How big of a concern would that be for you, that relationship between the two?
Well, not good, because center back for me has always been a relationship position, and to be able to really find that continuity and understanding. And, quite frankly, even with their first choice lineup, that center back pairing seemed to be totally off page. And you see Schlegel is a guy that has been really reliable in the past to be able to step in and play minutes. But in this last match midweek against Inter Miami, just completely went to sleep and left Campana wide open for, a beautiful chip that he gets in. But when you go a step deeper and then you lack that continuity and relationship, that's where you start to see that back line exposed. And then, as I'm sure we'll flip over to the Cincinnati lineup, you're going against a pretty, top striker, one of the best strikers in the league. I know he hasn't been in the best form. Cucho, as of late, has really gone dry as far as goals go. But if you're Columbus and you're looking at this lineup, you're going to want to test that back line from Orlando City.
Yeah, see, Cucho 1 goal in his last 8 games, I believe. A little bit surprised to see that when I went out and looked at it recently. And, maybe if he's on, really the only reason the Crew were able to resurrect themselves, they'd be in a better position. We'll take a look at their lineup here in just a second. But it's him, it's Zelarayan, it's Aiden Morris in that midfield. Doyle, what parts of the field, as we see the Columbus Crew lineup, do you think that Columbus and Caleb Porter are focused on?
Yeah, it's not Aiden Morris in that midfield, which surprised me. Yeah, Artur got the start over Aiden Morris, who Artur is a good player. Morris has been better than him this year. So I was really surprised by that. That said, we know Caleb Porter. He likes to he likes veterans. Artur's a veteran, so he gets the nod here. The other thing really worth noting here is that Jonathan Mensah is back. He had missed a couple of games, but he's back in central defense, one of the better center backs in the league for any team. So having that first, it's the opposite of Orlando, right? Calen's right. It's a relationship position, and these two guys, Degenek and Mensah, have had a very good relationship this year. The variable with the Columbus Crew is those wingers. When those guys are being dangerous off the ball, stretching the field, and then getting into the box and being productive, the Crew look unbeatable. And recently, it's been Derek Etienne Jr. doing that. And that is when the Crew go from a team that could hurt you because of Zelarayan or Cucho to a team that could go out there and outplay you. And I think that like they have their first choice lineup. They have everybody available. Orlando doesn't. It's a playoff game. We've seen this for 27 years, guys. We know that injuries play an outsized role in this league, outsized role in one-offs, and this is essentially a do-or-die one-off game. So I imagine the Crew are sitting pretty happily right now and pretty confident in what they're about to do for 90 minutes.
Just got a text from David out in Orlando. Moutinho is the center back. Next,
that's crazy.
Not okay. Kyle Smith. Kyle Smith has played. He's started the game about 5 times, I think, in a 2-man backline at center back for Oscar Pereira this year. Of course, they've had so many issues. Antonio Carlos injured to start the year. Robin Janssen has been basically a no-go since around the early fall, late summer. And now Moutinho, according to Dave, is playing that center back position. We're about to see these games start on FS1 right now. So turn over to that one. We'll be here to take you through all the scenarios. We'll update you with the standings, the bracket, everything you need to know as it's starting. Pedro, I got you. The game's about to start, bro. Head on over. Lucas Stell says, let's go Union. I saw JP De La Carme pounded on the drum ahead of time, and I've seen a lot of different local broadcast teams tweeting out the, hey, last run together. We'll see what happens. We know MLS goes to Apple next year. What do you guys think about this sort of last hurrah for so many of the people that have brought us this league for years and years and years, and it's off in Orlando? So head on over to FS1, folks. It's a sad moment, but a changing of the look. Some of the guard will change inevitably.
Yes,
that is just the reality of the situation, and I have no more insight on that than anybody else. But so many of these people, I feel like I have personal relationships with, spending my Wednesdays, my Saturdays, my Sundays, sometimes Fridays, listening to them bring us games. And so whether it's the commentators themselves, the producers, the people on the cameras, the people running the back end, running cables, literally everybody that put their heart and soul into these things, I just say thank you, because this is the league we love. If you're here with us right now, you obviously love Major League Soccer. These are the people that brought us that every single week. And so, many I think will still be with us, and that'll be wonderful, maybe in a little bit of a different iteration. But it'll be new and exciting in a sense, and we'll take it into a new generation. But a big thank you to all those folks out there. We're also off in Miami, Montreal, DC, Cincinnati, off and running. Philly, Toronto. The Eastern Conference is rolling right now. How are we going to split this up, guys? Because if we all watch the same game, it's going to get tough. How are we doing this?
I mean, I think it's the two big ones, right? Like Orlando, Columbus, and DC, Cincinnati are the two I'm keeping a closest eye on. And no matter what you say, Wiebe, you can't make me stop doing that. Like, those are the two that I'm going to be watching closest.
All right, I'll take Miami, Montreal. Yeah, I'll fall on that grenade. I think that may, like, aesthetically might be.
We've got our first game. Yellow in that one already.
Yeah, that
actually.
was quick.
Come on,
was it Kamal?
Yeah.
Oh wow, right on the edge of the box too, man. Kamal taking some big time chances here. He's going to play the rest of the game on that one. That was reckless, to say the least.
Yeah. Well, I'm keeping my eye. I got the 4 box up right now, so I'm. This is what we've trained for, guys. We've been through decision day after decision day, overtime, jumping on couches in the studio. And so, this is really just a test of all the work we put in over the years to track as many games as possible at once. But I am looking at this Moutinho at center back early, like these first 5-10 minutes in Orlando. I'm definitely keeping an eye on that, just because it's a little bit of an interesting choice. I think, pushed back into a corner for sure. But he's such a big part of how good they are when they get the ball going forward and getting wide, that it changes what they can do on the attacking side of the ball, not just, defensively.
Jean Mota on target, left-footed free kick. Gonzalo Higuain also standing over this one. But Mota goes left-footed, punched away. It was a decent free kick, definitely on frame, but easily savable. And Miami putting the pressure right now on Montreal. We have FTR MRG over on Twitch says, what's your guys' opinion on Gonzalo Higuain leaving Inter Miami? Not just leaving Inter Miami, Doyle, leaving the game entirely and coming over to work at MLS as your body double.
I mean, he's going out in style, right? He's got 14 goals and 2 assists in his last 15 games. He's playing pretty clearly the like, not even discussion, the best soccer of his MLS career. And he said we got a goal already.
We got a goal. First goal of the day.
Gazdag,
go.
Gazdag, that's good for me. That's just I think that's a goal for the Fighting David Gosses, I believe. So in the competition that truly matters today, which is the payoff from the Golden Boot draft.
This crushes. Okay. If you had questions over Toronto and if they were going to be able to withstand or make an interesting play here of the race in the East, early signs.
Say no.
Gazdag goal. That's 1-0 Philadelphia. Philadelphia jumps into position where they would hold on to the top spot in the Eastern Conference. Right now, they have the top spot. Ooh, that was a strike. Good Lord. We'll get you that one as soon as we can, folks. That's a whole volley right there. A little bit of left to right English on that as well. By the way, DC kind of sticking it to Cincy for the time being. That's not a great sign. That's not going to make him less nervous in Cincy.
Like the first thing that happened is Cincy's left wing back, Alvaro Barriel, just like got completely lost defensively. So DC was able to, get upfield, get on the side of the box, the primary assist zone, get, dangerous service into the box, and Cincy suddenly scrambling, trying to defend. And that is not how Pat Noonan drew it up, man. Like they have to be a little bit smarter, a little bit better. 1-0 Cincinnati, on cue.
How are you ahead even still? How are you always ahead? I'm on the same
long ball.
I'm on the exact same one.
Long
put it
ball.
Over the top. Who gets
ball.
it? Oh, what a flick.
Yeah, long ball. Brandon Vasquez and just a great little sequence. It's Barrial to actually, no, is that Matt Miazga over the top?
Yeah,
I believe it's Matt Miazga over the top to Vasquez. Brilliant flick to Lucho Acosta, who one times it. Huge goal. And 1-0 Montreal.
What on earth it's an empty net. It's an empty net.
No. Oh no.
What is going on?
They're playing out of the back.
These are the purest decision day vibes right here. Just the purest.
Drake. Calendar.
Oh, no.
By the way, what an incredible flick by Brenner on that ball. That is unreal.
That was Vasquez.
Back to goal. Yeah, sorry, Vasquez.
Yeah.
Back to goal. Don't ever let Brenner take any of Vasquez's shine. Isn't that right, Doyle? In the chat, they're asking us where you can watch. FS1 in the U.S., ESPN Plus as well. FS1 has the Orlando-Columbus game. I expect FS1 will be jumping in with some updates. Michael Lamb says next year with Apple, maybe this will be way easier. I would expect that to be the case.
Yes.
Michael. Everything will be in one place. We have Omer, who I'm going to guess is in Turkey. Omer, let us know where you're at, man. He says, I'm trying to watch this. Do you guys have it? We can't show you the game personally. Next year, it'll all be through Apple, internationally, domestically, whatever. But we're going to have the goals for you very, very soon. Yeah, Connor. Yes. Connor says the drugs have begun. The decision day.
If we were worried about what the roller coaster that is decision day, within the first 5 minutes, we have 3 goals in the matches. It's like wild.
Now, what do we need? What do we need for maximum insanity, though? We need a Columbus goal. Well, no, we need an Orlando goal to push Columbus. We need DC to score to level it
again. Since he's starting to turn DC over in central midfield every time now. Did that cross?
No,
I think it's 2-0.
It did.
Yeah, they gave the goal. They gave
the
goal. Another goal for Lucho Acosta. Since he have answered
beautiful
the
little slip
here.
ball through. Oh my God! What? Wait, they're saying that's over the line?
Yeah, it looked it.
I'm gonna need
Should
a
we
bigger
bring in
screen.
Christina? Where we need to get
Yeah.
Christina's eyes
The
on
eagle
this.
eyes of Christina Uncle in here. Yeah, we'll get her in here when we have one that maybe is a little bit more. Michael Lamb, you don't have to faint, man. Like you're in the chat, you're with us. This is the MLS. Like we're all saddled up to the bar right now, watching like 5 games, just yelling at each other. Red Bulls goal. Red Bulls goal. We got an alert on a Red Bulls goal here. That's big in the quest for that. Oh, we got another goal. We got a goal. Montreal again. Lassi Lapalainen. My God, what is going on here? What is in the
What's
water?
going on? Yeah.
Wow. Georgie just dribbled 5 Miami defenders in the box.
Yeah, that was sick.
NYCFC goal. NYCFC goal. Oh my God. Well, good luck to our editors on the back end who are trying to edit all these goals together. Just, Anders, whenever we're ready, just give me the goal parade, man. Just like run them all through. Get a couple of looks at each. This is absolute,
So a big thing with the Red Bulls goal, that came from their new Brazilian signing, Elias Manuel, who's their 45th crack at signing a center forward who might actually be productive. He has not been good so far, but he's starting at center forward in this game, and he just got a goal. So I guess that gives him the edge over Patrick Klimala and Tom Barlow and whoever else they have on the roster these days to maybe be the starting center forward in the playoffs. We'll see. But like just looking at it, the Red Bulls have by far the worst center forward situation of any playoff team. And if this kid could be part of the well, I mean, he has to be the answer. If the Red Bulls are going to make a deep run, they need to get goals from the number 9. The other guys on the roster have not done it. This kid in a big moment just has.
What do we have in the NYC game? Did you guys see that?
Yeah, we got a goal. Gabi Pereira.
Okay.
Gabi Pereira, assisted by Tyus Magno. Magno's had a really nice second season in MLS as well. One of the best players overall. Looks like he's a center forward now, at least for the time being for this team. Nick Cushing moved him up there. That was sort of what we expected once they sold Tati. But 7 goals in the first 10 minutes in the Eastern Conference.
Oof.
No big.
Take a break. By the way, we haven't even mentioned this. No Joseph Martinez in the game day roster for Atlanta United. I think there's a very good chance that bicycle kick goal that Joseph scored last week. I think there's a very good chance that was his last act in the 5 stripes.
They list Joseph on the bench.
Do they? Okay.
At least MLSsoccer.com, we have him on the bench, so he could get in, but it's still likely that it could be his final hurrah. Maybe they give him one last go in front of the crowd. I was talking to somebody the other day about this. Is like where could he go within MLS? And there's actually not that many super obvious spots. I don't think you can send him to sort of a rebuilding team. He needs to go to a team that's close to making a leap, either are sort of already there or need that one more piece. You need some veterans around him who are the sort of the locker room leaders, the culture guys, and then he can come in and be himself. Don't put that on him. Don't expect him to be that. Let's look at the Gazdag goal, and we'll talk more about Joseph Martinez. We got a whole 90 minutes out east. Let's give you this Daniel Gazdag goal. It just popped out to him so perfectly. Like
that's a rip.
He made absolutely no mistake with that one.
And the scary thing for me watching that one, and you might see it in the Cincinnati match as well too, is if you're going against a limping team that is really nothing to play for except for pride, or they're playing for their positions or contracts for next year, things can go from bad to real bad quickly, right? And we've seen this happen with Cincinnati. Philadelphia has been able to just put it on teams where they've just been able to pile on, and it just gets from bad to worse real quickly. So that's definitely one to watch. And I think Cincinnati has done themselves a ton of favors to like push the game early, really take a more aggressive stance against a team like DC that's really trying to figure out what they want to be next year. And the longer you let these teams hang in games, the worse it gets. The pressure then flips to being on you. So getting those early goals is I think, especially for Cincinnati, huge. And then Philly, starts to scare me as what they can do against this
Well,
Toronto.
they're on the break. It might be 2-0 right here by the time you finish that sentence.
By the way, 20 goals.
Just behind
20
him.
goals for Daniel Gazdag. That
Yeah,
was his
20
20th
goals
of the season.
And
9
he's got
assists.
9
9
assists.
assists.
Yeah.
So if he gets an assist, he goes 20 and 10, double. That's pretty.
There aren't a lot of guys in MLS history who have done that. Obviously, Hani Mukhtar has already done that this year.
Oh my God! How did that not go in? How on earth did that not go in for Philly?
Yeah.
Cross was behind him.
It's like an optical illusion. It's like how? God, what? Oh,
But
yeah.
when you see Toronto turning and facing their own goal like that, running back, that's generally going to end in something good for Philly.
So since he is up 2-0 right now, it looks, as you said, Calen, 13 minutes in the game, that they're just, there's no John Duran. I guess Benteke, but they haven't played like they can take advantage of Benteke's ability. DC United looks like they're stepping on DC's throat. It's going to be over right now. Here's your Eastern Conference standings as it stands live. All these games in action right now. Philly on top, 67 points. That would put them second in the Supporters Shield race. It would mean if LAFC somehow get knocked out on the way to MLS Cup and Philly get there, they would host against any opponent. Montreal also 2-0 leaders in Miami, where Miami have been very, very good. 65 points. They would be third in the Supporters Shield race. Again, remember, MLS Cup hosting rights come with the most points from the regular season. New York City right now on 55. We knew they'd get a home game, but they and the Red Bulls could technically flop depending on results. They're up 1-0, 55 points. New York Red Bulls, the last first-round home game there would be at Red Bull Arena, 53 points. Then it's Cincy on 49. Right now they are in, absolutely in. Miami in on 48. Columbus right now on 47 from the 0-0 draw that we're currently in that game. Orlando below the line. So Orlando, Charlotte, if you're, and you are, I don't believe you if you say you're not monitoring these scores. You knew you needed to win. Cincinnati or Columbus, could technically tie and get in, but Orlando are going to have to push them. They are going to have to push them.
The one caveat I will add to all of that. Look, I do expect Cincinnati to hold on here and get a win. They have dropped 27 points from winning positions this year. 27 points. Only the Revs have dropped more. And we've seen them blow, 2-goal leads in the last 5 minutes of games. We've seen it multiple times from this team. So if you're Pat Noonan, anytime there's a water break, as there is right now, you're making sure that these guys are keeping the foot on the gas pedal, because that's the thing with Cincinnati. Like, they have no ability to slow the game down and still get the results they want. They have to jam at full throttle for as long as they can. I think if they get to 3-0, then that just breaks DC's spirit. But 2-0, if it ends, if it's 70th minute and it's 2-0, we've seen Cincinnati screw this up so many, even this year, we've seen them screw it up so many times. So this one won't be over, I think, until Cincy get that third.
It looks like Miami's still in this one too. They've been pressing Montreal and applying some pressure. Wayne had a look here, but it kind of they've been in such good form. Kind of a freak start where they get caught playing out of the back with Callender making the mistake, and then the second comes quickly with Georgie's nice little play there. But they've been playing well, and I think for a team going into the playoffs, they're going to want to try and find their footing back into this and see if they can try and get back on the right side of this thing, because it's been a pretty bad start for them, for a team that was in form. So,
I mean, pretty clear hangover from Wednesday, right? They qualified for the play, just a massive performance in a massive game against their biggest rivals. They officially qualified, and I think that they clearly had a hangover from that game for the first 10 minutes.
Here's how the Eastern Conference is shaking out right now. You see the standings live. Again, this could all change. We've got our bracket right here. Union would have that bye into the conference semis. Round 1, Red Bulls, Cincinnati. That's an interesting matchup. NYCFC, Miami. I like that one too. Montreal, Columbus. I would take this right now. If you were going to give this to me, I would take this. The only thing that would make it a little bit better for me is maybe a way to get the Hudson River Derby lined up before the conference finals. But man, Cincy Philly, that is just full of storylines. Same thing with Red Bulls Philly. Yeah, this would be good.
Did we call it the Passaic River Derby now because both teams are in Harrison, or is it still Hudson River
Well,
Derby?
yeah, you got to cross the Hudson. People do.
Okay.
Depends on who to get there. Oh,
I got
God,
you.
these Mets, these Yankees, having success, making it hard for NYCFC. Let's check in with the chat here. Let's get the Georgie goal. Take a look at that one as well for Montreal. Yeah, you got to ask yourself what Drake Callender is doing here. 0-0 in the fifth.
Yeah.
He's been
I don't know.
Big bright spot for them this year. That's tough.
I don't know why Mabika went back to him there. Like, look at there are two Montreal defenders in the box and no obvious outlet. I don't think you go back to your goalkeeper there. I think, or is that Damian Lowe? Well, either way, I
If
think
you are too, you play it to the other foot. It's got to
Right.
come across the goal, not towards it. Right? You never want to play
Yeah.
it so where you actually go into it. And I think that catches him a little bit off. It takes a hop, but yeah, he can do much better. And at a certain point, if that ball comes back to you, you just gotta send it. If it's
Kind
not a
of
good
feels
back
like
pass.
that's what he wanted was, hey, just send this maybe, like the pace on which, but he doesn't put the ball in a position where he can really step into it and hit it. Like it's outside his body. It's
Yeah.
unexpected. Yeah, it's tough. Wow, David Goss in the chat. Let's go Mets. Now he's got Connor S in here agreeing with him on the Mets versus Yankees.
Gosh, what are you still doing watching baseball, man? Come on, man.
he's an old man at heart.
He
David's
is, yeah.
actually
You're better
65
than
years
this.
old.
You're better than this.
Orlando's doing really well getting numbers back. The crew wingers are they're live wire. Both of these guys can really hurt you in the open field. And Orlando's always there's never been a moment in these first 20 minutes where Orlando's been exposed. And that's huge because the last thing you want is to have the fullbacks get exposed, and then you're asking your makeshift central back pairing to scramble and put out fires against the likes of Zelarayan and Cucho. Cincinnati's on the break. Every time I shift my gaze over that Cincinnati game, like they're in semi-transition. They've just won a ball in midfield and they're getting numbers forward.
I mean, it doesn't look like it takes much to get into those transition moments for them at all, though.
Yeah. Yep.
It's like one pass and not a complicated one. Just like, hey, play the ball up the sideline to Lucho. Okay, there's no pressure. All right, now we have two runners.
Ooh, big
Okay.
save from Carlos Coronel.
Yeah, let's take a look at those Cincy goals. If you were not able to get this one, you're over on FS1 watching Orlando Columbus. Here's the first, just 5 minutes in. Nice, that long ball, perfect over the top. This is the flick by Vasquez, though. Back to goal, turns, flicks it over his left shoulder, just guessing or knowing with that little glance that Lucho's going to be there. Wonderful little calm finish from Lucho.
Looked like Brian Ching to Calen Carr from where
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah. There's no guessing involved here. Yeah.
Oh no, he knows. Yeah, he
He's
sees the one
able
right
to-
there. Yeah.
Yeah, he feels it. It's a good ball in over the top, and then when you're to run one way and then flick it back the other way across your body is good. And, for Lucho to be able to make those runs here, we see him again stretching the field and behind, plays it. This little slip ball here though is the one where I'm like, oh, I love that from Lucho. We've seen Brenner play that ball kind of whenever they get in that little soft spot underneath. They always look for slashing runs, and you see the movement in behind. Good
Nothing
finish.
controversial, says Christina Uncle in the back room right now. We would have brought her in if that was close. But she says
The
ball
linesman did raise their flag
clearly over
very
the line.
quickly. Yeah, it was
clearly
immediate.
over the line. Ooh. So what do we think happens with Joseph? Got a bunch of people throwing out destinations in the comments. Portland has been thrown out. Minnesota has been thrown out.
Minnesota makes some sense. Luis Amarilla's been fine, but you need better than fine if you're going to win a title. Portland, I could see Portland making some sense, though I don't know if Joseph would want to go to another turf situation, given the issues he's had with his knee since tearing his ACL. Austin would make sense, but Austin, like, part of how Austin play, they need defense from their center forward. They just do. And Maxi Urruti's one of the best defensive center forwards in the league. Joseph, since coming back from the ACL tear, has been one of the very worst. So if they think they can get him to buy in and actually defend a little bit and actually be physical in the way that Urruti is physical, then he is like the clear, like, that would be the best situation. But it's such a massive if, because Joseph's going to be 30 next year, coming off of, he's not the athlete that he was 3 years ago. He's got that big contract as well. But those are the three that kind of jump to mind.
Another goal here.
Where,
Cincinnati.
Cincy?
3.
Oh my goodness.
Yep. Brenner.
All right.
You said was it you that said on Monday, just come out and try to crush him? Or I think it might have been Charlie on Thursday's extra time. Where he was like,
just
stomp on him.
Don't wait, just push.
Yeah.
Don't wait, just push. Yeah, and good finish here. Wins the first. Great little
What a touch.
all through from Vasquez there. The connection between these two, really those three with Lucho, they just always seem to have a sense of where the next one's going to be and finding the right pass. Brenner, what a season.
That's so good.
So that's it. Like, since he's in, they're not going to blow this.
They're in. We're
They
saying
might win
it.
6-0.
We're knocking on wood and we're saying it. But yeah, this is done. This is done. The little, like, the touch off the thigh, and then the first time balling right into the feet of Brenner, returning the favor. Such an incredible year from Vasquez, from Brenner. I mean, we got Michele Giannone joining us in just a second. We're taking a look at the Eastern Conference as you see it. Let's take a look at that Red Bulls goal when you get a chance, Anders. Throw it up there for us. I'm not currently monitoring that game, so I actually missed that one. It will be my first look. 8 minutes in here. Good save. Yeah, just a nice finish. Good reaction to the.
That's a nice hit from Lewis Morgan.
Yeah, it
and
is.
that's what you want from a center forward, especially the Red Bulls, right? Because they don't play this nice build up and pinging the ball around. It's all about being first to second balls, being on your toes to get a rebound. They haven't had a center forward who does that all year. Manuel, if he just does that, then he will win the job.
I did the numbers on Lewis Morgan, by the way. I want to say 8 of the last 9 wins that the Red Bulls had, he scored in.
Yeah.
Like, basically this year, if he doesn't score, it's very, very low odds.
DC United goal.
It's not over yet. Hey, that's a hit. That was a hit. That thing was heavy. Oh, my God. Who was it?
I think it was that Ravel Morrison?
I think it might be Ravel Morrison, yeah. That thing got absolutely spanked.
Okay, so we're back to it. I'm no longer.
All right, take him off the board. Yeah, take him off the board. This is in doubt yet again.
You got to push for more, Cincy. Keep pushing. Just keep pushing.
God, he absolutely smoked that. Michele Giannone of Univision Turien. You see him on the sideline of those broadcasts. What's up, Michele? What's up, dude? Good. What do you what have you enjoyed the most so far?
Cincinnati. It's always Lucho Acosta season for me, baby. So I'm happy to see Cincinnati doing well. I'm very high on them for the playoffs. Very high.
Evan Mike Paul says, shake my head, jinxing FCC already. I'm not counting it as a win until the final whistle blows. Evan Mike Paul, clearly a real FC Cincinnati fan who has seen it all before.
Well, I'm sorry. I'm riding them on the playoffs, so I don't want to jinx it, but it is what it is.
I'm with you.
I think it's done. I hope it's done. I want them in the playoffs. Pure entertainment. Zuriel Casillas says Ochoa. He's talking about David Ochoa in the DC United net, of course, with RSL last year. Said he took on the villain role so hard last season, ended up in a really tough spot this year. It almost makes me want to feel bad for him.
I mean, you can't take on the villain role in your own locker room, right? Like that is the lesson to take from David Ochoa.
Oh man. How do you like this bracket so far, Michele? What would stand out to you in the Eastern Conference? If as it stands, this is what we got.
Columbus, Montreal. I think it's the obvious one, right? But also Red Bulls, Cincinnati. I'm on my MLS Cup prediction. I have New York City FC, so I'm very confident. I'm sorry for Miami. I'm very happy that Miami's there. I think I'm still, Phil Neville. I think he's getting my coach of the year. I think he's getting my coach of the year vote.
Coach of the year for him, man.
Yeah, I'm very happy they are there. But man, what I've seen from New York City FC lately, and now with they have Keaton Parks back, Calen's playing the way they are. And for people that say that these Leagues Cups, Campeones Cups, and all these matches don't count, that Campeones Cup meant everything. It just flipped a switch on New York City FC. I was there. I was on the field during the celebration. It was just like that team was reborn. And man, they're the actual champions. And I know it's a cliche, but never count out the actual champions. I have my MLS Cup is New York City FC, LAFC. So having that first round against Miami, I think is a good step also to get their foot in the playoffs. And yeah, man, I'm there.
I like this. Making the predictions before game, before decision day is over. I love it.
McKelly,
they're already in, so it's fine. They're already in, it's fine.
Where are you on Tyus Magno as a center forward? Because he's only he's had some good moments. He's only got 2 goals since he started filling in that spot when Tati left.
Yeah, obviously he was killing it as a winger, right? With Tati there, and he's been struggling to get that form. But what I've seen is that he's getting better at, and he couldn't be doing it worse than what he was doing. So that's a positive, I think, if you want to look at the silver lining, right? So I just think that squad now with everybody healthy, they just have so many ways to hurt you. With Maxi, with Santi, I'm a huge fan of Santi, Santi Rodriguez fan. And honestly, right now, with everybody healthy, with Keaton Parks helping now taking charge of that midfield, they're just gonna create so much that I just think the goals, it doesn't matter who's there, they're just gonna come.
But where are they gonna come? Are they gonna come in Red Bull Arena? Are they gonna come elsewhere? Who can say?
I don't know. Maybe out of state, right?
Yeah.
Apparently.
Connecticut's team.
The University of Connecticut.
They did have to go through the playoffs last year on the road for pretty much all of that. They went to New England and then Philly and then Portland for the final. So as far as that experience kicking in as being able to play on the road, I see it. The one thing I do question though is in the toughest of matches, it tended to be Tati finding that goal, right? Yeah. Where they had those moments where they have so many weapons and Santi being able to draw people in and out and Maxi, finding assists and then Sean Johnson, had some huge moments as well when it came down to penalty kicks. But I do question, just without that personality of that somebody that can just grab, an important goal here and there when you really need it. I don't know if Magno's quite there yet in his sort of like emotional development within his role in the team.
The thing that I see on the Eastern Conference is that's what I'm taking so much about them being the champion and them, like you said, doing it on the road. They're used to it and they know what it takes to win, right? We know that Tati. I mean, he was the best player in MLS when he left. I think it arguably could be, right? So when you see Philly right now, we don't know what Philly is without Bedoya. And if Bedoya is not 100%, I think it changes everything. We don't know Montreal. It's a good bet, and they're showing it today. But I think they're still a little bit hit or miss depending on how Georgia is. I think Georgia it's gonna be okay. But there's question marks right now. And as crazy as it sounds, a month ago, where this team wasn't doing really well, the team that I have the least question marks going into the playoffs on the East is New York. That's how I see it. And it sounds crazy because this team was a mess a month ago, right?
Yeah, but it does feel like they're for being the defending champs a little bit under the radar right now.
I was like, they are my dark horse, and people is like, yeah, like nobody's talking about them, and they're the defending champions, and they're playing really well, and And again, I think the Keaton Parks experience changes everything in their favor.
We had a question here. Who's from Jay Mueller over there on Twitch? Says, who's the most unpressable center mid, Nagbe or Parks?
I think it's Nagbe still.
Yeah.
I think Nagbe is just a level above because he has that gear that he could just drop into and leave three guys in the dust on the ball. Keaton doesn't really have that. Keaton's great. I wish Keaton was with the national team, but Nagbe has that quickness that just like so few people could match.
Yeah,
but it's a good question.
He's Neo in the Matrix. He's incredible. And you know what was funny about Nagbe? I've always been an incredible fan of him. And during the All-Star game, where supposedly or the best players on the league are talking with players, with Reynoso, with Drusy, asking which player out of everyone impressed you the most, and the collective answer, it was always Darlington Nagbe, which is crazy. And you're surrounded by Carlos Vela, by Drusy, Reynoso, Hani, everyone, and everybody saying it's always Nagbe. So it's crazy.
Let's update folks here. The big game, FS1. If you're not watching, you probably should be. Orlando Columbus. This is really what it's coming down to in the Eastern Conference. Currently 0-0. We just had a hydration break. So you've been monitoring this game for us. What have you seen so far? Seems like the Crew are starting to tighten the screws, so to speak, on Orlando.
Yeah. The Crew are getting on the ball a little bit more in midfield, and we're starting to see those wingers get released. And wow, yeah, almost
the Crew.
Yeah, right on cue. Cucho from a feed from Derek Etienne almost makes it 1-0. Great save from Pedro Gaese. And like this is it. This is
my God, what a save that is.
Orlando's got to weather this storm. They get in at 0-0. They make some adjustments, and then it's all to play for. Oh wow, he pushed it
the replay
off the
post and back to him. Oh man, that is a great save, and it goes through. He hits it through Schlegel's legs. Just
I mean, it's a little fortunate there with the hit there, but kind of a disguised finish because he opens his hips up as if he's going to go to the other post, then just sort of slides it back across. Wow.
By the way, while we were talking before, DC United had a golden opportunity to make it 3-2. Like they got away on a break and pull back for, I think it was Ravel Morrison again from right from the spot from 12 yards out, but he put it right into Celentano's gut. So I mean, it's Cincinnati. Like I was saying, they've dropped 27 points from leading positions. A 2-goal lead is not safe for them,
and that's why I want them in the playoffs.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Let's take a look at that Ravel Morrison goal as well. If you haven't seen it so far, this is a freaking pile driver. He just said, "Oh, you know what? I got this space. I got an open lane. Somebody's probably going to want to step a little bit earlier."
That's a soft spot that's been tough for Cincinnati to deal with over time, and they've been able to manage it a little bit better, but the hard part is when those center backs have pushed higher up into that space, they've really struggled to leave space in behind, and now you see it drop off. But yeah, I mean, I thought that they had handled that a little bit better with some of the signings that they'd made. Bongo, how do you pronounce that?
Nwabodo.
Nobodo, yeah. He's been really good there, trying to kind of cover that space, but that's an area of concern for
Kai. 3-0 Montreal.
I don't know
what
how
a season.
It doesn't
what a
matter.
Season.
That's the comeback player of the year wrapped up right there, Calen.
I've been telling you.
Dude, who did he just
put
wait a
minute. 4-1 Cincinnati.
Who did he just put in the dust? Oh my God. I think that's 9-7 on the year for Kai.
Wow.
He's trying to get his shoe off for a. Oh no, he just has an issue with his shoe. Oh, there you go. No, he's doing.
No. He's doing a
I
call.
was like, is this a
he's
celebration?
Making a call for the comeback. Don't call it a comeback, is what he's saying. Yeah. Good little turn there. Woo. Look at that.
This
too easy.
This Cincinnati goal.
Oh,
is unreal.
and we have a goal.
For, goal Columbus.
Etienne.
There it is. Derek Etienne. He's been the one who's been stepping up over these past couple of weeks.
Oh, yeah, that is unbelievable from Brenner. Oh, back heel into his. Oh, yeah, little slided in the back post.
See, it doesn't matter the defensive woes when you have that from three in Cincinnati clicking it. Oof, it's beautiful.
I said this week, Michele, if I had to choose a playoff field and I had to choose between Columbus and Orlando, it's not even a choice. You choose Columbus all day as a neutral.
Of course. Yeah.
For the talent level, for the
from
entertainment
Columbus.
value, for the fact that,
Yeah.
they could be winning a game and easily choke it out at the end just to bring a little excitement to our lives. Like it's a
this goal from Columbus, so sick.
Yeah.
Zelarayan with the backfield.
Wow.
1-2
Yeah.
to Etienne. Wow.
Zelarayan's having a pretty fun week, huh?
how many? That's
Just pulling out
4
all the
Orlando
tricks.
defenders that just collapsed on him.
I love Papi Pareja. I covered him when he was the Xolos head coach. I was living in TJ and covering Tijuana there. And man, I just don't like watching Orlando. Sometimes it's like watching paint dry.
I don't disagree.
It's so frustrating. And and they have the players to not do that. But I guess that's the way he likes. But yeah, I think Zelarayan and Cucho in the playoffs, you gotta have that, right? And talking about Ravel Morrison, he's been he's not being talked at all, and I think he has the potential to be a top 10, top 20 player in the league. He's been like a soccer globetrotter. He spent a couple seasons in Lazio, my favorite team, the team I root for, in Italy. But he's always dealt with like off the field issues. But I remember Rio Ferdinand said that he's the most talented player he's ever saw coming out of the Manchester City Academy. So that's high praise right there.
All right, here's where we stand on decision day right now. You got Philly up 1-0 in Toronto. That would give them the top spot in the East. You got a hat trick for Brenner, 4-1 in DC. They just needed a draw, but they're going out trying to stomp on DC United so far. They are doing it. Red Bulls up 1-0. That would put them into a home game. Miami losing 3-0 at home. Looks like they expended all their energy midweek against Orlando that got them into the playoffs. They will not get that home game in the first round unless something absolutely wild goes down at Drive Pink. You've got Columbus up 1-0 on Orlando. That's sort of the make or break. Can you get in game out in the Eastern Conference? Derek Etienne, according to
Derek Etienne is being subbed off now. He got hurt on that goal, and that's huge. That is absolutely huge.
Zuriel Casillas had put in that Etienne sold his hip to a demon for that goal. I hope that Derek Etienne is okay. He's got a week. Assuming this result stands, I mean, and him being in the game was a pretty key part of extending this lead. Assuming the result would stand for Columbus, and you got hot boy Kevin Molino in. He, of course, was supposed to be a big part of this continuation for the Crew after winning MLS Cup. Could have a week to be prepared, potentially until next Monday even, depending on the scheduling in the playoffs. We had Jay Mueller ask, what would it take to get playoffs? Hell is real? That's a good question. How could we get the Red Bulls in New York City on the same side of the bracket and Crew in Cincinnati? I don't think it's possible as it stands. I think we're just going to have to make do and roll the dice.
I believe in you, Wiebe. I believe in you. You got to find a scenario.
We can find a way. I don't think the Crew can.
If Miami wins,
finals, but I want both. Honors is in my ear saying conference finals, but I want both, and I don't think you can get both. I just don't think it wins. I guess if Miami wins,
they take fourth place. Well,
they can't. Yeah, Red Bulls would have to drop down and lose. They could jump up. That would push the Red Bulls down to the other side of the bracket. But then I think Cincy and Columbus would still be broken up. So you take what you can. Where's Joseph next year, Michele? We're going to let you go at halftime, but I got to ask you that.
Out of Atlanta?
Does he stay in MLS, or do you think he goes somewhere else?
I think he stays in MLS. The information that I got is that he just wants clarity. He wants to
Union goal.
with
2-0 Philly.
There you go.
Mikel Ura with the goal here. Sorry, had to break you up there. You can continue on.
Fine. So the information that I got when I was reporting about the meeting, he just wants clarity, and he wants to know if he's going to be a big part of the team or not. He wants to be a big part, a big piece of the team. What I was told is that if he's told that he's not going to be, if he's going to stay on this role as a sub, not being the guy to say it in a way, he wants his money. He wants to be buyout, which is an option, but it's a remote option. I don't think Atlanta wants to do that. But he's basically just wants clarity, and I don't think he wants to be. I was told he doesn't want to be what he is right now. He still feels that he can be something similar to what he was in the past. I mean, we got to remember with the injury this year, this game suspension, all the problems, the ups and downs. I think he has 9 or 10 goals. I mean, it's still a good number, right? For the amount of minutes that he's played, it's pretty impressive. So I do think he finds his way out of Atlanta and he stays on MLS. I would love to see him on a Nashville team, for example, or some Charlotte. But I don't know. I mean, Charlotte, I don't think that would work with the rivalry there. And I do believe that Joseph still loves Atlanta United very much. His issues with the front office right now. So,
is the front office still going to be there next year?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Right?
That's a great question because they need. I mean,
it seems crazy. It seems crazy to me that they would make this decision right now when they don't have a club president at the moment. It seems like this is like Joseph's fate is something you figure out after you figure out who's actually calling the shots. Because look, it's probably Carlos Bocanegra at the moment, but like Carlos Bocanegra has been on the hot seat, as is justifiable if you look at what has happened to this team for the past 3 years. So it's like if they get rid of Joseph before they figure that out, that would be crazy. That would just not the way you run a team.
I just wouldn't be surprised. I mean, I would expect anything from this front office right now.
Yep.
Especially if the player is pushing for it.
What about NYCFC? We got an issue for Tyus Magnum, by the way.
Yeah, I just saw that.
Seems like he had a miss. Somebody in our chat is saying that he was popping his shoulder back in on the field. I have dislocated his shoulder and popped it back in. I hope that's not the case for Tyus Magnum. That is not fun. Not fun at all. But I could see, look, wherever Joseph goes, it'd be hard if I was Atlanta to leave him in the East. I would be very hesitant to trade him to anybody in the Eastern Conference. But if you wanted to push Magno back out wide and Joseph on a small field at Yankee Stadium, could be fun. Could be a whole lot of fun.
I think he could still. I think he's still could be a very good DP and put in 15, 20 goals. I do believe that, but I do believe that the relationship is broken, at least with this front office.
Yeah.
So.
All right, we got about 6 minutes of stoppage time in Orlando here. We'll wait on that one at halftime. We'll check in with David Goss and update you on everything that's happened, get you as many goals as we can. There's a referee decision that Christina Uncle is going to have us take a look at in this Montreal-Miami game. Before I let you go, though, real quick, yes. Michele, what in the Western Conference are you watching the closest as we wait for those games to kick off around 5 p.m. Eastern time?
Minnesota United. Where's my camera? Right here? Yeah, here's my camera. I just want to speak to Adrian Heath right now. Minnesota United, Adrian Heath, you broke my heart. A month ago was saying you guys were the second best team in the West. And then the Dibasi injury came and they just folded in a way that it was unpredictable. I very underrated the Dibasi injury. I didn't thought they were going to suffer that much. And I was there. I was on the sideline and the Dibasi injury was like 5 feet away from where I was. And you could hear a pin drop in that stadium. Like they already knew, the fans already knew. But the thing that I get frustrated with Adrian Heath, and I remember what you said on after your awards show, Wiebe, that you put on Twitter, like which is your most frustrating manager, a new category, which Caleb Potter wins by 1 million. But then Adrian Heath, the way that he makes this team of Minnesota playing, for me, it's very frustrating because I think they have on paper a very talented team, a team that really contend man by man with Austin, but they force the game too much through Reynoso. It's like if Reynoso doesn't touch the ball, they got to restart. Go back to St. Clair and let's start the play once again, which you don't see in Austin. You don't see in the best teams in the league. So I'm very interested to see if the collapse is going to finish today at home. Hopefully not, because I think this is a real dark horse for the playoffs. But they have so much talent with Amarilla, Fragapane, Robin Lod has an amazing season. I think Reynoso is the best pure player in the league. So hopefully they get in. But yeah, I was super high on them, and it's been crushing to see them fall apart the last month.
Michele, we're going to let you go, man. Thank you so much for taking your time on this wonderful decision day. Check him out. We'll see him in the playoffs, I'm sure. How are you going to be all over the road, I'm guessing?
We have 2 games on the first round next Saturday. We opened the playoffs, so we don't know yet which games. Could be the Galaxy here close by in LA. Could be Austin. Could be Dallas. So let's see. I'm going to
keep racking up those frequent flyer miles, my friend.
Oh yeah, I'm planning to use them.
Someday. Michele Giannone over at Univision Tudien. Thank you, Michele. Always love hanging out, man.
Thanks for the invite, guys. Have a great rest of the day and enjoy Decision Day.
All right, there you see the standings as well as the Eastern Conference side, the Western Conference coming up in a little bit. Here's your update right now on the schedule and the scores. New York City in Atlanta today. Joseph not in the starting lineup. New York City, Gabi Pereira has him up 1-0. Second half stoppage time on that one. It's halftime. Chicago, New England, 0-0. Our friend Charlie Davies there with the it means nothing match, but a goodbye to that Revs broadcast that we've enjoyed so much over the years. Cincinnati at halftime. They're at halftime at Audi Field. 4-1 leaders. Brenner with the hat trick. So far, the star of Eastern Conference. Decision Day, Cincy are in with that result all the way up to the 5 seed right now. Inter Miami down in the 7 seed, dropping 2 spots because they are down 3-0 at home to Club de Foot Montreal. And then New York Red Bulls at home up 1-0 on Charlotte. Orlando, they are in a must-win situation. They are not winning. They are losing. Derek Etienne puts the Crew up 1-0. They're currently in first half stoppage time there, waiting for the final whistle. Etienne had to leave the field. Kevin Molino came on for him. And then Philadelphia, thanks to goals from Gaz Daganura, up 2-0 on Toronto. What's the biggest story so far in the East as we head to halftime? Is it Montreal? It's got to be Cincy though, right?
It's all Ohio. It's all
Ohio. Yeah,
always has been. Since he answered the bell. Granted, this DC United team is they're deserving wooden spoon winners. And Wayne Rooney came out and said, as reported by Stephen Goff, like a lot of these guys are playing for their jobs. We need more quality. We're going to have a huge amount of roster turnover this winter. A lot of these guys aren't going to be here. And when you hear something like that from the coach, you can either come out with your hair on fire and playing like you're playing for your job, or you could come out and lay down and die. And DC United laid down and died. And since he's not going to blow this, they're going to make the playoffs. The other big story is what Columbus is doing. This has not been a clinical performance by any stretch, but they're playing with energy. And Calen, we've seen this all year, man. When Columbus plays with energy, when they get their wingers involved, and when Lucas Delarayon's doing stuff like that, Columbus wins.
The entire Orlando backline collapsed on him.
They've been the better team for sure. There was the one chance from Cucho that we saw Gayese make a big save on, but Columbus has been the better team in the first half. And Zelarayan, the back heel was just sick. But Derek Etienne Jr., again, in the best moments down the stretch, he has been one of their most important players on this team. Continually able to find goals, find assists, find moments in the moments that matter. We thought actually that there was that breakthrough where against his old club, Red Bull New York, he gets the 2 goals in extra time. We say, okay, well, this is over. Now we're going to see this Columbus Crew turn the corner against giving up late results. Then the next week, it happens again and goes the other way. So that's the big question that's still left, because Etienne Jr. is out of the match in this one. I watched the replay back. It looked like more of a contact injury with Juan as he makes the tackle, as he scores the goal, which is a positive if you're a Columbus Crew supporter, because it's the non-contact ones that are generally a little bit more concerning as far as duration of and severity. So that's I guess a positive of him coming out. But again, the Crew have a lead going into halftime. It looks like just right on the edge of halftime now. And it's more, are they going to they have been the more team on the front foot. And will
Mhm.
we see them kind of recede as the game goes on, or can they continue to push forward and try and find a second goal? Because it does feel, even though this team, Orlando, hasn't threatened, does feel like it might take two here for Columbus, right?
It
Some other
always
bad
does.
news, by the
It
way.
always does.
Some other bad news. Eber entering for Tyus Magno in first half stoppage time in Atlanta.
That
Tyus
one looked
Magno
painful.
injured. Yeah, that's a really tough one there as well. There's the final whistle, or not the final whistle, but the halftime whistle. The crew wish it was the final whistle. We have people in the chats right now asking how the crew are going to blow this. Well, we got 45 minutes to figure that one out. We'll go to David Goss here in just a second, but as of halftime in the Eastern Conference, here is how the playoff field stands. Columbus Crew, by virtue of a 1-0 lead in Orlando, would jump all the way up to 6th. How would they do that? Well, Inter Miami at home. Apparently, the defenders were bickering coming off the field. You can understand that. They're down 3-0. Montreal putting the hammer down up to 65 points. If the Union were not winning 2-0 against Toronto, if they were, let's say, 0-0 or even losing to the Reds, Montreal would be in that top spot with a bye into the conference semis. As it stands, though, looks pretty clear. Union are going to finish atop the Eastern Conference, but fall short of the Supporters' Shield because of that result in Charlotte. LAFC, of course, in action later today at home against Nashville. But Philly would be the 1 seed. Your 4 and 5 seeds would be the Red Bulls, currently 1-0 lead against Charlotte. Goal in that one from their new forward, the number 9. I don't even remember his name.
Elias Manuel.
Yeah, that's how much contributions have occurred up until this point. But okay, so Felipe Cardenas is reporting as well in Atlanta that Dom Dwyer might be hurt. That might mean Joseph Martinez in the second half. We've talked a lot. Maybe that's it for him. That won't matter as your playoff race goes. But Red Bulls and Cincinnati would be playing for the honor of going to Chester, to the banks of the Delaware. On the other side of the bracket would be NYCFC hosting the Crew. And then it would be CF Montreal hosting Inter Miami again, the rubber match, just a week later after what appears to be a smackdown. What do you think? Before we go to David Goss here, which of these matchups would get you the most excited, Doyle?
They all look pretty good. Honestly, I think NYCFC, Columbus. Well, no, I'm going to say the Red Bull Cincinnati jumps out from that first round, just because Cincinnati has actually given Philadelphia hell. Cincinnati has been really, really tough on Philadelphia in both their meetings this year. So if they get past, I think the Union are going to walk to MLS Cup. Like I think they're going to dominate for the most part. The one team that I think can actually make them suffer a little bit is Cincinnati. So I would kind of like to see that one in the conference semis.
I'd be interested with this Miami and Montreal sort of rematch, I guess you would call it, going in from decision day, where you mentioned the Inter Miami players, coming off and arguing, well, sometimes it's nothing better than coming back against the same team. And this one would be in Montreal, of course, which would be a different proposition, but maybe giving a better account of themselves, because it feels like this is just kind of, as Doyle said, a hangover game for Inter Miami, where they fell behind, and credit to Montreal have just been deadly as far. And seeing Georgie back is also a really big positive for this team, because if Montreal want to make a run towards MLS Cup or to MLS Cup and potentially win it, they're going to need him at his best. And then I'll continue to harp on it, but the comeback story of Kai Kamara, again, 38 years old,
I'm watching
was
the
out in the
right
wilderness on a beach trying to get a club just to sign him. Now he's almost creeping up towards double-digit goals again, and looking like a young man, I would add, as he's kind of dancing through that back line, and good finish as well.
Made Damian Lillard look like a straight-up statue. I think that's 9 goals, 7 assists. I think technically his number for the Players Union this year is, I want to say 80 or 90,000.
Oh, that actually also sends him up to alone at third all-time now. I think he was tied with Cunningham at the moment. So now I think that now is a historical in the sense of he now has third all-time in MLS, which is just incredible.
Yeah, just a really, really wonderful story. Congratulations to Kai Kamara. I would be with you, I think, Calen, on this Montreal Inter Miami one, because you have Gonzalo Higuain, you have the last days of Wanyama, you have Georgi Mihailovic. It just feels like there's an element of like put up or shut up, at least for the time being. And with these sort of big, oversized personalities and presences on the field, I want to see all those guys have to do it again after sort of the raw feelings that this game is going to engender just a week later with everything on the line. So that's where I would go with it. It's halftime right now in the Eastern Conference.
One note I want to give on Montreal. This is only their second win over a playoff team since May. And I'm assuming that they're going to see out this 3-0 win. Like, they have not been particular. Like, they have beaten the hell out of the bottom half of the table. They've really struggled against playoff caliber teams. So for them to put together a performance like this, and granted, they've gotten a lot of help from Drake Callender and that Miami backline. But to put together a performance like this without Homel Kyoto, who's been their best player, I think, this year, it's a huge afternoon for them. And they'll go into the playoffs with a ton of momentum because of it.
All right, we're going to take a look at some goals from the Eastern Conference. I believe I think we're 13 goals in the first half of these games. We were at 7 goals through 10 minutes. Of course, we got 5 goals in Cincy, DC. Started off with this big long ball over the top from Miazga, flick from Vasquez. Yeah, Lucho timed the run. He kept himself onside, which was a really, really heads-up play by him. Wonderful header over.
There's like 15 different pass of the week contenders in these goals. It's like the quality of these that we've seen today. I don't know if you guys have seen the Gabi Pereira goal for NYCFC yet. The pass from Tyus Magnum on that one, but like this is a behind the back, eyes in the back of your head header to a full one-time volley in an absolutely clutch situation.
By the way, the ball over the top from Miazga is pretty choice as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I was watching Lucho, sort of when you see this play, I was watching Lucho, and we're going to the second goal here, which is nice pressure from Cincy. They'll have a through ball from Lucho. But the way he sort of understands how that play is going to unfold and the timing he needs to have, just like on this through ball to stay on side, was really special. That's Lucho Acosta stuff to a T. Brenner, 3 goals.
It's up to 18 on the year.
That's the season. That's the David Goss bump right there. That's the theorem at work. We need to make a T-shirt. Just put Brenner's face on that thing.
I like this next assist from Vasquez as well, where he takes it off the thigh and then plays it perfectly in stride to Brenner. Takes his chance well, but I think Vasquez showing that it's not just about the goals. He's able to really find the passes as well, and just the way these 3 connect, it's one of the best. We've seen a lot of great like duos in MLS over the years, but I feel like the way these 3 all seem to work together and have their movement sync is pretty special.
I just saw a tweet that says Brenner has really improved in MLS, and you would not have seen that tweet last year, Doyle.
No.
What do you attribute the sort of the resurgence to? Because it looked like he was approaching bust status preseason.
Yeah, I attribute it to Pat Noonan and Chris Albright and just completely revamping the culture of that team. And it's like the best thing you can have in MLS is not an unlimited budget or an MVP caliber DP. The best thing you can have is a coach and a culture that is able to get development out of talented young players. And that's what Philadelphia has had over the years. That's made them so good, even as they've sold players on. And that's what Cincinnati went and got when they got Chris Albright as GM and Pat Noonan as their head coach. They got somebody with those genes and the ability to make players, talented players like Brenner, turn them into productive players like what we've seen from him in 2022.
18 goals. That is fun, man. Gazdag, another of those guys. He has a goal. Union are up.
He has a goal and assist, Wiebe. He's 20 and 10 guy.
Let's go. Let's go. Double. That's like Diego Valeri stuff right there. Congratulations to Daniel Gazdag, and congratulations to the referee crews through 45 minutes. A very clean first half out east. Let's bring Christina Unklin. She's our referee consultant on this day. Christina, it's been a pretty easy day overall for you. We got a lot of check completes in our ear and everything good to go.
It is a lot of hard work off the field to get these correct on the field today. But yeah, we're good. We have no VAR recommendations and none that I think call for any VAR recommendations.
What is one play you wanted to?
Yeah, I was going to say the process with the ball, the Brenner goal against Cincinnati, where the ball crossed the line and it was somewhat questionable. Like how does that go down on the field, Christina?
Yeah, so it goes down on the field, and as you can see, or at least in that clip, the assistant referee was right on that line. So here, the on-decision field was good goal, ball fully crossed the line. The re-emphasis is the ball has to completely cross the line. Fun fact, the ball is actually spherical. So sometimes when you think it's fully crossed the line, there's always a little bit of a percentage over. But every single replay I was able to see is from a different angle. That assistant referee is right on that line. He's telling the referee then, ball's fully crossed, flag was straight up, proper mechanics, good goal, let's go. And then all the different angles I was able to see, nothing to overturn his decision on the field. And when I look at an initial hunch, I would always say that looks like it's a good goal as well too. So that was a good decision by the crew.
You had a handball in Montreal, Miami that was you got flagged as well. What did you see on that one?
Yeah, so this one, you're right. We have Gene Mata going in and strike near it. But when we talk about handling offenses, some of the biggest types of you've heard people say silhouette. Is their arm in a natural position? Is it justifiable in the context of the play? Basically, we're asking, is the arm tight when it hits? And where effectively could he have placed his arm, right? The higher it up it goes into a wingspan, the more it becomes a handling offense. Here, because it's close to his body, it's tight. Originally, and this is a good key fact, originally it was a little bit out. And then you see him bring it back. And what we're looking for is at that point of contact, was his arm tight and close to his body? The answer is yes. Miami's lucky. They don't go down 3-0 at this end. So it was good for the no call on the field as well.
Is there a world in which this gets called?
Goal,
Because-
by the way.
Oh my, oh my God.
Nice.
Who? How? Where?
DC United came out and scored less than 60 seconds after the break.
Oh, wow.
Oh my gosh.
Christian Fletcher, so the new homegrown kid they just signed, came in off the wing and just rifled it to the back post.
I gotta ask though, Christina, because we're gonna look at that on instant replay and probably have a debate over that one. I see exactly what you're saying. Arm is tucked tight, but I think if you're on the other side and you don't have that much complaint about it, if you're Montreal, you're up 3-0, you might say, hey, look, it sort of looks like he's making himself bigger. How do you in the moment or in the VAR booth, what's the debate like? Is there a debate or is this that clear cut?
For us as referees, this one's a really clear-cut one based on just how many clips we look and we say, hey, where does this fall from, clearly being no handling to being handling? This would fall definitely on the lower threshold from just a bunch of clip analysis we would look at. So from a referee perspective, this is a pretty clear-cut and dry one, but I can see why the football world complains about handling right now. There's been a lot of debate over the current interpretations.
All right, more debate to come. Maybe, maybe not. For the referees, we hope not. But if there is, we have Christina Uncle right here with us to jump in. She's in the back analyzing all these plays as they happen. Our very own video assistant referee, you might say. Thank you, Christina.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wiebe, you're not gonna take this as a sign that your breaking down referee calls has not been up to standards lately.
No, I'm going to continue to just confidently be wrong at times. So
Good.
I can't believe
I'm gonna agree with Christina on this one.
Yeah,
his hand's coming into his body too. I think.
It's down.
important.
It's down. I think if it strikes him when his hand is extended and there's daylight between body and hand, then you've got a case. But as it stands, that he's trying to get it back. He's trying to get in the silhouette. It is there. But if you're Cincinnati, you got to be a nervous laughter here to start the second half, Doyle.
We keep doing this. We keep saying, "Oh yeah, they're through. That's it.
Another teaching
it's over."
moment for
And then
Pat
DC
Onset,
again. You're like, ah.
Oh.
But that's part of the give and take with this team, right? We've seen this happen in a bunch of games. Last week, probably the one that hurts the most against Chicago, as far as having that, just showing that they still leak goals. They can score a ton, but they can give them up quickly too. So, when you think about a potential matchup, or you look at the table as we have up right now, and you say, okay, maybe against Red Bull, you'd like to say they have more firepower, but as you get a little further on, you play against a Union, and the Union don't give up much either. Those chances become a little bit, when those margins get tighter, that's where you start to worry, where the chances aren't as good as you get in the past against a Union team that's so strong in the back. And then if you leave those big gaps, or you leave open spaces against a team, we've seen what Philly's doing already today and throughout the season. That's where you start to have questions about this FC Cincinnati team.
Other questions in the chat right now. Handball, says Brian Smith. Obviously, the trained referees disagree, but we digress. But the important question is, where is Calen's undisclosed location? They obviously know your extra time backdrop, but they have caught on
Yes.
that you're not in your normal spot. So
It's a good eye. I'm in Berkeley. I've I haven't I've been trying not to mention Berkeley because Drake Callender made a big mistake. Go Bears though. But yeah, I am back in town visiting family for decision day. So I've taken over the house, and people are probably wondering why I'm screaming, but should be fun.
All right, we're action going. We're still waiting for the kickoff for Columbus, Orlando. Orlando down 1-0 at home. They got to win. That's really the way it goes down. They're going to have to find their way to get 2 goals. They haven't created hardly anything so far. RSL lineup is out. The chat tells me Cordova and Savarino are up front. That's no surprise. It's them and Justin Miram. Those are like the only guys that either create or score for that team. Okay, we're going to take a look at some highlights from that Orlando-Columbus game because that's really the big one in the East right now, unless DC finds a way to come back. This is going to be the first chance for Cucho Hernandez. Big time, we'll get you some lineups from the Western Conference here as they come out as well. And if you want to see any goals or any highlights, get in the chat. We're watching the chat. Anders is watching the chat. He can cue those up for you as well. This is a really nice save from Gaise Doyle.
Absolutely. I mean, he makes spectacular saves. That's what he's built his reputation on, and they needed him to make that one, and he did.
A lot of it, I think, also comes from Etienne getting that width. And we've seen in the past when Columbus kind of run out of ideas, it's often with them just getting the ball wide and serving it in blindly. But he gives a little bit of different options where sometimes he plays the cutback ball. You see here his ability to kind of tuck inside in those soft spots and then play the 1-2. And Zelarayan, when you get movement around him, he can just find a pass. And this little 1-2 here where you just watch 5 guys come in on him and just completely suck everybody in.
Look how he knows exactly where that lane is too. And sort of turns and positions his body. He knows what he's going to do. He knows where the space is going to open up. He knows where Etienne is making a run and filling in.
That's why you go out. That's why you go out and spend $9 million on a number 10.
And that's also Etienne. Like I've seen him score so many goals from that spot, exactly cutting into that right foot and then just curling the
far post. Yeah,
that's his spot.
That's what he scored. That's the same goal he scored at MLS Cup. Was same sort of pattern, same play. Finds that far post in the corner, and picked up a trophy. It's that time of year. I said there's certain guys this time of year. You're like, this is a guy in a big moment I trust, and Derek Etienne is not the biggest name on that team or the biggest transfer fee, but has scored some really important goals for Columbus.
If you look at their underlying numbers for them, he is arguably their most effective attacking player, like per 90. It's pretty incredible stuff from him this year. You would take obviously Zelrano Cucho, but he is a
5-4 goal Cincinnati. I think Brenner just got his 4th goal
5-2,
5-2. Sorry, 5-2. Sorry.
Brenner saw Gosnell get 20, and he's like, I'm trying to get 20.
I think Brenner just got his 4th goal, and I think Vasquez just got his 4th assist.
These are fantasy numbers. Yeah.
My gosh, that this is just getting nutty, getting really nutty. Here's a
wait. No, this was a Brenner assist to Vasquez. So
okay,
1 goal and 3 assists for Vasquez, 3 goals and 1 assist for Brenner. Seems like a pretty decent combo.
Oh, praise be, the scores are up. I've been watching too much Handmaid's Tale. We got our scores up, folks. I've been asking for those in the comment section. We got those for you. Here's a good one from Jay Mueller over on Twitch. Do you guys think there's a way where VAR to ref conversations will ever be released like they are in other sports like rugby? I would love for that to happen. You can go listen on YouTube to an interview that Charlie Davies and I did for Instant Replay with Howard Webb. This is not a choice that MLS gets to make. IFAB is involved in this. This is much bigger than just, hey, MLS pushes a button and they say this is how it works. But Howard Webb had the full explanation there. I think it would be incredibly useful to people at home, and I also think that referees would be very open to this as well. Maybe we can ask Christina about that when we bring her in next. But I think referees would be open to it. I think it would show people sort of pull the wool off of sort of this process that can feel a little bit opaque at times, and just provide clarity as to the logic, to the law, what's being interpreted, what do they see in the footage, what do they not see, and all that is hugely important. So we'll see what comes later today, but we can ask Christina about that next time we pull her in. Lineups are coming out in the Western Conference, by the way. MLS app, MLSsoccer.com, probably the easiest way for you to get those. You see the scores at the top of the screen. You see the Eastern Conference standings as well as the bracket there. As we're watching, of course, this is a watch-along, which means that you can't watch the games here, but FS1 is carrying that Orlando-Columbus game. ESPN Plus has the rest of the games. ESPN2 will carry RSL Portland, and I believe ESPN Plus will have a whip-round show as well that you won't watch unless you pull up a third screen during that second game, because of course you'll be here with us. Joseph Martinez on for the second half, by the way.
Another
Atlanta.
Goal for Elias
God.
Manuel. 2-0 Red Bulls. This was like a classic Thierry Henry goal where he gets the ball at the top of the box with the defender on his back. He just turns and laces it upper 90. So I think the Red Bulls have an answer for who's going to be
moment. Huh?
Yeah.
Gonzalo Higuain is down in pain right now.
Oh no,
it's not serious. He's got it. I think he's grabbing his elbow. It looks like maybe the way he landed after trying to get off a shot. So getting some treatment here. But at 3-0 at a certain point, I understand it's his last regular season home game in Miami. It doesn't look like they're lining up in good form to get another one at home. But yeah,
get him off.
You might want to use one of the hottest strikers in the league. You might want to wrap this one up and say, all right, you know what, Gonzalo, we'll just come sit over here.
Let's pick this up in a week's time, man. We'll call it good for now. All right. I think you're. Yeah, it looks like he's being brought off. Sub is happening as we speak here. Or is it? Or is this Kamal?
Yeah, Kamal and Piet coming off.
Hey, live standings, bingo. There it is. It's all happening. That pesky tech. All right, give us the update here, Doyle, on the beginning of the first half. Orlando and Columbus. What have you seen so far? Seems like Orlando finding a way to at least get the ball into the final third. That's a pretty new development.
They are. They're pushing their fullbacks way further up. It's, you're down 1-0 at home. You have in a game that you have to win. It's time to take some risks, and that's what they're doing. And the hope from an Orlando perspective is that Mauricio Pereira can get, or Facundo Torres can get on the ball enough to create those overloads out wide, and from that create the types of pullbacks that maybe Calen Carr can run onto and equalize here. But Columbus, I mean, in theory, they should be able to. Exactly what's coming. You're a veteran team. They have their first choice back line available to them. They should be okay handling this, but that's what we've said about Columbus all year, and they find a way to switch off in these moments. So this is very much turnover Columbus.
Yeah.
By the way, a huge save just now by Quinn Westbrook. It's not like it matters because Philly's going to win that game. They're up 2-0, but a huge save. Ura had a really nice sort of like touch outside and then left-footed hit that was going to be top corner here, but tipped it over. Got some compliments, Anders, from Lamrad52 and Miss Zap. I can't pronounce that, but they love the layout, Anders. So now that we've got our first choice layout up, they're in for it, okay? There's a nice compliment for the producers on the back end. Well done. Well done. I don't really want to look at the Tyus Magnum injury, but we have it queued up, and probably because it is going to matter for the playoffs. Close your eyes if you don't like to watch injuries. He has been substituted for Hebert. Had the assist, I believe, on the Gabi Pereira goal, but this is a big moment in potentially NYCFC's title defense. Playing center forward here. Nice little slip ball. Miss. Falls down. No. Okay, gonna look away.
It looks like he just landed really awkwardly. It must be a separated shoulder.
Yeah, don't like that. Don't like that.
And just as we were talking to Michele about the NYCFC's, ability to get to MLS Cup again, You hope
Yeah.
if he's missing, Bear, is quality, but has not come in, had not logged a ton of minutes from the start this year. So that's you go down one strike, you lose Tati. Then if you lose Tyus Magno, again, we don't know how long or how serious the injury is, but his
just got Keaton. Yeah, just got Keaton back.
Yeah,
just kind of been a little bit of a snake bit year for them.
We have a penalty here in Philadelphia right now. Gazdag standing on top of it.
Going for 21. You don't have Gazdag, right? That's Dave that took Gazdag in the draft.
I have Ura and Carranza, and I'm furious that Gazdag didn't let one of those guys take.
Oh, furious. When Ura scored, I did not connect the dots. And now Higuain's out. He's been the horse I've been riding. Wow, love it. Gazdag just went straight power there, just absolutely smashed it.
Doyle, you got to have a word with your guys to fight over on decision day. Who doesn't want to blow everything up by fighting over a penalty?
Exactly. Hey, they needed to establish before the game whose bonuses were at stake. And it's like, okay, look, I'm gonna get a bonus, so I'm gonna take this, okay? And if I make it and I get that bonus, obviously we're going.
How random would it be if his bonus was from 20 to 21? And he's just like, I need this 21.
Yeah. It's more than 20 goals.
Well, that's like Chicharito's DP option was 11 goals.
Yeah, he said 11. Where you're like, what? Yeah.
Okay.
That must have been some like intense. And that just shows you they're negotiating from like 15, like 10, 5, 10, and it landed randomly between two numbers. Between 12 and 10 in this case.
Good math.
Thank you.
Oh yeah, did you guys? By the way, did you see the Dynamo fight over that penalty in Nashville last week?
Yep,
I did not. Who was in it?
Fafa and Darwin, right?
It was
Yes.
Well, Darwin was trying to get Fafa not to take it so that Sebas Ferreira could take it, and Darwin won because Ferreira took it.
I mean, probably the right choice.
Somebody's got bonuses on the line. That's what that was.
The Dynamo have been better lately. I've been liking what I've seen under Bundy. I want to see how they. I think Dynamo against Galaxy. I'm always going to be hyped for that one, but especially on decision day. Sadly, we've had to play more of the spoiler role. I was actually, when I saw the schedule come out, I was like, yes, we can do this again. And then the Galaxy cemented their place, but still, it's a lot on the line for the Galaxy. They want to get home field, I'm sure.
1-1. Orlando equalize.
Oh, who
Wow.
you're always ahead of me. So whenever you get excited, I know
Junior Urso.
Another goal for Philly too. 4-0 there.
Standings are about to move, folks. Really nice turn from Urso and a finish. The standings are about to change. You're going to see Columbus drop.
Uh-oh.
Actually, you won't because they have goal different. No, because wins. I forgot wins. They have a ton of ties this year. They're this year's Nashville. So they've dropped. They've not dropped below the line.
Oh, that is such a bad decision from Jonathan Mensah. Oh. Jonathan Mensah runs himself right out of the play. Junior Urso turns and
he looked like a number 9 there. Like Junior Urso, I was not expecting. I was like, who is that? The way he turns there is very nice.
He gave him the 4-0 Philly. There's another goal for Philly. Was it not? No, not Ura, not Ura. I think that you're one down.
Gazdag again, I think. Oh no, is it
Gazdag? Okay,
yeah,
it's
Gazdag
again. Yeah,
22. Yeah, we'll let David pad his.
So
he's in the Golden Boot race. Where's he in the Golden Boot race now?
I think he's one behind Hani.
He's just behind Hani.
Yeah.
Oh.
We have
with 30 minutes left against Toronto.
I mean, could he? I haven't turned in my ballot. Could Daniel Gazdag? Because we went unanimous for Hani in our extra time award.
Wiebe, are you really going to change your MVP vote based upon
I'm asking the question.
An absolute meaningless match against Toronto FC's reserves? That is what you just implied. That is are you really
just asking the question?
Really going to change your MVP vote based on that?
Okay. Look at that. I introduced the topic and now we have a good answer. We have a headline. Toronto FC B team Goals don't count the same amount against them as
It's
others.
a bonus
Columbus
game, right?
breaking.
It is,
Columbus
that truly,
breaking.
actually, you're right. That truly is a bonus game. Come on, Orlando. Let's make this interesting. Oh, Columbus on a break right now.
Yep.
Oh, good defensive play. Oh, it called a foul.
Yeah, I think yellow here for Schlegel.
Schlegel doing just a really well done here by Schlegel with the pure disbelief facial expressions. Anders says to Aussie AB, we got you, man. I don't know what you're asking for, but we got you. Ah, yes, the Golden Boot live table. We hit you with that. There it is. Made it happen for you. Hani's still on top. Gazdag, Driussi, Jesus Ferreira, Chicharito, Brandon Vasquez not going to get there. But although Brenner's at 17 too.
Brenner's at 18 now.
Ah,
It's wild. Like we're not even
got to update that
halfway.
Golden Boot chart then.
We're not even halfway done with decision day, and we already have 2 guys who are on a hat trick with an assist. So 2 guys already today between Gazdag and Brenner have 3 goals and 1 assist. Brandon Vasquez has.
Yeah, I think they both have 18. So we updated at the top.
Yeah,
it's all happening.
Brandon Vasquez has a goal and a hat trick of assists. Like, it feels like somebody might equal that Clint Mathis record of 5 goals in a game today.
Matthew Showalter putting me on my place over on YouTube. Wiebe, I have to ask, are you watching the games or just looking at the stats? That's been set up for too many years for me to
Good timing
to reply. We've got a goal for NYCFC. Goal alert, NYCFC. They are now up 2-0 in Atlanta, solidifying their spot as the number 3 seed in the Eastern Conference.
ever.
That's good for them.
That is really good for them.
That's huge.
Guess who? Alexander Collins' assist on that one came from a corner kick, 60th minute there, 2-0.
Are you ready to change your defensive player of the year as well?
I mean, what did we settle on? Did we go Kai Wagner or did we?
We did.
Yeah. It felt like if Collins hadn't got injured, that I think he would have been.
Agreed.
He would have been the winner.
Yeah.
And he may still be the winner. You know, we're a little bit more susceptible. We're like a little bit more susceptible to overthinking awards sometimes on Extra Time, going a little bit against the grain just to do so because a fullback has never won that award. You can't really argue with Kai Wagner's season.
Also, I think a lot of the voting comes down to how you perform at the end of the season.
100%.
And Collins has been lights out towards this back stretch. Like he's been
he's playing as a fullback, ironically.
Yeah, there we go. We could knock both off the list. He's left back / center.
He's one of us. Yeah, I can't. Well,
Alexander
luckily,
Collins.
I never had to. Well, actually, I did have to play outside.
Ura's been subbed out, so that's good news for the Fighting Weebies, who I believe are 1 or 2 up here. It matters. It matters. I put a lot of emotional energy into that Golden Boot draft. Okay.
Oof. The goal allowed woke Columbus up. The entire game has been played down that side of the field since Orlando equalized. If you're Orlando, you're just trying to get to the 75th minute here,
100%.
and it's 1-1, and you're just waiting for Columbus to freeze up.
Cucho with a very number 9, like I don't care about your angles shot right there. Square what? I'm shooting. No runners there. He went for it. That's actually a decent save by Gaese. I wonder if they. Yep. Corner kick coming here. Pretty shocking play right here from Montreal, playing out of the back off a goal kick. Literally just handed it.
Must be something about that side of the field.
It's like those pinball games that are tilted to one side. All right, we got the Orlando goal for you as we wait to see if Columbus can make this pressure pay off. Huon into the lineup. He was not there midweek. Cuts inside, drops it off.
And this is it. Just watch Jonathan Mensah come out and try to make a play here. You don't have to make that play. Contain. going all or nothing to try to pick that pass off
Yeah.
is not something you expect out of your veteran center back.
Nobody enjoyed that goal more than David Goss, one of the biggest Junior Urso fans / supporters in the entire league. Just a huge Junior Urso guy. That was I enjoyed that celebration from Urso in the goal. Is the turn is really nice as well.
He takes it super well. But I think, Doyle, you got it right as far as Orlando being able to push their outside backs a little bit or higher up the pitch. They get Huan up there, further up the pitch. And then what happens is as you begin to rotate, that you start to shift this back line, and that creates the distance that Mensah tries to cover there to get to Urso. He makes the terrible decision because Urso is not going to be someone that back to goal is going to cause you any type of problem. So when you just jump that lane and cheat, suddenly, he is capable of making a nice little turn there and then just sets it up nicely to hit it to the back post. But I think stretching them side to side a little bit or getting those outside backs further up, which was what I was concerned about, ironically, about Moutinho not being able to get advanced because we see how dangerous he is when they get forward. But they did get Huan there in that instance in a more advanced position, which I think started to move that Columbus back line side to side. And then you make a rash challenge or a bad bet there from Mensah, and, it's in the back of your net.
We have a big time report coming out of Portland right now. Ryan Clark, who does good work over the Oregonian, says that Diego Chara has not traveled.
Oh my goodness.
To RSL. He was admitted and released from the hospital earlier this week with severe abdominal pain per Timbers source. Gastrointestinal issue. He did not travel and will not play against RSL.
Wow.
That's a blow. Wow.
That is, of course, a must-get result game given what's going on in the Western Conference, and we will run you through when these games end, all the lineups, all the news that you need to have ahead of these Western Conference games.
I don't know if we had covered this yet, but Joseph Martinez is in the match for Atlanta United at this point too. So whether this is the last time we see Joseph in an Atlanta United kit or not, that's still TBD. But
I believe he's on 98 goals as well.
Really?
Yeah. So he's 2 away from getting to 100. I mean, anybody can do the math here. That would be a
University of Kansas education.
Yeah,
folks.
that's correct.
Go Jayhawks.
Yeah. Hey, you can lose and stay the same spot in the polls, so that's good math as well. Tough one against TCU this weekend. It's Ayala and Paredes in the midfield for Portland, says the Hutch, who I'm going to blindly trust in our chat.
Wow. Ayala, he has barely played this year, and he has struggled.
Who's he partnering with?
Paredes.
Okay. So that would mean no Williamson then at this point.
Or is
Williamson on the bench.
I don't understand this.
I don't understand this either.
Sebastian Blanco on the bench as well. They must both have knocks. It must be that neither of those guys can go 90 minutes. Otherwise, this doesn't make any sense at all.
Yeah.
So the way it works for that game, RSL needs to win. If RSL
alert on an Atlanta goal as well. Who scored it, chat? Tell us who scored it. I'm focused on the other games. That one's
Andrew Gutman. Gutman's a guy like Keaton Parks or Ricky Puig or Georgi Petrovic is like if he had played the entire season, he would have been best 11. Like it's been night and day for Atlanta since Gutman got healthy again. It bodes well for next year, whoever is calling the shots there. They do have more solidity in that team than I think that they've been able to show, partially because of behind the scenes dysfunction, but partially because so many of their best players have been injured all year.
If you're watching Orlando Columbus, here we go.
Yep.
We got a foul right at the top of the box. Rodrigo Schlegel says, no, sir, dive. But it's going to be, you would think, Zelarayan. Nobody had Gutman in the extra time Golden Boot draft. Really a bummer there. Somebody could have really differentiated themselves. I have how many
Big chance here from Columbus.
How many
Celery
monitors
on.
do I have, and I can't find a way to get these?
Gazdag just kicked Quentin Westberg in the head. Is very lucky he didn't see red. How awful would that be? You gotta get a red card.
Free kick. No, off the wall.
Ugh.
Well done. Well done from the wall. Just couldn't quite get it over Zelrayan. Big moment. As it stands, for the Crew, it's not make or break. Like, that's okay. You could get a corner kick out of that via a draw because you had a 1-point lead heading into decision day. You're in.
But that's where they've run into problems too, right? Is kind of going into a shell. And that's going to be something we're going to have to watch because the draw sees them through for sure. But will they, one of the problems they've had has been sitting in so deep and not being able to break, even break any pressure or relieve some pressure. So that kind of recipe plays both ways.
Classic treatment here for Westberg. Spraying the back of his head with a water bottle. Wiping it off. All right, we're bringing Christina Uncle back in here in just a second to give us a little thought on the penalty in the Philly game. So be ready for that. We'll ask her a little bit about maybe whether VARs and referees would like to have their communications be public as well. All right, let's bring Christina in. A little bit of a lull right now in these games. Christina, all right, tell us what you saw, what you think about that PK call in Chester.
The PK call in Chester. Sorry, my brain's not into the cities right now. I'm all into so no, it was a good call, right? I swear we're all gonna basically job security with handling offenses alone in and of itself. So this is the one that's going to feel unjust to a certain extent because it does look like it might have deflected off of his foot into his hand. One thing we got to kind of go back and trace back that many people don't know, and unless you're a dork like me, you've actually gone back into the laws of the game and have gone back. 2019, 2020 is really when IFAB went in and started basically going to town on the handling offense. Where we see this deflection, people need to realize is deflection, even if it's in close in proximity, even if it's off your body, is no longer in the laws of the game. They've removed that. That used to be in there. If it was a close hit, close contact, used to be in there. We loved it as referees because we were like, cool, it hit off his leg, we're good, right? But then they took that back, they removed it, and now they're using the word such as, is it justifiable in there? And so everyone's like, well, where do you guys get the context from it? It's from IFAB training, it's from FIFA training, it's from clips. And truly right now, this deflection doesn't matter when we're being told how to apply handling to it. For the fact his right arm is up in the air, we say a little outside the silhouette. Yes, I know he's lunging. Yes, I know he's taking his right leg to try to extend it. But is it justifiable for the impact, which is essentially a shot on goal here, for taking up that space with his right hand? The answer is going to be no. So this is a penalty decision. This is the correct decision that was called on the field, which is why the VAR says check complete, and we move on here. The VAR did take some time because even I was looking at some of the angles. The best angle is actually the angle right behind the referee who was dead on and looking at it directly. So that's what I got for you.
I think I agree with you on that one. Let me ask you, though, because we have people in the comment section that were thinking about this. Do you think referees would be into having the VAR to referee communications be something public? So when we go to a review and a broadcast, instead of just seeing the referee standing at the monitor, having the conversation, we don't get to be a part of that conversation. Do you think referees would be open to that?
Yeah, and I mean Howard hit it on the head. We've in practice at camps, right? We way back 2-3 years ago at this point, we practiced with, announcing to the stadium. It was an empty stadium, mind you. And so it was kind of funny to hear your voice echo off of the stadium while we were training with it. But truly, we're not allowed to do so because of IFAB and FIFA at the current moment, saying you're not allowed to announce your on-field decisions similar to rugby, where I think it's very clear. I would argue that sometimes people have a better understanding of what's going on when you're watching it on TV because you have a commentator who's stating it, you have a rules analyst who's saying. When you're in stadium, sometimes you're like, what the heck is going on? What are we even looking at? Unless you pull up, Twitter and look at MLS video review to kind of see what the check complete is, you can be lost on it. So I think now where we've been at, if you would have asked me in 2017 when VAR got introduced in MLS, I would have said no. We all would have been a hard no on it because we were learning the system ourselves. We were learning how to not just communicate from our referee instincts, but really communicate what the breakdown is and being very succinct in it. Now that we've already done this for about 5, 6, 7 years. Many of us at the highest level are very comfortable at communicating exactly what it is that our decision is and why it's done in a very short, succinct manner.
What do you think makes a good VAR? Because it's a different skill set, right?
Yeah, no, it is a different skill set. And even training referees, you can be incredible on the field and with all due respect, be horrific in the VAR booth. And because you have to be able to, yes, appreciate the context. When you're in that video operating room, the VOR, it's very easy to lose the feel of the game because it's a dark room, black and white, bunch of monitors, right? Like I literally have to stand up when I'm doing VAR and even commentating because if not, you just kind of sit back and you think you're watching a game and you're like, oh, shoot, I'm actually involved in this, right? And you don't want to fall asleep. And there is no mercy in that VOR room. You have to get it correct. If people are investing in technology for us to get the decisions correct, you have to take a look at every angle, every monitor, attention to detail, and not getting sucked into that play, right? Sometimes we get sucked into penalty, no penalty, and we may forget that there might have been a potential offside in the APP, the attacking phase, the possession, and we're like, shoot, we should have gone to the back, seen that would have negated that penalty. So it's kind of all those checks and balances and working really well with not just your assistant VAR, which is typically an assistant referee, but also your video operator, which is Hawkeye here for MLS. They're pretty good as well, but all three of you guys have to make sure you check all of those small little details and every single camera angle because you'd be surprised, especially those handheld cameras that walk around. Sometimes they have the best view that you wouldn't think would actually give you that angle to get the decision correct.
Oh, thank you, Christina. That's some insight. I know the folks in the chat want, and I am one of those nerds as well. Huge refereeing nerd here. So thank you. We will be back with Christina for any other borderline plays at all throughout this decision day. We are just 75 minutes through these games. And to the end of the Eastern Conference. Thanks, Christina. All right, we have a water break, a rehydration break in Orlando. It is 1-1, guys. That is the game right now. If you look at the standings, it looks like NYCFC in all likelihood will hold on. If they were to draw, it might be a question mark when it comes to that third and fourth spot, but right now hold on to a 2-1 lead. Cincinnati looked pretty safe at 5-2. I don't think even Cincinnati could blow this one, so I think they'll walk away with a win. Can be pretty comfortable in fifth. Miami look like it ain't going to happen for them into sixth, but Columbus right now with the single point, same for Orlando. Columbus would have the edge. They started decision day on 46 against Orlando's 45. Final 15 minutes of this game, getting ready to go. What do you want to see, Doyle? What does Orlando need to do?
I mean, they just gotta take all the risks in the world. They got to throw numbers forward even higher than they've been doing for the past half hour, and they just got to keep banging on that door because what we've seen from Columbus all year is that when they're protecting a result, they defend in Eloy Room's lap, and when they defend that deep, they figure out a way to give up goals. And the key for Orlando, obviously, is to take that risk without fatally exposing yourself in return. Because all it takes is one long ball from Zelarayan and Cucho on the break, and it could be 2-1, and at that point, it's probably curtains.
FS1, that's your spot for these final 15 minutes.
Yeah, if you're Columbus too, they've made a couple of changes so far. Molino, they had to come into the game early, of course, for Etienne Jr. going out due to his injury, but they've brought in Morris now and Farsi as well. So a couple different changes. I think Farsi's on the right, playing right back his spot, and then Morris has come in for Artur, who's you would have expected that one to help bring some energy. And Morris, we were a little surprised to see him not in the starting lineup to begin with today. So he comes in to help see this one out. So they got a couple other players they could maybe look to as time goes on. Josh Williams, if they're looking for, a little extra solidity in the back, or Hurtado, if they just want to try and find an outlet to find an extra goal to put this one away. But this is what we kind of always knew it was going to come down to between these two teams, right? Like, it was going to be Columbus either with the draw or trying to hold on to a lead, and then Orlando trying to throw the kitchen sink as the game winds down. So these next 15 minutes are going to be fun.
Own goal in Miami, 3-1 Montreal now. It was like Jeff Agus-esque own goal from Waterman.
All right, let's give you the Minnesota lineup as we prepare for the Western Conference. Eastern Conference games winding down here. Amaria, Fragapane, Reynoso, Garcia, Trapp, Ludd, back in the midfield, Lawrence, Kallman, Boxall, DJ Taylor, and Dane St. Clair. What stands out there, Doyle?
Give it to me again, because I was watching a replay of Cucho on the break, Wiebe.
It's right up here on the screen. You got Amaria, Fragapane, Reynoso, Garcia. Those are your front four. Trapp, Ludd in the midfield.
Yeah, it's Ludd that stands out. It's Ludd that stands out. Back in mid-late summer when Minnesota were on that run that McKelly was talking about, when they looked like they were the second best team in the Western Conference, a couple of things about how they were lining up. One was that Dabasi was there. Obviously, they don't have him back. But the other one was that Robin Ludd was playing in central midfield. He was playing as a number 8, and he's fantastic. This is a guy who's played mostly as a winger, sometimes as a false 9 in MLS. But for his huge save from Eloy Room. But for his national team, Robin Ludd is a central midfielder. He's an international caliber central midfielder. So when he was playing in that spot, Emmanuel Reynoso was getting on the ball in better spots. Emmanuel Reynoso was more effective because of Robin Ludd. So this bodes very well for Minnesota United that he's back, he's available, he's in the lineup as a number 8.
Yeah, Boxall joked he was going to go massage his calves this week. I said that publicly. I'm sure was joking around. Here's the Vancouver Whitecaps starting 11 as well. I wish I was more eagle-eyed. I'm gonna have to go full screen on this bad boy because I cannot see. Okay, Vite, Brian White up top, Gauld on the left, Gressel on the right. This is a departure from what has been a 5-man back line, it seems like. You got Tybert and then Kubas in the midfield, and then a 4-man back line with Blackman and Veselinovic at center back as well. Nerwinski and Martins are your fullback. Hassall.
Can I just tell you that I think this is a lie? No, I think this is a lie. I think that they're playing a 3-4-2-1. I think Nerwinski, you slide him over, and it's a 3-man central defense with him, Blackman, and Veselinovic. I think Martin's left wing back.
Do we have a possible handball, by the way? I don't want to interrupt you, but
no, go ahead, please.
We have a Columbus, possible handball in Columbus. That looks like a handball to me. We are going to have to bring Christina in here in just a second.
They're going to VAR.
They are not. The Orlando fans, they certainly think. All right, referee trotting to the monitor. This is a massive, massive moment here on decision day. I think it's Degenek that had the potential handball there. This is huge. Alex,
it looks like his hand is in an unnatural position.
At the monitor, it looks up and extended to me, sort of up here. Alex Chilowitz making the call right now. Watch me, that was quick. Signals.
He's waiting.
Signal. Oh my God, what are we doing? What?
Oh my God.
Wait, what's going on?
Yeah, penalty.
Yep.
Okay, there.
Penalty to Orlando City.
In my heart.
Fotis Pazakos is the VAR here. Alex Chilowitz.
Another goal from Montreal.
Degenek, I believe, is the. Who is it?
Mason Toy. Breakaway. Oh no, they called it offside. It was offside.
I didn't want Dave to have that goal, but I did want Mason Toy to score it. If that makes sense.
This is absolutely insane
This is
that Columbus keep doing this. And it was literally what I was saying. They just decided to defend in Eloy Broom's lap. They conceded a corner. Now they've conceded a penalty. This has been their story all season long.
Massive call here. Massive moment. Not caught live. Fotis Bazakos, the video assistant referee, catches it on the check. Potential penalty, potential handball. Alex Chilowitz goes to the monitor after Fotis Bazakos recommends a clear and obvious error. Agrees. It goes to the spot. Right now, Eloy Room taking his time, trying to freeze him a little bit. Doyle's obviously ahead of me, as always, so I'll just wait to see before I see whether or not this is a goal. This could completely turn. Oh, here's a good icing moment. He's going to kick the ball. He's definitely going to touch it.
Yeah.
Right?
He's got a yellow card. He's got to be.
Yeah, he's got to be a little bit careful here. Once we see this pay off, we'll get you the updated bracket and standings and have a chat with Christina.
Goal.
Goal.
The story is the same for the Columbus Crew. They've now, this is absurd, the amount of times that they've blown a late lead, that they've blown a late result. Absolutely incredible.
In the 83rd minute, 2-1 Orlando. Christina Uncle. What do you think? This looks like a handball to us.
It does. I love how you're rubbing your head. You're like, yes, it's clear and obvious error, right? One of the principles in the handling offense is that anytime your arm is above your shoulder, it's very rarely ever a natural position. Clear and obvious error. Very good for Fotis Bazakos to send that down. And just a little bit of clarification, I could see the delay because it is a shot on goal. Anytime there's a shot on goal that's a handling offense, it is a required yellow card. So I could see them go. They say, cool, we got the penalty. And then being like, shoot, who was that on? So that was a little delay, was just making sure they got the right number for the yellow card on that.
Look at that. I thought they were just drawing up some suspense there. I was like, because he looked like he had made his choice. But yeah, I hadn't thought about that extra layer of the yellow card
side of it.
Yeah.
Oh, they were just looking for extra TV time, I guess, right?
So nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. Well done.
And just trying to get a sponsorship for the referees, right? Something right there.
Hey, we all got bills to pay, you know?
Get some NIL deals going here. Let's get some NASCAR like advertisements on those jerseys. Anyway, that is a huge help from you, Christina, to clarify what happened there, why that was indeed a clear and obvious error. And here we go. We're counting down the minutes and the seconds on decision day. Eastern Conference just turned on its head. Look at the standings. They have updated. Orlando has jumped the Columbus Crew. 2-1 lead right now. The Crew in the final minutes doing Crew things. Oh my gosh. Can we
this Crew team, they have one of the best defenses in the league. They have conceded only 41 goals all year long. 17 of those goals have come in the final 15 minutes of games in which they were leading or tied. I've never seen anything like this.
They just need one goal.
I can't explain it.
They need one goal. Just got to get a tie here. Orlando have to hold on.
Philly doing Philly things still. Gazdag again. Oh no, these are highlights.
These are
highlights. Okay. I was just turned down. I was like, oh man.
Yeah, I was like, no.
It's full time in DC. Cincinnati are officially in.
Got it.
Big hugs. Big congrats all around. They've done it. A little bit of a dark season for DC. Lots of changes coming in the offseason. Wayne Rooney has not hinted at it. He's just said as much. Lots of things are going to have to change. Do the Crew have a moment of magic in them? That's what we'll be watching the rest of this one. If Atlanta can get a goal against NYCFC, we might see some standings change there as well. That Miami-Montreal result looks dusted, so we're really looking at two spots here.
I can't believe the Crew blew it in the exact same way they've been blowing it all season long. I know, we should realize that games are predictive and that some things go wrong and they're not necessarily easy to fix. But this is one of the best defensive teams in the league in all other situations. In all of those situations, But in the final 15 minutes of games in which they are leading or tied, they are the worst defensive team I have ever seen in MLS. It's absolutely absurd that they keep doing this to themselves.
We've got a lot of Crew fans in here doing some morning. A lot of Cincy fans as well. Congratulations. What's this moment for Cincy, Calen?
It's huge. I mean, just looking at the where this club has been, and all the excitement that was around it when it started, but then really just miserable seasons and results, and then now you see how quickly things can change. And I think this team has just kind of really come into its own. They have a little bit more. They have, I think, just changing the front office and bringing in Pat Noonan and Albright, and then even going through some of the experienced assistants. I know Dom Kinnear is a guy that I played for, and just getting a good group that's built a strong culture. And then you look through the team and you say, well, even in the back, Celentano, great find through the draft, the roster mechanisms that they've gone out and found players. Wobodo, we mentioned before, coming in, great midseason signing to help strengthen things in a spot they really needed. And then the improvement of Vasquez, because it's not just about him getting opportunities and playing regularly. He's improved as the season has gone on. And then Brenner as well, finding these different pieces that fit around Acosta. We've seen what a talented player he can be, but you have to have the right pieces around him to make it all work. So yeah, really impressive. And I think they're a team. I think I'm with McKelly here. I think they're a team that can make some noise. I don't think people in the playoffs are going to want to go against an offensive firepower like that can, drop dual hat tricks or hat trick assists. And I think this team has a ton going forward. Still some questions as far as giving up some goals and the risks they take when they do push forward in the attack. But yeah, I mean, it's been an incredible season. Pretty much everyone there deserves a ton of credit.
Nick Strubling dropped in our chat here on YouTube, and he is as much of a FCC expert as there is. Said Brenner scored, reminding us, Brenner scored his first goal in June.
Oh, wow.
That's just
now he's playing 1-2s and putting him up in the top corner. Just the confidence on this guy, both feet, the confidence right now is flying. And it's the connection too. They're not all when you look at Cincinnati goals, they're not just individual goals where one player is making a spectacular run or just blowing the doors off. It's really the sort of interplay amongst these three up front, specifically that, each one just has really great understanding.
We've got a lot of questions about how many substitutions, injuries, the dark arts coming out in Orlando. They are just.
We could end up with 8 or 10 minutes of extra or stoppage
time here.
Yeah,
and it's both. It's a good strategy in one way. They're killing all the rhythm of the game, but no, I don't even know what we're yelling about now. Mauricio Pereira, buddy, you just had cramps. You couldn't move. They had to pull you off the field. Reminds me of Cameron yesterday. Had a knee injury when we got to soccer, but when we got to the playground after soccer, our knee injury was gone. Everything was good. He hit me with the dark arts. Cross in. Columbus keep it in. I know it doesn't score because Doyle hasn't screamed.
Now again, down again.
Whew. So at this final whistle, we will wrap up the Eastern Conference quickly. And I sincerely mean it by quickly because the Western Conference will start very quickly afterwards. So we'll have to turn the page just a little bit. We'll have interviews from Orlando. David Goss is there on site. So we'll have the reaction. TBD on what exactly that reaction is. 7 minutes of stoppage here. Which makes sense because on my monitor right now, Pedro Gallese is laying on the ground with the ball.
Do your feeds have the time up on the score? I don't think mine does.
I don't have mine. Doesn't have the time. Yeah,
no.
Might have to pull up a stopwatch. count to 7 minutes.
All right. Yeah, we're gonna go new. This is the only game left to roll into.
Is it? All right.
Oh my gosh. So we're in the 92nd minute here. 5 minutes to go. Everybody's giving David Goss the shout outs here in the comments. He's just a man of the people. Somebody was in there like, hey, in 2007, I hung out with Dave at so-and-so game, and he talked my ear off for 5 minutes. It's like, that sounds about right. I mean, like, can we get like a Caleb Porter cam here as well?
I mean, it feels like this is his job.
It kind of feels that way. Calen, have you ever been in a game like this, like where it's like, hey, we got 5 minutes, this is it? Mucho shot deflected.
Usually on the good side of these ones, especially this time of year. But I've been on these ones where you're hanging on for your life more than not, where you're just constantly going. But yeah, I don't know. It seems like going back to Columbus, it does feel like there is something psychologically broken about this team that is just continue. It's like the reaction when it continues to happen is like, oh no, here we go again. And once that's in your mind, and you can't, the team can't shake that. It's just happened time and time again, where it just one way or another they find a way to concede late on, whatever it is. And part of that is, yeah, you can question, okay, the substitutions here or there. I think in this case, Etienne going out did hurt them. But still, like, this has happened way too many times for it to be anything of like one specific game or substitution, right? It's like, it's definitely going towards something.
Huge
deeper.
defensive play. Huge defensive play. Luis Diaz tried to take a touch in behind, get in a crossing position. I think it's Schlegel that came out and got that, poked it away, makes the Crew reset. Foul called. Foul called while we're waiting. Yellow card up. This is a free kick opportunity for the Crew. Give us the PK and the goal, Anders, as we're all on the edge of our seat. We'll interrupt it if we have to, but here's the cross in off the corner, header across. No pressure on that. Deganek gets his arm up, not spotted in real time. There's Fotis Bazakos getting in Alex Chilwood's ear saying, hey, we got clear and obvious error here. There's the hand up.
Yeah.
It's obvious. It's obvious.
Yep. Here's a sub for Orlando, by the way, live as we watch these replays. Junior Urso slowly walking off the field. Lots of grimacing.
He plays short here, right on the top of the box.
Right? Just
now there's Benji Michel starting to come up now.
Holiday.
Or it's Zella Ryan. He could just go direct on goal from here.
For real. Yeah,
He played short.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
That's it.
Oh.
I did see it. They're sitting so deep that you're just saying, okay, and they disguised it well too.
Good claim from Gaese. Very good claim.
He's gonna take his.
Oh yeah.
Gaius just made a couple important saves. This one was more comfortable, but he had that one in the first half against Cucho, which was, we pushed it onto the post. That was huge.
By the way, we've got a lot of people asking about time wasting. We'll talk to Christina about some stoppage time calculation, and there's a Caleb Porter cam right there. Frustration there.
Yeah.
This is the last one going, yeah.
That's
Everything else is final.
live standings on the screen right now. So as it stands, Orlando City into the playoffs. It's pretty incredible to look at this and be like Orlando and Miami both with -9 goal differential. Which I think also you could look at the top of these standings and look at the +46 goal differential for the Philadelphia Union and give yourself an idea of where some of these negatives came from.
But I mean, credit to Miami and Orlando. If Orlando sees this through, like you just, I know I'm not trying to harp, but you look at this Columbus team and you see the experience of some top players like Nagbe, and you've got Cucho comes in to the team, Zelarayan, Broom, I think is very good goalkeeper. Just, it's just.
We got awesome. Orlando City fans hugging in the stands, man.
Oh yeah,
there it is.
There it is. Orlando into the playoffs 3 straight years. Final whistle has blown.
By the skin of their teeth, man. That's it. Body language watch. Oscar going with the big hug. The vibes. The
from
vibes
behind.
At home, immaculate. Orlando City, do it. Orlando City find a way. Junior Urso
as the 9 and João Moutinho as the center back.
Facundo Torres from the spot. In the 84th minute. The Crew in the final 15 minutes again fail to get the job done. There is your Eastern Conference Audi 2022 MLS Cup playoffs bracket. Philadelphia Union is the 1 seed in the Eastern Conference. Red Bulls, Cincinnati. The winner will go to Chester. On the other side, NYCFC, by virtue of a 2-1 win against Atlanta, is the 3 seed. Inter Miami, a tough day for them, but they sealed their playoff fate midweek against this Orlando team. They are the 6th seed. The 2 seed is Montreal, who won today in Miami. And Orlando finds a way. The 7 seed, Oscar Pareja, huge hugs right now for Facundo Torres. Calen, this is what decision day is all about. It's fates on the line. It's Christina said it early on. It's not just about the referees. It's for everybody. It's every single moment mattering, counting, making the difference. And in the end, Orlando had just that little bit more.
Yeah, and Pareja, I think, has been has proven over time. He knows how to set up his teams well for these sort of do or die games. We saw that in the Open Cup. We've seen that in MLS's back tournament. We've seen them in playoff situations that were, kind of bizarre in the playoffs in the past, with Schlegel playing goalkeeper. And it's kind of like this game always we always had eyes on what could potentially happen here, because we knew Columbus's propensity to give up late goals, and we knew Orlando's propensity for chaos or pushing things forward. And to come back in this one, I think without their first choice options in some ways, no Antonio Carlos, missed this game due to yellow card suspension. And with João Moutinho playing center back, which is an interesting wrinkle we weren't quite expecting. But they were pretty solid. Columbus had the better, I think, of the first half for sure. But then in the second half, the injury with Etienne Jr. going out, they lost a little bit of that. Then they had a really nice goal there from Urso, where I think a really, really costly mistake from Mensah. If you go back and look at that one again, we broke it down before, but I think that's one that they're going to look back on and say that started to open the door. And then psychologically, you knew it was always going to ask tough questions of a team that was fragile late on in games, just continuing to concede. It happened last week. It happens again here. There was the one sort of moment of reprieve with Etienne Jr. against New York Red Bull, but it kind of went back to what we know from Columbus. And but credit to Oscar Pareja and his group, because they're going to the playoffs 3rd time in a row. It's well deserved.
Open Cup champions this year as well, already qualified for CONCACAF Champions League. This also seals maybe the most important prize of the day for them outside the playoff spot. They will be seeded in Leagues Cup, Calen.
That's huge. That's big. That's big. But we did say after they won the Open Cup.
I'm laughing, but that's cool. They're going to get 2 games in Orlando.
But it would have been easy to say, okay, well, we won the Open Cup, so if we don't make the playoffs, that's fine. It doesn't matter. And to continue and come through on decision day, I think that says a lot.
It does.
Yeah.
And I think it says a lot about Cincinnati too on this day. You just saw Brenner's hat trick. A club that has had even bigger issues, obviously, than the Crew their first 3 seasons, had their own issues closing out games as well. To go out and get a huge lead, to get a lead that was insurmountable for DC United. Brenner, 18 goals on the year. He's the star of this day among many stars for Cincinnati. It does break my heart a little bit as a neutral, as you saw just now, the highlight of Lucho to Derek Etienne, that we won't see, or not Lucho, excuse me, Zelarayan to Etienne, that we won't see Zelarayan and Cucho and Etienne and Nagbe and Aiden Morris and so many of these Crew players in the playoffs, where I think from a talent perspective, Doyle, they belong. Mm-hmm. They just could not get it done when it mattered most, over and over and over and over this year.
Yeah, I don't have an explanation for it, Wiebe, especially because, as Calen was saying, like as it was happening, this team is so filled with guys who have done it before. Jonathan Mensah, Darlington Nagbe, in addition to Artur and Pedro Santos at left back, at Eloy Room, these guys are MLS Cup champions. These guys have, like that team from 2020, they were really good at seeing out games. They were really good at, once they took a lead, not like that was it. They locked it up, and they're just the complete opposite of that this year. And it's happened every which way, whether it's as we're seeing here, off a set piece, or giving up a penalty, or just getting way too open, losing a 50-50 at midfield, and suddenly it's a transition. They have found every which way to lose and to let themselves down. And it's kind of hard to believe that a team with an MVP caliber number 10 and an MVP caliber number 9 missed the playoffs, especially because they were up 1-0. But then again, it's Caleb Porter, and Caleb Porter had Diego Valeri and Diego Chara in his prime, and he still managed to miss the playoffs twice in 3 seasons in Portland. So you have to wonder if that the finger is eventually going to point back to the coach, and how much of this is going to come back around on him, because it's not a talent issue with this Columbus Crew team. It absolutely is not. They just they couldn't figure out how to be the team that everyone who looks at them and sees what they're capable of knows that they should be.
So MLS Images that preceded unfortunate events, Twitter just tweeted out a story from February 25th, 2022. The quote from Caleb Porter: "It's a long process, a long journey, but for me, I'd bet my house on the fact that at the end of the year, we're going to be in the playoffs and we're going to have a chance to make a run at MLS Cup." Mm-mm. They will not be in the playoffs. Decision day, unkind. 46 points. 8th place for the Columbus Crew. Orlando find a way to get it done late on there in 7th. Here's your breakdown from the Eastern Conference as we sort of switch our attention from one coast to the other. You can see the live standings right here. Those have locked. They are no longer live. The standings, other than seeding, don't matter anymore. Philly in the 1 spot. They will face the winner of Red Bulls Cincinnati. Red Bulls with the home game. Cincinnati with their first ever MLS Cup playoffs appearance. Big winners today. 5-2 winners in DC. Got the job done. NYCFC won as well on the road. Knocked off Atlanta United in what was possibly Joseph's last game with the 5 stripes. They're the 3 seed. Miami are the 6 seed. Disappointing result at home today. 3-1 losers to Montreal. Montreal will host as the 2 seed Orlando. Those first playoff games go down next week, and starting Saturday, games on Sunday, games on Monday. Conference semifinals Thursday, looking at my schedule here, as well as Sunday. What a day in the East. It's going to be fun.
We've looked at so many different proposed schedules and playoff locks. I'm like, okay, this one's for real, though. This is what it is. Yeah.
Yeah, it's over. Lock it in. I'm sure more news to come from both from all the clubs that are not there. Bruce Arena said after today's draw for New England that 3 or 4 big-time signings will come in for the Revs. We'll have news out of Columbus, I'm sure, as well as they process this appointment. But let's turn the page. Let's go to the Western Conference. Susannah Collins is in Minnesota for us today. She filed this report.
Hi, guys. Well, I am so excited to be back here at Allianz Field. It seems like just yesterday here for All-Star, but now it is decision day, and the stakes couldn't be higher for both teams. And what I find so interesting about this matchup is that these are two teams that I think are probably surprised to be in the positions that they're in. Minnesota United were flying earlier this season. In fact, I think we talked about them competing to be one of the top spots in the Western Conference, and yet here we are on decision day. They are fighting for their playoff lives, winless in their last 6 games. And then Vancouver, this is wild. Just a few weeks ago, the website 538 gave them a 1% chance at making the playoffs. Fast forward to 3 weeks, they have won 3 weekends in a row. They've beaten the likes of LA, Seattle, Austin, and they now control their own destiny. But for Vancouver, who are playing with so much confidence right now, and with this kind of like, why not us mentality, for them, it's not going to be easy. They've never won here in Minnesota. They've not won in Minnesota yet. Also, they haven't won on the road since June 18th against Dallas. But something I thought was really interesting, defender Jake Nerwinski earlier this week says that they've been on this revenge tour. So this recent really good run of form, they have been against teams that previously this season they lost to quite badly. So they're trying to keep that trend up again today against Minnesota, who they also lost to quite badly earlier this season. Vanni Sartini said that this position that they're in is the dream. This is exactly where they wanted to be, and now they control their own fate. Minnesota, on the other hand, 0-5-1 in their last 6 games. Now, the good news for them, they are playing at home, and they are expecting the biggest home crowd that they have ever had at Allianz Field. They've expanded the standing room only tickets, so there are going to be a ton of people here. The weather is beautiful. Also, I want to point out that there was a Vikings home game today against the Chicago Bears, and the fact that they are still going to get this much support at Allianz Field today just kind of speaks to the supporter culture here in the Twin Cities. It's really remarkable. I got in last night. The city was lit up in blue. The bridges were lit up in blue. So there's a lot of support for this team, and they are going to need it today. Adrian Heath said that obviously this is not ideal. This is not the position they want to be in, but they know that they have enough talent to get the result. I was there in LA last year for decision day when Minnesota needed a draw or a win against the Galaxy, and they were able to get it done. So this is not unfamiliar territory. Will Trapp, the captain, he said these are the games that you live for, everything on the line. But they are going to need to score goals. In this 6-game winless stretch, they have been outscored 14-2. So they need to find goals somewhere. And something else to keep an eye on, guys, both teams have stressed the importance of scoring first. So whoever scores first, they're going to feel really good about their chances today. But again, this is what it's all about. A huge, huge, huge 3 points up for grabs. I am obviously hyped. I'm sure you can tell. Super, super thrilled to be here. But now we'll send it back to you guys in your virtual studio.
Thank you, Susannah. Here's the Western Conference standings for you right now. We know where LAFC sit. They sit atop the West. They're hosting Nashville today. Austin are locked in as well on 55 points. From 3 to 7, it's all up for grabs. Any of those teams could host a game in the first round. And then from 6 to 9, it's basically win and you're in. Portland going to Salt Lake. Salt Lake must win. Minnesota hosting Vancouver. A win, and you don't have to worry about anything else. Their fates are in their hands. The Western Conference kicking off here in about 8 minutes or so. Here's how the bracket currently looks. Minnesota would be in, though they're in a very cold run of form, let's say. Decision days of the past have been kind to them. Let's see if they can make their own luck. They would go to Austin as it stands. Dallas would host Portland. If Portland can get a result, that would be huge. Diego Chara not available for this game. Sebastian Blanco not starting, nor is Eric Williamson. On the other side of the bracket, LA Galaxy would host Nashville. The winner of that would go to the bank in downtown LA for your number 1 seed and Supporters Shield winners. LAFC and the race to MLS Cup will begin. Here are your scenarios out in the West. As I said, from 3 to 7th, any of those teams, by virtue of a result and some help, could get a home playoff game in the first round. Those are coming up in about a week's time. Portland, RSL, Minnesota, and Vancouver all facing off against each other. All have win and you are in games. This is your watch along. ESPN2 has the Portland RSL match. If you'd like to watch that one live, ESPN Plus has all the other matches, guys. Time to turn the page to the Western Conference. I'm like emotionally half spent here. I hope I have enough to get me through the rest of this day. The Eastern Conference had we had 10 goals and 7 goals in 10 minutes. We were off and running. Hopefully we get more out west. Let's start with Minnesota, Vancouver, I think. Vancouver's 3 straight wins, super hot. We talked to Vinny Sartini on Extra Time this week. He was encouraged. He basically said, this is our time of year. We're in great form, we believe. Was sort of an ominous stat there from Suze as to their success in St. Paul. Minnesota on the other side, Calen, they looked like one of the best teams in the league. Past tense. They do not currently look like one of the best teams in the league, but if they get in, you know they have the talent to make a run. What are you looking at from this game?
Well, I think Vancouver's playing a little bit more at ease, I think, in this case. I mean, they have the confidence of coming in good form. And Minnesota United is going to be probably a little bit tight. They're missing Arriaga in the middle of the pitch. That's a big loss for them. The good news, Robin Ludd is back into the lineup. And when we talk about this Minnesota United team, so much of their success and failure comes down to their playmaker, Reynoso. But Reynoso was a better player with Ludd in the lineup. The ability for him to be behind him, to help find those passes so he doesn't have to drop as deep, to have somebody else that can play balls that break the lines, that don't all have to come with him coming and get it in different places and having to do everything. I still think they're over-reliant on him, but to have Ludd back in the lineup will be a huge positive, and I think will open things up for this Minnesota United team to be able to get going forward. On the other side for Vancouver, they're going to have a lot of eyes, obviously, on that playmaker, Reynoso, so they're going to be with Kubas and Tybert are going to keeping a close tabs on Reynoso to see if they can keep him in check, because so much of this success and failure does go through this number 10.
How about the Vancouver side? Oh, go ahead.
For Vancouver, Wiebe, a lot of it I think is going to come from Minnesota's disposition. I'll get back to that. I just want to say I'm convinced the lineup graphic that Vancouver put out is a lie. They're saying it's a 4-2-2-2. It's a 3-4-2-1. Norwinski, Veselinovic, and Blackman as center backs in a back 5 with Gressel and Martins as the wing backs. And then you have Tiber and Kubas as deep lying central midfielders, and Gauld and Vite underneath Brian White. Vite he's a through ball machine. Every time he picks his head up, every time he gets on the ball, he's trying to hit a through ball. You're not playing him up top in a 4-2-2-2. So that is bad. As far as I'm concerned, lying on your lineup graphic is bad
nothing
karma.
Sacred, Doyle, anymore. Is nothing sacred.
Hey, I'm with you, Calen.
Decision day, you got to get the little edges. You know, if it's a graphic, everyone's got to be on it.
You're right. Like any edge you can find, but like you do not play around with the soccer gods. The soccer gods will punish you. So that's one. Two is I want to get back to what I was thinking through with Minnesota United. Right, like. We know that since the Bakaye Debasi has been out, they can't defend in the open field. Like they cannot bring their lineup and their back line up, especially against this Vancouver team that is terrible at creating from possession. If you let Vancouver get out of the open field with Gauld and Vite hitting those through balls and Julian Gressel bending and crosses from the right wing, Vancouver can really cause you some harm. So I think we're just going to see Minnesota sit back and absorb and try to hit on the counterattack. But if you do that, if you really defend in your own 18 from the width, I think you risk being too passive and you run the risk of letting Vancouver get really comfortable with the ball, start stringing some passes around. And at that point, any team in the league can do damage to you. So Adrian Heath needled a thread here, and I'm not sure what the right answer is for how he's going to do it.
Yeah, I would be careful about coming out with the ball and being really dominant as far as trying to push forward, because this Vancouver team can turn and go And
Yeah.
if you give them space in behind, we've seen Ryan Gauld, his ability to stretch the field, his energy, Brian White, these guys can actually get in behind and cause problems. And next thing you know, you're fighting from behind. And this Vancouver team has been really positive and really aggressive if you give those moments in transition. And so I would be very careful if I were Minnesota United. But yeah, you also, in a do or die game, do you want to sit at home and play at home? Do you want to sit back and look for opportunities? Like that is a difficult disposition to take as you go into a match where you don't have a ton of confidence coming into it.
Vancouver's last 3 wins, all at home. So this is a test for them on the road where they've been a little bit poor this year. Vanni Sartini said they started out with the wrong mentality. A lot of their record comes down to just being awful early in the season. He took the blame for that. This is a big moment for them. Can they go to Minnesota and change the narrative? Can they find their way into the playoffs? We will see. The other game that's win and you're in, RSL Portland. Damir Kreilach hyping up the fans before the game, and Sandy been hurt all year. Bummer for him, but he's getting them going. Here's the Portland Timbers team that is on the road. Moreno, Chara, Asprilla, Bravo, Ayala, Paredes, Mosquera, Tuiloma, Mabiala, McGraw, Ivasic in the back. Well, what do you think of this team? We don't.
Yeah.
The obvious missing guys are another Chara and Sebastian Blanco.
Yeah, historically speaking, I mean, through the entire history of their existence as an MLS team, the Timbers have been helpless without Diego Chara. Beyond everything else, like that is the big story in this lineup. And David Ashala, that's how you pronounce it. Apparently, it's Ashala.
Ashala. Okay, thank you.
Ayala. Like he's a highly rated young player, but every time he's gotten on the field this year, he's looked like a very young player. He has looked a little bit out of his depth, and now he's being dropped into what is essentially a playoff game. The other thing is, I'm not sure whether Jimmy Chara is going to be as a false 9 or on the wing, because we've seen him and Dairon switch places so many times over the course of the last couple of months, during which Portland have primarily played out of a 3-4-2-1. Like there's a lot of stuff that is really up in the air with this group.
All right, let's take a look at the RSL lineup as well. Home game for them. Trying to bring the X-Dog. Rubin, Skordova. That's just what the RSL fans were telling me to call him. Cordova, Savarino, Ruiz, Ojeda, Chang, Oviedo, Silva, Glad, Brody, and McMath. Calen, what do you see here?
It's pretty simple. Where do the goals come from? Where does Salt Lake find goals? It has been brutal for a while now. I think that the last 2-goal game, more than 1-goal game, I think was back in August. So being able to find these goals has been very difficult for this Salt Lake team. This one being at home, I think we'll see the crowd really behind them. They've had excellent crowds there throughout the entire season. So trying to bring some of that energy. You mentioned X-Dog. They're going to need every single one of them behind them to help move that number a little bit higher. But I think they'll have to be encouraged, though, that there's going to be some absences from this Portland side where you don't have Zuparic in the back. McGraw steps in, who's played, but you're sort of looking at a little bit of a different thing. And then the big one is Chara. No Diego Chara. It's almost unthinkable to look at a Portland team and not see him in the middle of the pitch. And then Williamson not in from the start, Blanco not in from the start. So if you're Salt Lake, you're going to be able to say, we should be a team that I think can be the aggressive one at home, push the game. But I think this one will actually be pretty open, but I don't know if Portland will. I think Salt Lake will like it if it's open.
Oh my God.
Oh, we got to go.
No, he's offside. He's offside.
Oh, games have started, by the way. ESPN2, Andrew Brody, baby. It's always Andrew Brody. Always Andrew Brody.
It should be noted, Brody's playing at right back in this game because there's no Aaron Herrera. And then the other big decision Pablo Mastroeni is Jasper Loffelson is not starting in central midfield, and he's been fantastic for them this year. He's off. He's clearly off.
Yeah.
Received the ball in an offside position. Yep. So that's a good one.
I was just saying they were about to be aggressive, and they came out. You guys just started yelling. I was like, what's happening?
So ESPN2 is your home for the national TV broadcast here. That is RSL Portland. ESPN Plus has the other matches around MLS, which have all kicked off in the Western Conference. We are here on this watch along. You might notice We don't have the games to show you. We're watching them with you. So we'll have the live scores. We'll have the live standings updating at all times. So if you need like hey, I just need to glance over and see what's going on. What's the bracket look like as it currently stands? Yeah, we got you on that. We'll react to everything as it happens, get in the chat, and we'll let you know. By the way, I think there's 2 goals now. I think Ladero scored like 30 seconds in, and I believe Abobasi is in. Daniel Minch says you are blinding us. And we might get Stu Holden here in about 10 minutes or so. TBD on that one. Yeah, the Fighting Doyles are fighting back. That Abobasi goal is huge for you, Doyle. I don't have the most updated standings, but I think Ura had 1, or did he have 2? I think he had 1.
Ura had 1.
Abobasi has 1. That means you're 1 back.
Wow.
The fighting Wiebes.
Speaking of the decision day subplot, that
right?
God, that's going down to the wire as well.
This is big. Yeah.
I can't take it.
I need my guy Chicho Arango. I have Arango and Vela, and they're both in the starting lineup.
I have Chicharito and I have Ferreira.
RSL's on the break.
Good block there. Good block for RSL.
I've got Hani. I mean, I do want to see what happens with well, I guess Hani now has the golden boot, right? It's
unless Driussi has a Hattie.
Okay. No offense to your golden boot race, but was want to keep an eye on the
real one. That's an important one too. People care about that as well. All right, just trying to get all my screens set up now.
Amaria with a wasted opportunity there.
Right. Yeah, Amaria, his willingness to shoot from 30 yards when he has better options is whew.
It's a talent.
I mean, we know Calen likes it. Calen's a forward, so
shoot the J, pull up,
screaming Kobe.
Exactly. No, I would say that one. If you're gonna hit it, it better be on frame from there. Otherwise, you got the overlapping run. Get in the box and go tap it in.
What's Dom saying to you if you hit that one?
I wouldn't even think about it. I would be like, "Oh wow, another chance here from Vancouver here. Good hit here from Gressel. Dane St. Clair does well.
RSL is getting into the box at will. They just do not have the type of talent to finish these attacks off.
Trying to get all my screens set up here.
Yeah, no,
not easy.
Between the east now moving to the west, it's a test to see if you can organize your screens well.
Okay, I got it. I think I'm close here. All right, got my 4-box, got my 3-box. I believe we have a Paul Areola goal. Maybe Sebastian Leggett. I just glanced over. They're celebrating. I don't know what the hell's going on, but I'm trying to discern it for our audience at home. Dallas up 1-0. That's big for them in the race for a home playoff game. Trying to solidify that 3rd seed. Who was it? Please be... Oh, it's Areola. Okay.
Comes off a deflection. Good first touch.
Really, really tidy with the first touch and the finish there. Well done.
Yeah.
Slides it under. Goal in Frisco. Vibes look immaculate. Hugs all around.
This Minnesota-Vancouver game is unhinged. Both teams are attacking with what I would call reckless abandon.
All right. You guys want to take a listen to some interviews from Orlando, see how they experienced this decision day?
Let's do it.
That's a rhetorical question. We were going to do it regardless. Junior Urso with David Goss. Let's see about the vibes.
Hey, Junior, let's just start with the team in general. The loss on Wednesday, down 1-0 at halftime. How did you guys come back? What is it about this team that makes it special?
Today was really special. When we go to the locker room, Oscar tells us to try to think about what we did during the year. So we try to the second half do our best, and we was out of the playoffs, so we don't have a choice. So we try to score the goals, and we did. So I think everyone is doing a good job, so I'm happy for the team.
Walk me through the goal for you. How did you feel, Mensa? What did you see?
Yeah, when Mauricio has the ball, I see some space to turn and shot, so it was perfect. I just want to say thank you to Mauricio for the pass, thank you for God, because I was, how can I say, smart in the moment, so I'm really happy.
Facundo Torres, a young kid. What can you say about him? What have you seen from him?
He's an amazing player. I know he's young, but he plays like an old guy. He knows to play. He has a good shot, good mind, so we have a luck to bring him with us.
You've already won a trophy. Montreal now. What can you guys do in the playoffs? What do you think about them?
Yes, hard game against Montreal. We play sometimes against them, and they are a good team. Let's try to make some surprise for him then, and let's see what we can do.
Congratulations. So, the Orlando way, not simple, chaotic. What did you experience throughout that 90 minutes?
Yeah, we fought to the end. We're down 1-0 at halftime, and we just kept grinding, and we eventually got one goal, and then we had the momentum, and we got the PK in the second goal.
Talk to me through this whole week, knowing Antonio was out, Robin obviously out, between you and João Moutinho, knowing your roles were going to shift. What was it like, and then what did you see out on the field?
Yeah, Joao's a very good player. He can play any position, and he stepped up at center back tonight, and, we all had faith in him, and he did a really good job.
The emotion of this team, you guys ride that line very well. What do you do now going into the playoffs after experiencing the Open Cup run?
Yeah, we just have to take it one game at a time, and it's going to be away from home, so we just have to keep fighting and take it one game at a time.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right,
Take it one interview at a time.
Smith.
One interview at a time, Kyle. There you go. Thanks for those great sound bites, buddy.
Oh, man. All right, so, Christina, a couple things to talk to you about if people missed them. They're just tuning in as it pertains to this Orlando win on Decision Day. We'll get to time wasting in just 1 second, but I want to just rehash the penalty call from your point of view. For those that didn't see it, that was the difference, ultimately, the PK by Facundo Torres. We have the check from Fotis Bozakos, leads to Alex Chilwitz going to the monitor. He confirms it. Walk us through that play from a referee perspective.
Yeah, from a referee perspective, if you don't fully see the handling offense, which here Chilwitz didn't see it, I think if you did see it, he would call it on the field. Then we're not going to be guessing, right? Big decision, essentially the penalty that won the game. We're not making decisions like that, especially since we have video technology on that. So while the play is going on, Fotis is in the booth, checking on it, communicating very quickly, checking on potential penalty for handling offense. When we get that moment, that pause, he brings them over, VR recommendation, takes a look. These are the ones where if we have evidence, it needs to be clear, convincing, not just to the ref, but to the rest of the football world. Very easy one. Recommends on the field recommendation for penalty for handling offense, making himself bigger, shot on the goal. Very, textbook in that respect. And then obviously steps away from the monitor, and then he's like, oh, shoot, that's right. There's a shot on goal. Who's the yellow card for? Give me that information. Hence a little bit of delay, but that's essentially the communication that was going on between the referee team.
Yeah, I think a good call there and a really high pressure moment. Well done to the VAR crew as well as to Alex Chilwitz in that moment on the review. Let's talk time wasting before we let you go review a couple other plays, because we just had that Paul Areola goal taken off the board in Frisco. Had a lot of people in our comment section asking about what they call the dark arts from Orlando. Tell us how a referee manages those stoppage time moments, all the substitutions happening, guys going down, getting back up. We call it time wasting. What do you guys call it, and how do you deal with it?
I call it heartburn, right? So this isn't the game, right? These are these antics, and we're very clearly aware of it, right? Especially when there's so much on the line. People are willing to almost do anything to get an advantage over, right? And guess who gets yelled at? Obviously the referee team. And we have to try to facilitate that as much as possible. And the only thing we can truly do outside of basically brandishing a bunch of yellow cards and losing complete control over the match with that respect, that's not necessary, is use as much management skills as we can. There's 6 different purposes plus a 7 that we can add additional time for, right? At the end of the game, it's in their prerogative to have 4 substitutions in that entry. They're allowed to do that, right? But we can add time for it. Any injuries, time wasting, disciplinary issues that take a little bit longer than usual when we talk about mass confrontations, cooling drinks, and then VAR delays. And then my favorite, which is the catch-all, and then all other causes that allow us to add that additional time, which for this, it's an additional time. So it's a minimum of, so when you saw him put 7 minutes up on the board, minimum of 7. Now, once we enter into that additional time, if other events happen that continue, that fall into these 6 categories in the catch-all, the referee can add more time. That's usually communicated to the 4th official, who then communicates it to the bench, which obviously the team that wants to waste of time kind of blows up. But those are the skills, and that's kind of what we have in our pocket to try to delay that as much as possible, or add the time for that kind of unfair part of the play of the game.
So we're 15 minutes into the Western Conference. That means we're about, I'd say about 70 minutes until true time wasting time in the Western Conference. Christina, we will keep that in mind, and we'll send you back into the back room, into our VAR booth, so to speak, because we have yet more calls to discuss. That Areola goal off the board. I didn't see why, so maybe you can help us out with that in just a little bit.
Sounds good.
Awesome. Thank you, Christina. Okay, so Areola goal off, but Sebas Ferreira scores in Houston. Houston up 1-0 on the LA Galaxy. The Galaxy trying to get that spot in a home game. And right now, Nashville, by virtue of a 0-0 draw at the bank against LAFC, would move up. They would have the home game in the 4th spot. LA Galaxy have dropped down to the 5th spot. And remember, from 6 to 10, it's basically win and you're in, with Minnesota hosting Vancouver and Salt Lake hosting Portland. While we've been gone, seeing just the fireworks from Kyle Smith and other things, Doyle, what have you been seeing other than the light on your face, which the entire comment section is vehemently against? They just really want you to get your blinds in order.
Yeah, there's one little part where we don't have blinds, and it's hitting me right in the eyes right now. But what can you do? Like Dax McCarty is the luckiest person in the world right now, because he reached out and he grabbed Chicho Arango on a breakaway. I thought it was Doxo. I thought he was clear in, and Dax, I guess, gets the veteran call and got away with a yellow card. I thought that was red. I definitely want to hear.
I was gonna say, add that to Christina's list here.
Yeah. Absolutely. Because that's a red card carries over. You get a red in one of these games, you're out for the first playoff game. And Dax isn't the player he was 5 years ago, but he's still damn good. And there's a significant drop off if he's not in the lineup for this team.
Okay, let's take a look at the Dallas goal. Areola with a nice finish, but in the end it came back. So try to keep your eyes peeled, eagle eyes here, boys. Where is that final ball coming in? Who's going to be offside?
It's Ferreira, but it
it's
takes a little bit of a touch. I thought it was a
flick.
deflection from a defender at first, but it's a flick from the attacker.
It's a deflection off the attacker. Looks like Areola maybe was just a tad in front. I mean, it was a beautiful touch and finish.
Oh, he took it very well. But yeah, that's when I didn't see the exact mark of where Areola is once that deflection comes, because that's.
Oh man, it's so hard to see. He looks like he is just
goal Minnesota. Goal Minnesota.
Oh, hugs. Who is it? Fragapane?
Fragapane, looks like, yeah. Well done by Doyle, double tasking here, breaking down plays. And
standings are about to change, folks. You're going to see Minnesota make a jump here. They will jump all the way up to 48 points, I believe. That'll put them into 5th. Let's see how this one happened.
Just a turnover.
It's just a turnover out of central midfield.
He just takes it himself.
It's a good finish.
Yeah.
Low, firm, like skimming off that post, no pressure. Minnesota on the wins tiebreaker jumps into the 4th spot.
And I got to tell you, the pressure in midfield came from Babello Reynoso. When your number 10 is out there closing down the opposing D-mid, causing turnovers like that, I imagine that's got to lift the rest of the team. Babello Reynoso is not much of a defensive presence normally. But in a game like this, everything on the line, him coming out there and doing that, the rest of the Loons are going to be feeling it.
Especially because I remember, I think it was against Portland in the playoffs was it last year where
Yeah,
he
he
just
gave up.
completely switched off, and
Yep.
it cost them the season. They just completely turn over. He puts his hands up, starts walking, and it comes right down their throat. And Portland scores. So yeah,
Goal RSL. Goal RSL. We had the whole chat. Take that, Jeff Baiko. He's out here talking about RSL have no bite. There's the bite. Big time goal.
Looks like a great crowd there.
Standing
Too.
change coming. You're going to see Portland drop. Portland are going to drop.
Savarino, no?
Yep, Savarino. If it was going to, there's 3 guys basically. If Michael Chang is,
that's a nice goal.
Woo!
That is a nice goal. And when they're, that's
You
David.
think that happens with Diego Chara?
Yeah,
No,
I don't think so. That was
far too
Paredes.
easy right there.
Paredes got.
I don't think that
This
happens with Chara.
A perfect finish. Well done, Jefferson. Let's go. The chat is loving it. Jeff Baiko was talking that trash, but he says beautiful goal. He knows that's where the cutting edge comes from. Just win with the towels. That's not X-Dog right there. That's quality.
That's class, yeah.
All right, early on, 1-0 lead for Minnesota, 1-0 lead for RSL. The 2 home teams are currently up.
Yeah,
Oh,
but
man.
back to the Chara point, like you just take it for granted because those are plays that he's either going to win the ball or he's going to leave something in and take a foul. And there you see the difference of just Savarino getting in that soft spot, able to he does a really good job getting that little shimmy or turn off and then finds that back post. But those are plays that you don't even think about if you're a Portland fan because it's Diego Chara is just always there. And there you feel his absence.
All right, let's take a look at the Houston goal. Sebas Ferreira scores the goal that puts the Dynamo up. Good crowd there.
I put in the YouTube chat, I was like, Dynamo beating the Galaxy on decision day because
It's a
decision
unlike
day
any
tradition.
other. It absolutely is.
When they see that schedule come out, they've got to just be like, what the? Come on, guys.
That's why the Galaxy, they were motivated. They were like, we need to lock up our playoff spot ahead of time because we know what's going down on decision
not trying to
day.
play this game. Play this game against the Dynamo. Whoa, who's he go? Is this Mom up there?
That looks like Mom, yeah.
Yeah, I think that's Mom.
I love it.
Final day of the year. Was that a little deflection maybe or no? Either way, he rises high.
No, I will say outside of this, the Dynamo have looked better under Bundy.
They've looked great.
They look like a completely different team.
If they win this game, they're 3-1-1, I think, under Bundy. And I would say that they've been the better team in all of those, other than the trip to LAFC, which was kind of undone by a red card.
Yeah.
And he has a great record with Dynamo too. In MLS Next Pro. I don't know if he has a real shot at at getting the full-time job, but he's making an argument for himself.
Yeah, I don't know if it'll be enough either, but I would say the idea that the direction things were going, and then seeing this sort of end of the season turnaround for the Dynamo is definitely a positive. You have to say that, and you'd want to keep him on the staff either way, no doubt.
Keith Ortega is obviously a Galaxy fan. Calen Carr, you're wrong for this. Meanwhile, Luca Dabre 98 over on Twitch. Happy last matches from Italy. What time is it in Italy? It's got to be probably bedtime. Oh, Levi just hit you.
You don't got to read that one. Don't dignify that.
RSL.
Oh God! How did he
almost made it 2-0?
Oh. How did he miss it? Oh, Marcelo Silva was right there, top of the sixth. That is a free header, basically. Oh, he just pushes it wide. RSL trying to close the door, man. I saw Pablo say that, look, if we had to, if it all came down to decision day at home at the beginning of the season, we probably would have taken that. And I think that's a pretty fair assessment of where RSL was ahead of this season. And to do that without Damir Kreilach as well.
This Vancouver Minnesota game is still stretched, by the way.
Yeah, what is going on here? What just happened?
It's still stretched.
Like
White was looking to get behind.
Just had to dive to try to keep the ball, a back pass from going out for a
corner.
Now it's a corner kick.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, the peer pressure of the chat got to Doyle, and now he's got to fix his lighting. Stephen Moore is obviously from Wales, or just loves the Welsh. Just keeps putting Wales, Wales, Wales in all caps into the chat. Yeah. Yeah, Stephen Moore, thank you. You're always here with us. Every club and country watch along. He's hanging out. Usually saying that Wales is going to beat the U.S. So appreciate you going just straight Wales hype in this one instead of trying to bring us down with you. Elliot Harris, as a Portland fan, I figured we would lose. There's a lot of like doom and gloom on decision day from certain fan bases. I'm just like, this was always coming. Certainly the crew felt that way. I think there's a possibility we might get some Caleb Porter press conference.
Yeah, I think Minnesota fans felt that way for sure. Yeah. But now it's looking, maybe there's some optimism changing.
All right, we've got the RSL goal for you. By the way, Minnesota, it's Fan Appreciation Day, and everybody was told to wear all black. I was like, I would go with a different omen there than funeral, but this is me. Like,
let's keep it light.
Oh, what a beautiful strike!
Yeah,
what a beautiful strike.
Yeah, I mean
that puts them in the playoffs. I mean, look, it's we're not done yet, but currently that is the goal that puts them in the playoffs.
Yeah, but too easy from Portland. Just too easy to allow Savarino. You know, we said where the goal is going to come from. He would be, you know, probably the first candidate. And you just see just the inability to kind of it just takes a poor angle. Just looks like lazy defending here, where it comes across and just gets one touch, little hesitation, drops the shoulder, cuts in front, easy one, curl to the far post, but yeah, Paredes did not cover himself in glory there.
We have a goal in Austin as well. I believe it is Driussi. Yep, Driussi. I'm pretty sure he's mine.
All right, Doyle. What did you say? What did you say? Yeah, you're thinking about yourself. This guy's going for the golden boot. How far away is he?
Yeah, well, he's one back in the real golden boot, but he's put me 2 up in the fake golden boot. So you decide which is more important. We have a couple of good comments here. Let's see, what is it? I lost it here. Doyle is my favorite smug person of all time, from Jonas Pachuski.
I'd like to see the power rankings on that.
I would read. Would read.
Am I smug?
Even that was smug. Yeah.
I never struck myself as smug. Huh. Learn something new every day.
Yeah. Oh, Jesus Ferreira right on the doorstep. Big touch by Kansas City to keep it away. I think I have Johnny Russell too. So I'm looking for like a 2-2 draw on that one with Russell and Ferreira. Please and thank you.
I don't think anybody got to pick Agata, did he? I think
no.
Agata,
yeah. The number of guys who none of us picked in I don't think anybody has Brandon Vasquez.
Nope.
Oh wow.
Nobody has. We couldn't.
We have a video review going on right now, by the way, in the Austin, Colorado match.
No. David dropped in the chat. New ETR award category best vibe team in MLS 2022 winner is definitely Orlando City. He says.
Some good vibes.
Cameron Johnson says Alexi Lawless is more smug, but he likes Doyle better. So that's something there.
I'll try to be more smug, so that I can match so I can hit the bar Alexi has raised.
Let's get that Minnesota goal. We need to show the folks that's a huge goal in this playoff race out in the Western Conference. And there is the turn.
Oh, what a ball from Vela. This is a great stop from Joe Willis. My goodness.
How many screens can I watch at one time?
Yeah, this is becoming difficult.
I'm like trying to watch the Minnesota goal, and then he's like, and I'm like, okay, which one is it? I have 7 up. Which one is it?
Oh, that is a beautiful ball.
Oh, wow. Just split him. Whoa, what a great kick save. What a kick save that is. You got to ask some questions of the Nashville center back pairing, though, just letting that dude ghost in there, though. Another chance for RSL on a corner kick. Header wide, not really close. Looks like it was covered by the Timbers.
Yep, Rubio. Houston on the break. Let's go, boys.
Where do I open? We would give you some quotes from Joseph Martinez after what could be his final appearance for Atlanta United, but he declined to speak to the media today.
That seems on
He
brand.
started on the bench and came on. Dom Dwyer was injured, was subbed in. Atlanta lose 2-1 at home to New York City FC. All right, how do I get
What
my
do you say? If you have nothing nice to say,
Don't say anything at all.
don't say anything at all.
Austin goal was called back.
Mm.
So we're Christina's putting together a dossier, a report
Yeah.
for us on many things.
The West has been more
yeah.
active.
Let's see. We have the Areola goal. We have the potential Dogso, I believe, LAFC in
Yep.
Nashville.
McCarty. Yep.
Yeah, and now we have this this Austin play as well. Let's start with the play in Dallas and the one in LAFC as well. Christina, welcome back. We're here. We're checking hand to ear. Make sure I do this properly. Tell us what you saw. Paul Areola, the goal call back for offside, it seemed. Is this a good call for you?
Yeah, this was a good call. This was one where, I'm glad on this one because it was what we need for VAR to be able to recommend. When we get that still shot of when the ball was last touched by a teammate, that's effectively what we're looking for. So it would be right there as you see a snapshot, clearly in an offside position. And the next question is, does he interfere and play with the ball? Answer is yes, he touched it and put it in the back of the net. So good recommendation from VAR.
Yeah, very straightforward there. Well done. It's hard to see live, but this is what video review is here for. To get those plays correct, old system would have stood. This one got it correct. Still
Yeah,
0-0.
I thought it went
Dallas
off a
winning
defender.
Kansas City.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
those
at first look.
details.
Yep.
It's those details. And then this is the Dogso, potential Dogso here. What do you think about this play, Christina?
Yeah, this one I actually would want VAR to recommend for a Dogso red card. So when you see this play happen, it starts at the half, right? So a referee is automatically thinking potential Dogso, even though we have a distance, right? There's 4 different considerations we're looking at here, right? Number of defenders, distance to goal, direction, and then the 4th one is the likelihood or chance of likelihood of gaining possession. Here, he has possession when we're talking about, Chico having the ball here. Moore holds him up. He muscles through. Perfect. Let's go. Play on. But you see Dax with that left arm pulling him back a bit. That's what the call is for. Dax gets the yellow card. There was a bit of confusion there. But as you see from the referee's body language, he's pointing to Moore, trying to explain to everyone that I have Moore as the other defender, which is why I'm going down to a yellow card, because I think Moore could have been there. Here's the key point, and this is why I want it recommended down by the VAR in that, because when you're listening to your referee explain, I have yellow card because we have another defender who could become involved in this play, mind you, actually make an impact on that play, then you as a VAR immediately look to see where that defender's position is at the moment of the foul, not where you blow the whistle and one Mississippi later, the person's in between the goal and the foul, right? So here I would have wanted a recommendation for VAR, red card, denying an obvious goal scoring opportunity, because when you do still shot Moore is not going to become involved in play. I use a but-for analysis. It's not in FIFA. It's not in IFAB. It's a legal argument. But for Dax fouling him, Woody had an obvious goal scoring opportunity, a shot on goal. For me, the answer is simply yes. That eliminates the 4 considerations. I just simplify it. So I really do wish that this was a recommendation by VAR. I'm convicted of it, and let the referee make that final decision by having another look and being able to appreciate Moore's position.
Big call there. Went no Dogso, but I think I'm with you on that one. I think the direction of the touch from Chicho, his momentum, he's going to get there first. He's going to have an opportunity to shoot at the top of the box. Christina Uncle really helping us out here on this broadcast with your expertise. We have another play for you to go review. So I guess back into the booth, Christina. Austin's goal taken off. Help us out with that one here in just a second. Thank you so much.
Yeah, of course.
All right. Man, Christina, what an add to
Sorry.
this
Dax,
this live
Dax
show.
may be getting away with one then.
Dax got away with
Heard it
one.
here.
Dax
Dax got away with
100% got away with one.
Well, as soon as
And we
as
broke
soon
it
as he
down to a
weighs-
legal argument,
okay,
a
hold on,
refereeing
hold on.
argument, the whole thing.
Dallas, what? We got to reset. Dallas is up 1-0 now. I don't know who scored that one, but I do know Ricky Puig scored, and then Chicharito scored, which pushes my Golden Boot lead up.
Oh my God.
I'm afraid to look
but
at the
also
YouTube
it makes it
comments
2-1 LA Galaxy in Houston. So all those Dynamo vibes, Calen, and you're getting called Caleb in the chat, so that's perfect. Has been reversed there. Sebastian Lletget is the goal scorer in Dallas. Dallas up 1-0. You are going to start to see, if it hasn't already. Let's see. Has it changed? Yes, it has changed. The standings change, which pushes LA Galaxy back up into that 4th spot with the lead. They're currently, this is a live scoreboard, obviously, so they have the 3 points they would get based on this result up to 50 points. Dallas have the 3 they would get with this result up to 53. Here's how your bracket currently looks in the Western Conference. LAFC have the bye. They're the Shield winners already. We know that. Galaxy setting up a potential El Tráfico in the conference semis. Minnesota would go to LA. Dallas would host Nashville. Austin, the 2 seed, would host currently, as it stands, 1-0 leaders over Portland, Real Salt Lake. So that's where we're at. It's exhausting. It's exhausting at times here. This has been awesome. I want to know from the chat, how are you guys watching all of this? Like, thank you for being with us. We're doing our best. But how are you watching all these games right now? Let us know. We got a lot of Galaxy fans in here. Galaxians. Saltan, los Galaxians. So right now we're at Mukhtar 23 goals, Daniel Gazdag 22, Driussi 21. Of course, we had Driussi have one taken off the board. So that's your Golden Boot race. There's also MVP considerations.
Wow. Brenner and Vasquez have to share the Golden Boot for the team.
Well, assists are your tiebreaker, so I believe that would put Brenner over Vasquez in that regard.
Vasquez had 8.
Wow,
Brenner had 6. Yep.
Wow.
Yeah, because Vasquez went off on assist today.
Wow. Look at that. Your accepted knowledge turned on its head, Wiebe. Look at the stats instead of just watching the games, okay? All right. We got the scores at the top for you. We got 1-1 in Seattle, San Jose. That one doesn't matter. We don't really care. Anders kind of does.
Driussi with 1 today already.
Now you got to take him back.
Oh, you got to take him back. Oh.
Yeah, you got taken off.
Jeez. I gotta keep track. All right. And then there was a second Austin goal, all right?
Nope. That's still scoreless.
Okay. All right.
God. Johnny B83, I feel you, bro. Go Fighting Weebies. He's here. He's cheering on the correct team in this decision day. Aussie B says he's got 4 screens, laptop for ESPN Plus, us on the iPhone, ESPN2 on TV, LAFC Lifestyles on the TV, iPad with us in one ear, iPhone, and then phone switching between games depending on goals. Greg says for the East, it was dual box on one TV, 3rd game split with this stream on the laptop. Liam Montague says he's not even trying to watch the games. He's just waiting for Doyle to interrupt the convo when someone scores. That's good stuff. DAZN and TSN must be in Canada. Another Canadian, Loons Whitecaps on Free Sports in the UK. No, it's in the UK. Jeff Baco's slow cooking some lamb neck stew. It's all happening.
What?
It's all happening in the chat. We're just trying to keep this going here. And Cameron Johnson asked the crest question here, which is how did the Narwhals do this weekend? I think it was a draw, as I explained before. Cameron Wiebe, our top goal scorer, complained of knee pain prior to the match and played with stickers on the bench the entire game. Would not enter. So we had.
I would like to now know what people are what their decision day cuisine of choice is.
I do need cuisine as well.
Maybe just because I'm getting starving, but lamb neck stew.
Lamb neck stew.
That's a new one for me.
There's a lot of parts of the lamb that are delicious. Never had considered the neck being one of the primary ones, but perhaps Jeff has eaten all the other parts and now
I feel like if I were to eat lamb neck, it would be in a stew though. I wouldn't want to do that like just kind of on its own.
Yeah, you got for sure. Okay, let's take a look at these LA Galaxy goals. Let's start with Ricky Puig, who has been an absolute revelation since coming into Major League Soccer. This is a best 11 quality player. And I think maybe some of his struggles at Barcelona masked maybe expectations or tamp them down just a little bit. But that's a lot of space to have in the 18-yard box. I'm just saying it. I'm just gonna. Oh
yeah. Karaskia loses the ball there, but I mean, he actually starts this play and finishes it with the little first pass, but then continues his run in the box. Him and Brugman, I think, in the middle of midfield have both completely changed the complexion of this team. I don't think they would have been in the playoffs without them. I think that's pretty easy to say. He's just been that good. Just his ability to just get on the ball at all times, play, pass, play, move, find the killer ball, and then step up and finish. I mean, but this is just like, he almost takes like a dead ball. He like steps on it, has the time to.
Yeah, like you can see here, he gets mad. He's like, I'm gonna mash this thing. Like,
yeah, man, yeah, he's been great for them.
And we're gonna go straight to the Chicharito goal on the back end here. I will inform you that that Aussie is having Indian leftover, some chicken tikka, garlic naan, and samosas.
That is an amazing.
Pollo Campero is one here. Also, apparently, the lamb neck is an Action Bronson lyric, so we got taken there.
Oh, there you go.
Got it.
We got taken there just a little
Fair
bit. But
this
apparently, David knows about it because he's in the chat saying always a winner. We got kielbasa and some Stouffer's mac and cheese. Yeah, pizza, Domino's. Beer and quiche, that is doing it right. I've never really heard those together.
This touch from
both.
Chicharito,
Yeah.
like just like it's such a Predator's touch because he knows exactly what he's doing. As soon as he one times that into Brugman, he knows where the space is. He knows exactly where the space is.
Look at the finish too. Outside of the right, just lifts it up. I mean,
the dude's awesome.
In form right now. I mean, the first touch to hit it and leave it and then continue and then outside of the right to finish. It's like, oh.
So let me ask you this. Do you guys still have Jesus Ferreira as the center forward for the best 11? Because I think that even with the missed PKs, I think Chicharito has been the better player this year. I think that his ability to shape the game, even when he's not touching the ball, is so valuable to the Galaxy. And obviously he's got 18, 19 goals now too.
Yeah, I'd still go with Ferreira. I can't forget the penalties. Just with the player of his stature, it's just like that really put the Galaxy in a dangerous spot. And yes, now he's come back around, but it looked like it was going the other direction in a really important passage of the season. And it was like the failed Panenka. It wasn't just the failed penalties; it was the way it was happening too. And I just think that made it tough for me. Whereas I think Ferreira has just been consistent throughout and has stepped up in a big way. So I would still pick him in my best 11 still.
We got a big flag here. Carlos Vela is off.
Uh-oh.
Jamie Watson on the Nashville broadcast says that Vela is headed straight to the locker room.
Oof.
I don't like that.
Well, now they could bring in Gareth Bale and play him in his natural spot.
Yeah. If you wanted some cover, the Galaxy, LAFC seem to have some nice options, but you don't want to lose Vela on decision day. That's not good.
That is pretty painful. Okay, look, we are monitoring scores around the league right now. One of them is Austin 0, Colorado 0. Things can't really change for Austin.
Hold on, there's a big chance here in Minnesota, Vancouver. That's a potential penalty here. It looks like it. Oh no, it didn't go. It didn't go to review.
Okay,
but that was
nothing there. All right, well, let's bring Christina on anyway because we're going to talk about this Austin goal to get a little explanation for why Driussis was taken off the board. Christina Uncle, our referee expert, FIFA referee. You hear her on and see her on Champions League broadcasts, Serie A, etc. Christina, why was this goal from Driussi taken off the board?
Yeah, this is a good still shot right here. This is what resets our offside analysis, is that header in there. That camera angle behind the goal is probably the best to show, in fact, where he was. He was a step or two in front of it, in front of the second to last defender, as you can see there. I believe it's his left leg is clearly in front of the other one. So this was a good recommendation for offside by the VAR to negate this. And kind of like Doyle earlier, this poor dealing with the sun looking into that monitor. So I think that's what took him a little bit longer, was just that sun.
Got to get that shade in there. We've talked on Instant Replay all the time this year about angles. and how much they matter. That one's a good one to see, that offside positioning. We've got the chat here. Christina, they're saying, get Christina on the Vancouver non-PK call stat. So it's a busier day in the Western Conference than it is for you in the East. Brian White just went down maybe 2 minutes ago. So we'll flag that one. Yeah, Travis Manning, where's Christina? Get us a review. So Christina, I guess we're sending you right back to the booth. It does not stop in the West.
And no, it clearly does not stop. We kind of had a little bit of quiet, so let's do it.
All
We're
right,
back into the booth for y'all.
Yeah, back to work. We'll call you back once you get a chance to take a look at that one as well. As it stands, Minnesota up 1-0 on Vancouver. Potentially a huge call there. We had the dog so that was not called dog so. We thought it was dog so. Christina came in and said her recommendation would have been for a review, but that was not called on Dax McCarty. LAFC Nashville still 0-0. Home field game at stake in that one. Yeah, RSL up 1-0. And here we go. Western Conference, just as hot as the East. Right now, the busiest game, probably Galaxy Houston, 2-1 in the 44th minute as we approach halftime of all these games in the West. All right, let's check back in. What do we see in RSL Portland? Anybody monitoring that one closely?
Yeah, I've been watching it. There was an injury and a substitution. Zach McGraw, the big center back for Portland, came off injured about 15 minutes ago, and I believe they brought on Yaroslav Nizgoda. With that they switched to a 4-2-3-1 out of the 3-4-3 they were playing. It hasn't really tilted the game. Portland's not being any more dangerous than they were the first half hour, but it has kind of tamped down RSL a little bit. The first half hour of this game, RSL was just getting chance after chance on the run, getting into the 18 and just ripping Portland apart. Since then, the game has kind of died a little bit, which if you're Portland, like, that's the first step. The next step is to come out after halftime, figure out when the right time to bring on Williamson and Blanco is, and then try to claw back maybe in the final 20 minutes of the game and get that draw, because all they need is a point. If Portland gets to the point, they go through.
We got a penalty called in LA, downtown LA, at the bank. I'm very sad to report that Chicho Arango appears to be taking this. The slow run up, the pause. Saved! Joe Willis, you legend! What was that? He killed all his momentum with it, and he was like falling planted on the left. And if Joe just freezes on him, he's hosed. Because he's not going to be able to put enough power behind it to get it unless he perfectly places it.
Reminded me of the penalty Joseph took in the 2019 playoffs, right? Against Toronto.
Yep. Whereas, we've got Chicharito down holding an ankle as well. He's getting the butt pat from the Dynamo.
Clash of heads in RSL. Justin Glad and Lirius Mabiala are both down.
We've got a good question for you here, Doyle. Puig or Tyus Magno? Biggest upside, better prospect.
Puig. Yeah, Tyus Magno's great. He could end up, being a guy who's sold for $15 million. He could end up playing at a really big club, but Puig is he's a little genius with the ball. His big thing is sometimes he wants the ball so badly that he breaks his team's spacing. And you see it especially in transition moments, because anytime the Galaxy lose the ball, they're all kind of out of sorts, and that's something that he has to work on. But a player of his intelligence, a player of his game IQ, I see no reason to think he can't improve that significantly over the next couple of years. And at some point, I think the Galaxy will sell him back to a team in Europe, maybe not Barcelona size, but if he's a star for Sevilla in 2025, that wouldn't shock me at all. I think he has that kind of talent. And I mean, selfishly, I hope they never sell him. I hope he stays in MLS for the next 15 years, because he's been so great and he's made the Galaxy so much more fun to watch.
Calen is back with us. Welcome, Calen.
And who's that? Which cat is that, Doyle?
That's General So.
General Tso. Nice.
Yeah, she's letting me know that it's past dinner time. I might have to take a little 3-minute sabbatical in a moment and get her some food, or she will just
What kind
absolutely
of fancy
destroy
food
everything.
takes 3 minutes to feed, man? You must be giving that cat like the
She
best
gets
of the best. She's
Wiebe,
better than my kids.
She gets only the best, only the finest for her. For Taquito, he gets to rummage around in the trash, but General Tso gets the absolute best.
Jonas Pachuski, who will be the MLS Cup MVP and why is it Eber? Trying to speak it into existence.
It was big that he got a goal. We don't know the status of Tyus Magno to see if he's going to be okay or not. But I think getting Eber off with a goal once he came off was really important for them. So that's definitely one to watch. When we look at the East, there was a bunch of those where I was looking at and say, okay, how's this matchup? But without knowing if Tyus Magno is around or whether he's going to be available, that's still a huge question mark for NYCFC.
So we're at halftime in Seattle. It's 1-1 there. We're at halftime in Frisco. 1-up. FC Dallas. Sebastian Lletget with a goal in that game. Dallas holding on to that 3 spot. Looked pretty secure there. It is halftime in Minnesota. It's halftime in LA at the bank. It's halftime in Houston. We are currently waiting on RSL Portland to wrap up, as well as Austin, Colorado, which is in the final gasps of first half stoppage time as well. Any questions? Hit us up in the chat. We'll fill up this break between games with that. This is a good one. We haven't talked about the Fire all day, but it might be a good time to do it. Can the Fire be in the conversation for having great youth homegrown talent?
Definitely. I mean, I feel like they've developed some, and I guess the idea is, homegrown, but yeah, I think they've got some good pieces. I mean, Gaga, of course, is going to be the sort of big name. We'll see what happens with him this coming off season. Gutierrez as well, I think he's come in, done well later on in the season, and then Duran is not a homegrown player, but I think you can see he's coming into his own. So developing young talent, I think, is definitely maybe the only bright spot so far of this season for, just a disappointing one for the Fire. So, and I know there's a ton of talent in that area just from being around it. I mean,
yeah, you're talking Slonina, Pineda. Obviously, with Gutierrez, he's been very good. Duran,
Andrew Gutman was a Chicago
I was just going to say,
home,
Georgi Mihailovic, you might want to point to him as well.
And just historically, like Brian McBride is from Chicago. I think Brad Guzan grew up around Chicago, right?
Mm-hmm. Mike McGee. Yeah.
Mike McGee. Jesse Marsh was just from up the road in Racine. It's not Dallas. It's not Southern California. It's not quite, North Jersey, Metro New York, but it's like the tier down from that. The Fire could be what the Union are with three really high priced DPs. But they have to get it right. And just for the past, since Calen Carr left, it's really just all gone sideways for the Chicago Fire. I think that's the one thing that we could point to that really started this downward spiral.
You know what? I was actually bummed not to be in Chicago this weekend. They're doing the 25th anniversary of the club. So it was a lot of those names you mentioned coming in town. A bunch of my former friends and teammates. Peter Novak, I saw, was there. Diego Gutierrez, Jesse Marsh, obviously not there.
Risto was there.
Oh, is Risto there? Oh, cool. Yeah. Gonzalo Segares, Justin Mapp, I think Patty Nyarko. There was a bunch of guys in town, so I missed that one. But yeah, shout out to Section 8 and all the Fire fans out there.
Alex Moniz, in a 1-1 draw with the Revs, scores his first career goal today as well. And this is his father celebrating that moment, wearing the jersey in Chicago. Wonderful moment there. That's what it means.
That's cool.
Only, let me tell you guys, as a father, this is I can tell you, a very special moment. No, just messing with you. All right, Anders, we have a call from all the comment sections to give them highlights. So if you have any highlights, just start running them. In the meantime, we're at halftime of all these games at this point. You can see the scores at the top of the screen. The big ones: Minnesota 1, Vancouver 0, RSL 1, Portland 0. Those are massive scorelines right now. That means that Minnesota and RSL into the playoffs. As you can see by the Western Conference standings, those are live standings. They include all points earned currently from these matches. Of course, that can change. LAFC atop, then you have Austin. They'll host, as it stands, Salt Lake. Dallas would host Nashville. Galaxy would host Minnesota. Winner of Galaxy Minnesota would go to the bank to play LAFC. That would set up potentially El Tráfico. You're watching highlights from Houston Galaxy right now. Sebas Ferreira scored the first goal. We'll get you some Ricky Puig as well as Chicharito in just a second. This has been a good start to the Western Conference, guys. And I think this is huge for the Galaxy, Doyle. Yeah, Puig and Chicharito getting these goals. Like, they had been sort of in a rut down in the dumps. And over the course of the last month, they've really heated up.
Yeah, and it's the addition of Puig and Brugman who's picking up the assist on this one right here. It's changed this team. The midfield balance is better. I think they're a little bit smarter in how they're using the ball. Chicharito's obviously scorching hot. And it's been enough to paper over the cracks that we've seen all year. And those cracks are from the fact that the wingers don't score. But now they're getting a ton from Chicharito and they're getting goals from midfield. So the wingers not delivering is less of an issue.
RSL Portland. Go ahead.
Yep. And we saw the Minnesota goal. So that's 1-0 over Vancouver for them. If that scoreline stands up, Minnesota go through. There's that Jefferson Savarino goal. So there's 1-0 RSL over Portland. That one could be 3 or 4-0. Like, that's a worry because if you leave the door open like that, all it takes is one for the Timbers. 1-1 would get the Timbers through. But as it stands now, it's RSL going through. And then Leget's goal right there. That's his first goal in Dallas.
Yeah, it's a big one too, because I think this Dallas team is a team that would like to get some home games, at least to start off at home and can kind of continue forward. So, they had one taken off the board. Christina Uncle, of course, did a great job of breaking down why that was the correct decision, but get a little bit lucky here with, fortunate. I don't know. You create your own luck, but, puts it on frame and gets a fortunate deflection there. But big one, I think, for Dallas.
We've had It's been a pleasure and a privilege to have Christina on here to educate us live, and we'll have her in just a second to talk us through what happened with that Vancouver call that the chat really was up in arms about, Brian White going down. So we'll have that for you in just a second. Gave you all the goals there. Anything you want us to talk about, let us know. This has been a wonderful decision day. We have a lot of people talking about, hey, well, when this goes on Apple and you have Saturdays all happening at roughly the same time and these blocks of games, will it devalue decision day at all if you have the same thing every single week? No, it will make decision day even more fun because you'll have had it every single week and it will all build up to that moment. Like, imagine this as your match days on Saturdays. Imagine tuning into a whip round show that takes you through all of this. If you want to watch your game, put it up on the big screen, get the whip round show going as well. It is going to be so much fun. Let's bring Christina in right now. She is our refereeing expert, aka she is a former FIFA referee and the best possible person to ask these questions. Tell us what you saw in this play for Vancouver. They wanted a PK. The chat wanted a PK. Christina, what do you think of it?
Yeah, and I'm going to be agreeing here with the chat on this one. We have Trapp committing into that towel. When I look at this, I'm like, okay, there must be another angle, right? We're seeing this angle from behind Trapp. Was there contact made? Was there not contact made? Everything about it feels it. The angle that I would want to be for a definitive, although I do feel like it is, in fact, contact, right? So we're sitting there. We can assume it's contact, but is that reverse camera angle behind the goal? That would really show us the full amount of the contact that was made in and of itself. Here, this doesn't happen. We don't really apply this advantage in the penalty area, right? Because there's a shot on goal right away, right after this challenge. We don't typically apply advantage for a shot on goal, especially when it comes to these types of challenges, because people would rather have that penalty than the ball going to the far right. Yeah. So I think that this should have been a recommendation by the VAR for a penalty. This one this angle sells me at like 90%. I just needed that behind camera angle to say, now I have a clear definitive angle for it. And I know that camera behind the angle would be in the VAR booth. So that's why I'm kind of itching for that one, because that one would sell me at 100%.
Interesting. We need that extra angle. Perhaps we will be able to give it to you on instant replay. That will come out with Christina, by the way, after this round of games. So that should be a really fun show with Charlie and I. There's one more play in here. LAFC with a PK. Of course, Chicho Arango missed said PK. It was saved by Joe Willis. Walk us through this play as well, Christina.
Yeah, so we got to play ball guards. Chico has that ability to play the ball. Here's kind of where we talk about, right? People usually say it's a good penalty. I think it's a very clear one where people talk about that shoulder-to-shoulder contact. It's fair. Kind of the easiest way to say whether it's fair or not fair contact to play the ball in a fair manner is I always say if you're going through someone's numbers, here in this case, it's not shoulder-to-shoulder. You're going through the numbers. Like there's no opportunity to play the ball in a fair manner there, right? If he was 2 steps closer, they bumped each other in shoulder, we'd let that go. But for the fact he's going through the numbers, it's a very clear penalty, something that VAR would check complete on that as well.
Okay. So that one seems to be a good penalty. Nashville fortunate there with the penalty save, also fortunate on the dog. So we thought, but Christina, thank you so much for walking us through those plays. I'm sure we will see you again very quickly in the second half, the way that this action is going.
I know I should go get a drink or something right now.
Yeah, hurry.
Got a quick minute. Yeah, make it quick.
Pit stop. All right. Guys, what do we think about this Vancouver play? Christina, I think echoing what I see there, I would like to have that extra camera angle, but it doesn't appear that there's no ball. There's definitely contact. You almost want Brian White to be a little bit more demonstrative about the contact and about the play, just to sort of flag in that moment, especially if you're Vancouver, you're like, look, we got to have this. Just to flag that VAR and the video assistant referee up there and say, okay, we got to look at this. We got to look a little bit closer. Hold off. That did not happen. No PK.
Yeah, Will Trapp leaves his feet there in the box, and I think is late. I don't think he gets to it in time. Clearly, no contact on the ball. It's just whether or not there's contact with White. From my vantage point and from the angles I've seen, it looks like there is contact. It does look clear to me. I'd like to confirm it alongside Christina as well with this other angle. But if I was surprised when I saw that and it didn't go to review in the moment, and then even watching it back with the benefit of this halftime, it would seem surprising. And it is such a big call. And I think you're right, Andrew, that it is partly on the striker to also put some more into that as well, to stay down, to allow the time, because it seemed like the play resumed pretty quickly, and you want to make sure that you're giving your team as much time as possible, and trying to draw attention to the moment as well too, because if you get hit as a striker, you can be tough, you can be brave, but stay down as long as possible to see if you can at least draw attention to the fact that there's contact in the box. And there was an advantage, but if that doesn't hit the back of the net, that there's no longer any such thing as advantage. So I agree. And Christina flagging it, I think would have been the right play for me as well too.
All right, let's bring in a special friend of the show here. He drove home from the Fox studios, and he's got a studio at his house. It's Stu Holden. Look at that.
I'm home, and I can't believe I log on at the moment that I hear Calen advocating for time wasting and cheating. Like he was never like that as a player.
I know.
Unbelievable.
We all changed, Stu. I know.
It was so honest. It goes out the window. He's just thinking. He's like, man, a couple of those MLS Cups. If we just draw a little bit more attention.
Yeah. Can you imagine Calen Carr with VAR? Carr with VAR. There you go. There's your rhyme for the day.
I'm about to take my job with that one. That sounds a little catchier than instant replay. Boy, what an interesting / crazy / super disappointing, almost just gut punch game for the Crew. Orlando find a way through. Stu, what's your takeaway from the Eastern Conference? I know you guys were calling that one.
I didn't see it coming from the second half from Orlando after how bad they were in the first half, and then. Yeah, the implosion from the Crew, I think, just stemming for a period in which they were just throwing away so many points late on in games. Caleb Porter talking to us ahead of the game just about the mentality of the team. And, I think what you saw is lacking leadership. And then even one of your most experienced and your best defenders in Mensah making a mistake that gave Orlando that lifeline with the goal from Junior Urso. And then you just felt it was inevitable. The PK comes, they get the call. And credit to Orlando City for what they were able to do with the Open Cup, and then to be able to get out of a bad rut and a bad spell to win, importantly, at home. I think there's big questions in Columbus. I'm sure you guys talked about this after the game. And, do you stick with Caleb Porter now, 2 seasons without making the playoffs? I know previously they won Cup, but it might feel and kind of feels like it's time for a change there and to freshen it up. But the Eastern Conference, I'm looking at the playoffs now and the way in which it's matched up. It's going to be fun, man. Montreal, boy, they are like the team of the season to watch. Philadelphia Union, what they've done. And then even now having a team like Cincinnati who are playing with house money in Miami, of just like, hey, let's see if we can make some fun at this party, because they've capped off some great regular seasons.
Stu, what changed for Orlando in that second half? From where I was watching, it looked like they threw a little bit of caution to the wind. They got both fullbacks hired because you're down 1-0 at home. It's a win or go home situation for them. And they said, all right, we're going to throw the kitchen sink in. Was it that simple for them?
It didn't feel like it was like a full-on kitchen sink moment. I forget off the top of my head, like the minute that the goal came in. Was it maybe in the 60s? But you're right. I think Juan, who we hadn't seen attack much in the first half, who I know you guys talk about him a lot on the podcast, just how often he's up and high and wide into the attack. And I think they were putting a lot of pressure on Pedro Santos, who was on that yellow card, and so couldn't be as aggressive defensively. But then, I look at the goal again, that like Columbus are in a good spot defensively, right? Their numbers back. Orlando were pretty static. It's a pretty simple pass in from Pereira that then Mensah's just like, hey, I'm going to try and win the ball here 20 yards from goal, and completely vacates the back line. Urso sticks it in the back of the net from 20 yards out. And that was kind of like game on. I still don't feel Orlando did anything that was, great attacking sequences and broke down Columbus's sturdy defense. I think it was just kind of that moment in the goal that, we're going to get a look at it here is, like right now, Columbus are in a good defensive shape. They're back. They've got numbers covered. There's not really any threat or danger. And it's very uncharacteristic of them to concede that type of goal. And that's where it was like Orlando got the one, and then they had that momentum and they were pushing and pushing and pushing and got one off a set piece. And I just think Columbus retreated too much and played too cautious. But that's just the way that they play under Porter.
Stu, we've been on teams before that, get on the right side of things and have a good culture and seem to always find a way to win. And then this Columbus team looked like a team that seemed to almost find ways to lose games at times. I would say it's kind of difficult to measure a culture of a team. The one way I would maybe say is how you do late on in games. And that seemed the point where Columbus continued to just find more trouble and, ends up being the final coup de grace of their season. When you look at this Columbus team, they have so many players that have, won titles. They won MLS Cup just a couple years ago with a lot of these same players. What do you think maybe shifted within the group that made it such that, like, you see a guy like Mensah who's played at, top levels, right? World Cup, all this, but making mistakes at the worst times in games. How do you chalk that up?
Yeah, I think it's a good point because Columbus, you think about the players that they have. Zelarayan's one of the best attacking players in the league. Cucho Hernandez, came in big money. This guy's scored goals at the highest level. I think in the attacking part of the field, they feel good. They've got one of the best midfielders in MLS history in Darlington Nagbe. They've got a really exciting product in Aiden Morris. I mean, you can go down the line. They have the personnel of what I feel should be playoff caliber. I mean, this is a team in large majority of a group that won MLS Cup just a couple of years ago. So that's where Caleb, I think Caleb Porter. And see, he was on my mind. I was trying to say Calen. That's where Calen, I think you make an interesting point about Caleb's team, in that I think that this team was starting to doubt what they were doing, starting to doubt themselves, starting to doubt the group's mentality. I mean, something stuck out to me that Caleb Porter said about Cucho Hernandez to us, about how he couldn't understand how his teammates were failing to clear balls late on in games and how they couldn't close. Like, I think it became a culture of blame rather than a culture of taking responsibility. And ultimately that does come down to the head coach. And Caleb said he tried everything. He said good cop, bad cop, tried kicking trash cans, did all the rest of it. But ultimately, if you can't then get your team to execute on the field, there's a problem. There's a disconnect there between coaching and players, because I still maintain that team is good enough to be in the playoffs. And I think had they gotten in the playoffs, they could have made some noise. But that's why I come back to feeling that it might be time for change at the coaching position in Columbus now.
Yeah, no offense to Orlando. Look, they earned it. They got the Open Cup. But I think from a neutral perspective, of which I'm coming from, do I want to see Zelarayan? Do I want to see Cucho? Do I want to see, Best of Etienne and his injury? Aiden Morris, Darlington Nagbe. Do I want to see that crew team in the playoffs? I do. I think even more so than just making the playoffs, given their talent level and given what they did midseason, that should be a team that's thinking about more than just making the playoffs. As it stands, they're on the outside. Now, remember, this is a watch-along, folks. Go watch ESPN2 right now. They have RSL Portland. Games have started back up. It's 1-0 RSL. It's 1-0 Minnesota Vancouver. The winners of both those games get into the playoffs. We're also looking at seeding in the Western Conference. Basically, from 3-7 at the start of these games, it was all up for grabs. Dallas has sort of consolidated their position, but it's still just 1-0 right now. Sporting Kansas City putting some pressure on them in Frisco. We'll see how that one lands. Galaxy have a 2-1 lead as well. Go watch those on ESPN Plus as well. What are you watching in the West? Stu, what's your setup here? How are you consuming?
Man, I got straight under the staircase here to hang with you guys for the watch along, and I've been trying to catch up on all the chaos. I was listening along on my way home, and I agree. I think that should have been a penalty in Minnesota, which would have potentially leveled things there. I think they're on the knife's edge right now. Portland in big trouble.
2-0 RSL.
I'm interrupting. What is it, 2-0?
2-0.
Just scored.
Yeah.
Rubio Rubin just deflected
X-Dog,
goal past
baby.
St. Clair. That's
so in theory, that's Portland cooked, right? Like that's Portland out. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And then, Nashville trying to claw back against, it's 0-0 in LAFC. Somehow
by the way, Dax
penalty
and
saved,
Walker
right?
off at half. Dax and Walker off
so
at half for Nashville.
should Dax McCarty have been red carded, by the way? The text threads were going off.
Yes, he got a veteran call.
That way.
Okay, yeah, I received a couple texts, one of which was like, if that's not a red card, the game is gone. My favorite. Like, the game's gone. It's blow it all up.
Yeah. I like everyone staying calm on decision day.
Yeah. It's over. It's all over. This entire soccer thing is past it. What's your favorite potential playoff storyline right now?
Can we pop them up so I could see them again? I'm not trying to overproduce your show.
No,
but,
produce it right here.
I don't know where the West stands currently.
Okay, so currently in the West, we would have a Galaxy hosting Minnesota potentially into El Tráfico. You being an LA resident, that's gotta, look, that's I would feel that would.
He's taking that.
Yeah,
if you get Galaxy Minnesota, those two teams have some history, right? Wasn't that Zlatan went to Minnesota and knocked them out in Minnesota, and then that set up in El Tráfico a couple years ago. Also, I would love an El Tráfico in the semi. I think there's maybe a chance that could end up on FS1, so I'd be pretty pumped about that. And yeah, like the other ones, I'm actually stoked to see Austin host a playoff game for the first time in their franchise history against a Salt Lake team that is like, I don't know, you don't know what you're going to get from them, but you know that these guys are going to give you a good game. Like that is a game that I could say that Salt Lake could go to Austin and knock them out.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Stu, like, how good do you think Austin are? Are they a 56-point team? Like, are they what their record says they are? Or is it?
What should we ask Austin superfan Andrew Wiebe?
Me? If you ask me, 56 doesn't count the bonus points that they accumulated. So it's like, it's all in the balance for them. They're too, to me, they're so open. They give other teams opportunities that I don't think that every playoff team would. Like, I don't think Dallas really gives up those opportunities.
No.
LAFC sometimes does, but I think they're a little bit more secure. Austin just has that little bit of a gene.
Oh, Nashville.
Ooh.
The Teal?
Teal, yeah.
Teal.
And it was just off a big chance from Honey that Crepeau makes a nice save.
How about that? Where's your MVP
corner.
vote going?
I did mine yesterday, although I should have waited till the end of today, actually, in actuality. But I voted for Hani Mukhtar. I voted for Hani Mukhtar.
Yeah.
I don't think that something could have changed today that would have changed my opinion of him being the MVP. And my simple criteria is that most valuable player. If you take him out of Nashville, they're nowhere near where they are right now. I think if you take Driussi out of Austin, you have pretty similar type of argument, but not as much. I still think they're a better team overall than Nashville. So I went with Mukhtar. There you go. Yeah.
We've got Nashville about to make a move here on these live standings. So watch those closely. Nashville is about to jump up to 50 points, I believe, and hop over Minnesota. Although I do think LA still have the edge in wins. So we'll see how that one shakes out as well. Oh man, decision day. It rolls along. Remember, ESPN2, that's your home of the national broadcast right now. RSL Portland. ESPN Plus has the rest of them. We are watching closely Minnesota, Vancouver, as well as RSL Portland. Christina Uncle is here with us. If you have any referee calls that you see, let us know. She'll join Charlie Davies and I basically to make us look like super unprofessional know-nothings on instant replay after all this is done. She's been so very good at this job and obviously much, much more accomplished in every single way. So we've been having a great time with her. What were you guys saying on set though, Stu? Games end. Give me some insight. Mo and Alexi and Stoner. What was the banter going around after the Eastern Conference games? What are the takes that were not aired?
About what games we're going to have?
Anything,
or
yeah,
no?
Anything. I know you got that off-air.
Yeah,
take.
I don't know if we're allowed to talk about our games yet. Although we are doing Western Conference. I know that for this next round. Well, we have a doubleheader on next Monday, I believe. Yeah, Monday the 16th. And then it's fascinating how it works in the TV world, and that we have MLS Cup this year on Fox, which we're super pumped about, November 5th. But it also shakes out then how the picks go in the playoffs and who gets first pick each round. And then it's almost like a draft of who gets what games, depending on available TV windows. And then inevitably, every time that we think it's shaken out, like some executive or team owner ends up calling and being like, we're not playing on this date because we can't sell tickets in time for this. And we won't play on 3 days rest because then we have to play Monday and Thursday. So yeah, as I'm probably going to get an email from MLS HQ right now about the way that it all, but it's fun because we all dream about the matchups that we want, right? Like I got excited by the moment we signed off air today about thinking about the playoffs. This is the best time of the year in this league. And it's a time where, yeah, Doyle, a Austin FC could finish second and get knocked out first game against Real Salt Lake, because I think what you see is that certain playing styles of teams translate better to then the single knockout format in the playoffs. And, maybe a team like Austin that over the course of a season, they can run the score up and they can play open and possession and it's beautiful. You get in the playoffs and all of a sudden the games really tighten up and you might struggle and find ways to build out in the way that you did, or you can make one turnover that costs you a goal and you lose at home, or you play a little bit tighter in front of your home fans because it's your first ever playoff game. So I know that's the stuff that I look forward to and kind of create some fun drama for us early on in the playoffs here.
Jeff says this league is every year gets better and better. This year has been amazing. Couldn't agree more. And big thank you to you, Stu, for driving home, getting under the staircase, and chatting with us, man. We'll let you go. You can go throw it on the big screen, get your watch on, answer that email from MLS HQ. Thanks, dude.
I'm gonna go crack open a cold beverage and watch you guys here and all the games going on. So appreciate it.
Well deserved, on that second screen. Thank you, man. Enjoy that FS1 broadcast today. All right, big thanks to Stu. There was a request as well from our chat that we're about to come good on. I don't want to tease it too much for you guys. When it happens, you'll know. But here we are. If we want to check that Western Conference standings again, it's Austin, Salt Lake, Dallas, Minnesota, LA, Nashville as it currently stands. Portland down 2-0. RSL taking care of business at home. Vancouver have reason to be pretty frustrated right now, I think. A call that went against them. They are pushing. Big chance just now saved by Dane St. Clair. They need a goal. They need 2 goals, realistically speaking. And there's David Goss under the fluorescent lighting of a stadium basement somewhere.
Not a basement. Look, it's a great view.
Okay. Oh, hey. Oh, no, that is a great view.
Oh, yeah. Wow. Yeah, that is nice.
Oh, wow. We're disrupting all sorts of journalistic practices.
The sun is, people are writing true articles that actually have jobs and know what they're doing around the game. I'm just here watching the other games being like, why is everyone not so interested in RSL?
We have a Rubio Rubin goal. We're going to roll that for you right now as we let Dave let us inside the day in Orlando. What was it like, man?
It was awesome. I think, I talked a lot with the staffs of the 2 teams before the games that were hanging out. And I guess if you were going to write a script for this game, it followed that exact script. Columbus has a well-worked goal early. They play possession. They move it around. They try and use the heat. And then Orlando comes out of the halftime. Just vibes. Just energy. We're just going to make the game chaos. Nothing matters. And they got that first goal. And I think if you were going to expect the second goal, it was going to be a set piece or a penalty kick or something. The thing that's damning to me is Benji Michel chests that ball up and no one closes on him. No one from Columbus recognizes the danger right outside their own 6. And then he gets the shot off to earn the penalty kick. And then from that moment on, I mean, the camera should have just been on the Orlando bench. Just everyone up, yelling, directing, moving. Mauricio Pereira is just coaching the team. So it was fun. It was a really good day. And I think this is an Orlando team that are unpredictable, and that's who they are. And I don't I wouldn't imagine that's what the team you'd want to face in the playoffs.
You said that we should have an ETR award for the All Vibes team for 2022, and that would be Orlando City. Why
Am I
All
wrong?
Vibes for them? I don't know. I'm just.
What did they lose 5 of their last 6 and then made the playoffs and won the Open Cup? Like, none of it makes sense. They lost 4-1 to their biggest rival in embarrassing fashion 3 days ago. Then they were down 1-0 at halftime, and then they came back and they beat Columbus 2-1 to make the playoffs. And it's always off the walls. And I talked to Caleb Porter about it before the game. I talked to Tim Bezbatchenko about it before the game. And it's like, it's a lion's den the last 20 minutes in this stadium if they're down, right? And it's been that way since James O'Connor was here. Just like the crowd gets into it and the team just starts throwing it all forward. They can't do it in the first half because I don't know that that's technically a game plan. Once they get into it, it's there. And Gaiase's a character. Guys going down. Pereira was trying to force Wilmer Cartagena to go on the field when the ref wouldn't allow him to sub on, which made no sense. And so he's pushing him on the field. And Wilmer's like, I can't go on the field.
We couldn't figure out what was going on with that. That was truly bizarre.
The Orlando writers are still waiting for the word from Pro on what happened. But the way it was explained to me was there were subs, but one was an injury sub, and that's different. Doesn't really make sense. But isn't it always like this? Like it had
Schlegel like PK. Who's going to take it? Is that really a red card? Did he come off the line vibes of like, what the heck's going on here?
They won and Schlegel tackled one of the coaches, and it was like 2 bears wrestling in the middle of the field. And I was like, I think they're friends. I don't know, but potentially that's Orlando City.
Have a bunch of David Goss fans in our YouTube chat here. One, Travis Manning is really he's really on top of things. He's thinking, David, did you change shirts before hopping on? It was a hot one down in Orlando.
To be clear, there was a hydration break on decision day, and that's the game they sent me to. How that makes any sense, I will never know. I did not change, but I did change my hat. I was wearing an Adidas hat as a professional.
You look undercover. You look like you're on an undercover assignment right now.
I am, as a New Yorker in Florida.
There you go.
But no, it actually was really nice out in the end. Crowd was a good crowd. I've actually never been here for an MLS game, was what I realized today.
Really?
I've been here for combines, all-stars,
yeah,
Open Cups, but never for an MLS game. So that was a cool experience for me.
As we watch these games, Minnesota still up 1-0 on Vancouver. RSL look like it's not done, but have a 2-0 lead on Portland. And we're seeing these seedings come into shape here with LA winning, Dallas winning, and Nashville needing a little bit of help to jump over that line.
Bouanga here.
Bouanga's
off the post.
He's been a monster this entire second half, Dennis Bouanga. He's like he's sort of the wild card for LAFC. If they can get him going in front of goal, they're going to be even more so MLS Cup favorites. I think they already are. Take us through, Dave, what Tim Bezbatchenko and Caleb Porter said to you in the lead up to this match. It sounded like you had some access with them, and obviously this is a heartbreaking, crushing, almost predictable day for the crew.
Yeah, I think what I mentioned to you guys before the game was I think they were pretty focused on themselves. I chatted with them a bit about Crew 2. They were excited about the championship yesterday and sort of what they're building as a club. And I think Tim said it best, which was like they kind of started over with the academy, and the way they're going to bridge that is with this Crew 2 team where they pulled a lot of pieces from other clubs, like homegrowns from other teams. You see it with Derek Etienne, obviously, at the first team level. And I know they basically have half Canadian team, which is a hilarious thing that Corey put together. So we talked a bit about that, but, I mentioned to you guys, like, they weren't watching the FC Cincinnati game. What did I miss?
Vancouver, Minnesota.
Vancouver off the crossbar.
How are you guys ahead of me on this?
He's ahead of me too. I don't. It's the most frustrating thing in the world. It's supposed to be. We have a synced stream that still somehow Doyle is ahead on it.
No, because Doyle never watches the sync stream because he loves his cable.
No, I'm watching the sync stream. I don't know why mine is ahead.
I'm on the same as
Doyle. It's that AT&T 5G. That's what it is, boys.
You got to upgrade.
Yeah,
but I think Columbus and Orlando both know how bad DC United is, and that's what they walked away with. But the late game thing, I asked in 18. Oh my God! Now I'm seeing it. I asked in 18 different ways, and there's 18 different answers, but there's not one specific answer. And you saw it again here today. One of the things one of them said was when they are tied in second halves, their starting position for their backline's 5 yards behind what it normally is in first halves. And when they're winning, it's 10 yards behind. And they just cannot get themselves to play higher. And I think we all expected it in this game. The only thing I thought of during the game, and it's a random, obviously won't matter now because the season's over, is I wonder if you brought Archer on as the sub with 35 minutes to go, because he is the emotional leader. He's the general. And rather than bringing Morris on as fresh legs, if you had chosen to swap it and bring Archer on to sort of see out the game, could that have changed things? But that's just one little thing where it was clearly systemic. It was clearly cultural. It's team-wide. And they did it once again in the biggest moment of the season. It's kind of ridiculous to watch it happen, but it did.
All right, we're gonna get to that highlight, by the way, from Vancouver. I have no idea how Brian White did that. Like, that was literally the hardest thing he could have done, was to smash that off the inside of the top of the crossbar.
If it had been on his head, he would have scored it, by the way. Brian White can only use his head now. His feet no longer exist.
By the way, Dallas now 2-1 up on Kansas City. Graham Zusi had a goal. And then Dallas came back, I believe, a Paul Areola goal. Nice little piece of play to get them up 2-1. So you'll see those standings sort of stay static as Dallas holds on to their lead right now. LA still holding on at 2-1 against Houston. RSL up on Portland. LAFC pushing Nashville, who are up 1-0 currently, though that doesn't really change much given the results for Dallas and LA. So let's focus in on these Western Conference games. Dave, we're going to let you go so you don't annoy the press box too much. What are you going to have for dinner tonight? Are you flying straight out, or are you going to go have some food?
No, I'm watching the second half here at the press box. Then I will go straight to the airport to watch my beloved Mets. And then I will board my flight back to New York, because tomorrow at 11 a.m. Eastern time, MLS Today is on. And we, of course, are going to talk about all things playoffs plus ETR. So I got to get back. What was the most decision day moment? Was there a 3 teams scored at the same time to shift
the first 10 minutes?
Moment?
Just the first 10
10
minutes.
Yeah.
It was insane.
7 goals in those
7 goals
minutes.
in the first 10 minutes.
All the games needed to have something happen in them had all happened. Anders says he's going to kick me off the chat if I don't say that real baseball teams close out their series yesterday. I don't know what that means.
Wow, that's Seattle Mariners smack, I believe.
Mariners, yeah.
I walked away right as Doyle had anointed Cincinnati, and then Ravel Morrison had scored. That's when I turned off the show and went to go down onto the field to watch the game. So I heard all of that bit, and it was pretty epic. Also, shout out to Nico Ladero, 2 goals today on there. So he's going to look in the playoffs. I'm excited.
Well done. Oh, parting shot. Well done.
Oh, my God.
Well done. Thank you, David. Well done, man. Well done. A wonderful interview with Cal.
Safe flight, buddy.
Cherish forever. All right. Here we are. We're finishing out the day. We're at about a little bit past the hour mark, at about the 67th minute of all these games. You see the live standings right there, the live scores at the top. We are heading toward the conclusion of the 2022 regular season. LAFC pushing for a goal right now. Ooh, header just wide for them. Portland trying to get something out of their season, what has been really a disappointing season for them on the field, and obviously awful all around. Vancouver, the late magic, are they going to get it? I mean, when you're asking for luck on decision day and a little bit of help from video review, you might be asking for too much depending on the moment, and right now it seems that way. What game are you guys watching? What are you tuned in on? What do you think matters most?
Yeah, it's still the top 2, right? It's still Minnesota, Vancouver, and RSL Portland. And it doesn't feel like either of these scores are going to turn around. But this is where all the drama is.
Yeah, Vancouver, I feel like, is the one I'm watching the closest, just because they just smashed it off the crossbar, and I feel like there's still something in them in it for them. They've caused some problems, but I feel more confident. This RSL team looks in better shape against Portland, where I don't see that one changing. But I think this Vancouver one for sure could.
Look, RSL won a playoff game without taking a shot last year. So if you're another team in the Western Conference, you're like, I don't really something up with those guys. Don't really want them in the playoffs. That would be just the team to somehow go to Austin and win. If Portland missed the playoffs here what does that mean? Is that a huge failure? Is it just sort of like, the after effects of an aging roster, it feels like, and the injuries that they've taken on? I mean, they've had just a bevy of injuries, whether it be up top with their number 10, Sebastian Blanco obviously re-signed up 3-1 LA, by the way. Joveljic.
Galaxy, yeah.
Wow, we talked a little too much smack on the Dynamo's behalf early in this broadcast, Calen.
I know. I'll hold my hand up on that one.
Got a little too heady on the Dynamo, and then hey, there it is though. Efra, that's a nice little slip ball in there for Dejan. Looks at the clock. What's he looking at? He's saying that's it for the Dynamo. I don't know if he knows that history.
Minnesota almost made it 2-0. Really good interplay from Ludd and Fragapane. That game feels like there's still goals in it.
Yes,
I'm probably going to suffer from the curse of the commentator here. RSL Portland does not feel like there's goals in it. And immediately Portland hits the post. Immediately Portland hits the post. I'm like, okay. As you were saying that, I was like, okay, well, that's a good ball. Okay, well, you're advancing it well. All right, you've unbalanced the back line. That was like the first time the entire second half they had any sort of concerted attack. They've just been directionless without Diego Chara. And look, man, he's one of the best D-mids in league history. And like I said at the top of the show, they've been absolutely helpless without him for the past 12 years. This is maybe a little sample of what's to come, as he's going to be 37 next year. He can't keep playing at this level forever and ever and ever. They've never had a solution without him. They certainly haven't had a solution today. Things, for a lot of reasons, obviously, look really grim in Portland going forward. RSL pushing forward now. Like, there have been about 10 of those plays where RSL are getting to the side of the box, those primary assist zones, the Man City zones, putting the ball across the 6-yard box, and either Mabiala or Tui Loma is coming across and making a last-minute clearance. Just time after time after time, RSL's been able to create that out of midfield, and it's like Diego Chara kills that play before it even gets to the side of the box. It's just levels, and Portland's not at it.
We've got that highlight, incredible highlight of Brian White somehow not scoring this. So we can all dissect here how on earth this happened. Ball cross.
I don't think he was onside.
Yeah, I think he's offside.
Yeah, I think so as well. But still, that is an incredible act of, like, he couldn't replicate this. It's like one of the most acrobatic attempted finishes of the year. Let's see, is he? Yeah, he's just off. I think he would have been. I think that would have come back anyway.
Yeah, it would have.
But I do appreciate his hockey flow up in Vancouver. He's really got a nice hockey flow going right now. Here's a good quote from Oscar Pereja I just saw from our guy Tom Bogert, Tommy Scoops. This one's on Facundo Torres. Quote, he carried the team to win the Open Cup. Today he carried the team. At the age of 21, it's incredible, his maturity and humbleness. Orlando should be so happy to have a player like him here.
Is that a good year?
Big praise from Oscar Pereja.
I was exhaling because Thomas Hasal almost had himself an absolute howler. Almost gifted Luis Emeria a goal that would have made it 2-0. Very lucky it was pushed around the post.
CJ Sapong coming on for Nashville right now.
I think CJ's the backup now. Honestly, like, Teal Bunbury's got, I think, 5 or 6 goals now in about 600 minutes. Before Teal picked up an injury a couple of months ago or a month and a half ago, he had seemed to maybe win the starting job. He doesn't do as much in terms of hold-up play as CJ does. Few center forwards in MLS history do as much in terms of hold-up play, but he's a secondary goal scorer in a way that CJ hasn't been, and they need that. So I think that this lineup, certainly the attack that we saw from Nashville, is representative of what we're going to see from them in the playoffs. I think Teal has won that job as the starting number 9.
It's funny. I started my MLS career, at least with MLSsoccer.com, covering Teal and CJ on the same team in Kansas City. Way back in the day now. Here's a question for you. As we watch these games, we see LA up 3-1 on Houston, and Chicharito has a goal, and Dejan has a goal, and Ricky Puig has a goal. How do you or do you not get Dejan Joveljic more time? Chicharito's contract got activated for next year, so he will be back. But Dejan has 11 goals in not very many minutes.
Yeah.
How do you? What's the balance there going forward for those two?
They're not going to play together.
Yeah, I know.
I think it's just because it's really the first question is really the only question. It's what is best for Chicharito. And I think for a time we were going back and forth to say, well, Chicharito's not doing, he went through a lull where he wasn't getting goals or the team wasn't doing well. And that's when Joveljic was coming on and at least getting goals coming off the bench. And so it was like, how did these two play together? But ever since then, I think since the answer has come through Puig and Brugman as coming in, where now they have a much more fluid attack. It's a much more balanced team overall. And so then it's actually pushed Joveljic further back into, I think, where they saw him anyways, which is kind of a difference maker coming off the bench to try to chase a game or to try and steal one. So I think I don't see that changing, honestly, through the playoffs. And the way the Galaxy are going, I don't see it a huge problem, because what you'd have to give up to play both of them at the same time, what that would do to the team, I just don't see it happening, especially with the way we know Vanny likes to play, and he wants to keep some of those wingers involved. So I don't see it changing, at least, especially at this point of the season when it's like you've kind of already got your 11 set.
Yeah.
There's no real.
I guess I'm more thinking like going forward, because Joveljic he's not going to sit on the bench for another year. He's at a time in his career where he's going to be saying, I have the talent, I have the ability, I've shown I can be a starter.
Yeah, what do you say? I'm the future of the Galaxy. I think they might just be like, well, you did say the future. You gotta wait a little bit. It's not now. Not as long as you have Chicharito in the group. And I feel like that's just the way it goes with star players like that. It's like, if you fit, I said the best case he had for himself was actually not his goals, but some of the few assists he had to Chicharito. Where I was like, that's his best chance of getting on the pitch, was not he wasn't gonna like outscore Chicharito his way onto the pitch. It was going to be by proving that he could play with him or partner with him. But that was the only path forward I saw for Joveljic to find his way on.
All right, we are watching right now to see if Vancouver can find their way, into a draw. They're down 1-0 in Minnesota, and 2, if they could get that additional goal that will push them into the playoffs. As it stands, Minnesota are in. As it stands, Salt Lake with a 2-0 lead, maybe about to make it 3 somehow over the top. Maybe offside there. If not, Anderson Julio is going to really be ruining out that opportunity straight over the top. RSL would be in. They would be the 7 seed. We have a comment here from Cameron Johnson. LAFC heading into the playoffs with a loss, then a bye week. Smells like an upset. The teams that would be on the opposite side would be the winner of Galaxy or Nashville as it currently stands. How ripe are LAFC for an upset, Doyle? That is a huge miss, by the way, for Anderson Julio. That is just a massive.
Goal. 2-0 Minnesota.
Wow,
This is Jonathan Gonzalez.
Jonathan Gonzalez, that loan move paying off. That looks like it's curtains for our guy Vanni Sartini and the Vancouver Whitecaps in all likelihood.
Yeah, I kind of figured Minnesota would find a way. I just had a feeling. Sometimes I just had a feeling that the way they kind of backs against the wall, and then I think Robin Lod coming into the match, once I saw him in the starting lineup too, I was like, okay, because he was a big question mark coming into this one. I think he's looked really good so far. But yeah, big Minnesota and Vancouver fans will still probably feel some type of way about a couple of those calls that didn't come their direction.
I was going to say, I think you're going to hear some comments from Vancouver in the post-game press conference about that. And I think fairly so.
The one on White.
Yeah, that's a potentially game-changing call. Currently 2-0 Minnesota, massive goal there. 2-0 RSL Portland, home teams getting it done. LA Galaxy up 3-1. That keeps them in the home playoff places in the first round, because Nashville currently, despite winning, would not have the wins tiebreaker on the Galaxy. So Nashville would have to go to LA. Winner of that would face LAFC. I ask again, is LAFC like a juggernaut in the sense that you're like, hey, they're going to just run this table, or is there a weakness there?
No, there's a weakness. I mean, it's clear that they're not clicking on all cylinders like they were for the first 2/3 of the season. And I know that they played better over the past few weeks than they did during that miserable sort of mid-August to mid-September stretch. But it's like they don't use the ball to take you apart in the way that they used to. They're not dictating where on the field the game is played as much, and it seems more individualistic. And that's leaving the door open, because if your striker goes cold, which has happened with Chicho Arango, and your other high-level player, like Boanga, keeps getting in great spots, he doesn't score.
Vela came off, walked right into the locker room, apparently.
And we know how disappointing Gareth Bale has been. So, yeah, this team is not – like, they're favorites, but I don't think anybody – like, if they played the Galaxy or Nashville in the second round and they lost, I don't think anybody would be, like, utterly shocked by that.
Yeah, we saw what Austin did to them, too. Yes, that was in Austin. But, yeah, I would say on their day, they don't look like a team that – couldn't have an off day.
Yeah.
And when they at their best, it's like, it's amazing, right? You see the way it all connects, and just the depth, even when you go through you sub one player off and the next one comes on, you see how it works. But yeah, I don't think there's anything to say. I feel more confident about Philadelphia in the Eastern Conference as far as being, a big time favorite to go to MLS Cup than I would probably say about LAFC right now.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm going through their schedule right now. So against the teams directly behind them in the Western Conference, which is Austin, Dallas, LA, and Nashville, LAFC's record on the year is 3 wins, 5 losses, no draws.
That's a Driussi PK as well. I don't want to break in, but as we're tracking the Golden Boot draft.
Oh, geez, Wiebe.
That's a Driussi. It's just a Driussi penalty just to pad that lead, I believe.
Okay, but the actual Golden Boot though is still up for grabs. Right?
Yeah, that's true.
He's one off now.
He is one off at 22. Honey Mukhtar's on 23. So that is.
But Driussi would need to get to 24 because Hani's got the assist tiebreaker. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Got it.
But hey, Colorado on the road late on. They've not been immune. Wow.
So I've been looking for Matt Hedges came off at halftime for Dallas, and I have not been able to figure out if that was due to injury.
Another goal for Austin.
Fagundes. I believe we're gonna have Fagundes on. Nope. Oh, they say no.
Yeah.
Oh, finger wags. I think we're gonna have Fagundes on extra time on Thursday. There's a good tease for you.
Nice. He's on. Oh, maybe not. That's tight. It's a good finish though.
I mean, it sort of feels like I think for Portland, it's just not there today. Just felt like it from the start. Just didn't feel like they had it. And not having Diego in the lineup is such a.
They're on the road playing without their 3 best players. Chara, Williamson, and Blanco are their 3 best players. None of them started. And then they lost. I think the guy who's been their best center back, they lost him to injury early in the first half. Like that's a real mountain to climb.
Between Minnesota and Vancouver, it does feel a little bit like full season justice to me that Minnesota finds a way to get over the line. You just look at, if Vancouver could have just not been in the dumpster early on, they might have an argument.
We're starting team history, man.
Yeah, we're starting, could be league history the way they were going. They didn't have a win for like 7 weeks, did they? Now we're looking for PKs for sure. Cavallini's doing a better job of Brian White than of exaggerating. Come on, Brian. You need to win.
3-0 RSL.
You needed to roll. That's it. Nail in the coffin. No more desperation for Portland. I'm not going to lie to you. I do not know who Hidalgo is for RSL, and this never happens to me in MLS, but has happened like 2 or 3 times recently. Where I'm
He
like,
recently changed his last name. He's a 20-year-old homegrown kid. Boy, I don't remember what his last name. Bodie Davis was his last name. I don't know why he's Bodie Hidalgo now. But if you score goals
Probably
like
just
that,
to mess with Wiebe.
yeah, if you score goals like that in a game like this, you can call yourself whatever you want.
yeah, no offense to the Davises out there, but Hidalgo's got more. It's got a little bit more to it.
A little more sauce.
Hidalgo's are side footing into the net, and Davis's.
You see who got the assist, right? That was Jasper Loffelson. I'm still shocked he didn't start this game. Not that you could double. You can't criticize Pablo Mastroeni for the decisions he made up and down the roster with this game. But Loffelson has been so good as a two-way central midfielder. Basically, since he got into the starting lineup. I'm shocked he didn't start this game. Bringing him off the bench, getting him in a position to pick up an assist like that, I feel like that's big because he could be a game changer for them off the bench in the postseason.
Let's talk more about RSL, just a little bit, dig a little deeper here, because I think it goes under the radar nationally sometimes. And like when you say things like that, inevitably we got to blame ourselves just a tad. We've talked about them a lot. RSL was a team that was basically in complete chaos from an ownership perspective for the better part of 2 years, maybe even longer, depending on how you want to define that. They lost their best player, or at least their longtime number 10 in Albert Rusnak to free agency. Damir Kreilach, who I think was their best player, got hurt, basically spent the entire season out. Bobby Wood, who was a marquee signing, got hurt, was not able to produce the way they would have liked him to. They obviously spend on the lower tier of teams in the entire league. And they just made the playoffs on decision day. And they sort of did some of the same thing last year, and they went to the West Final last year, which is crazy to say. It's like a fever dream. I almost can't believe that.
Add in the Ochoa one as well too, right? Because he was like one of the bright spots from last year, where you're like, all right, he was an emerging goalkeeper in MLS, and then he falls out with the team, and then ends up in DC. So yeah, it was kind of like it was almost like nothing was left untouched there, and they still found a way. So. I mean, the main thing for me was like, and for everybody that was obvious, is just there was no goals, just not able to get the goals. And today there was even some of them were the first one, Savarino takes his chance well. Yes, you can say no Diego Chara there, exploit that space. But Savarino in and around the top of that box is always dangerous.
Yep.
And then the second goal is really nice, like the way it ends up at Rubio, but the way they move from one side to the next, and and then now they have some confidence going in. So I'll be interested. I think for this Salt Lake team, there's going to be a little bit of a different challenge, where I think they were the type of team in the past that has done well based on being like, you know what, we have to play on Sunday, then we go straight to Wednesday, and we just keep the good vibes going. And this is going to be, I think, a little bit different challenge with no midweek play-in game, where teams are going to have a little bit longer to prepare. And it's going to be less about just kind of hitting a team at the wrong time or the right time, or who's in good form or not. Like, it's going to turn into a little bit more of a tactical and probably who's the better team, you would think.
Dairon goal.
Dairon time.
Off a straight ping pong sequence. I mean, that ball was bouncing off everything. Nobody knew anything about it. It was just smashing off people, and then it falls to the.
That's when the Timbers are at their best. Once the game enters the tactics-free zone, the Timbers are the best team in the league.
I mean, this is like Mabiala's up there just like taking touches off of his teammates, back off his own foot, right into Dairon's path.
Dairon
to a deflection.
He's like, the playoffs started earlier this year, but
if I'm not going to get in the playoffs, I better just get one right now. All right, let's take a look at that RSL goal that we were talking about that made it 3-0, playing up Loffelson here and our guy Hidalgo. We'll cut back. Yes, sir. He's right there. Easy as you like.
And that's another one that, like, if Diego Chara's out there, he eats that up, right? He takes that right off of Hidalgo's foot and starts a counterattack in the other direction. And give a ton of credit to RSL for knowing that it would be soft in Portland's middle and just punishing them there all day long.
Tough week for Portland. Dennis Bouanga with the late goal to win it for LAFC midweek, and now this. I mean, this is I'm not saying they didn't put effort in, they didn't try, but this is a pretty dominant performance from RSL in a must-win game. That X-Dog just came out and the quality to match with it as well. By the way, there hasn't been I don't know. There's no Cascadia as it stands right now.
So according to our guy Mike Donovan, who does work for Opta, this will be the first time, not just in MLS history, but the first time in Cascadia history, that a year in which all three teams competed and none made the playoffs. So in the old NASL, that's I think 75 to 82, 75 to 82. And then since 2001, all three have been competing at one level or another. There's never been a playoffs with no Cascadia representation, but we're 90 seconds in stoppage time away.
We sacrificed Cascadia for CCL. Was it worth it? Given that I still have a shoe worth of confetti from the field at Lumen Field from that final, I'd say yes.
I mean, I think they're all Mariners fans, right? So all of Cascadia is turn their attention to baseball. That must be what it is.
Yeah, and the one year they get baseball posted, and like, you know what? We're gonna call this one good. Like decision day, just lay down a little bit, guys. We got other things to worry about here. Let somebody else have fun in the months of October and November in MLS. That's an interesting stat. Good dig back there by Mike Donovan. Stick with us. We'll be here with some interviews with Minnesota, maybe with Vancouver. I'm going to guess they're going to stick with the joy of Minnesota. Susannah Collins in St. Paul for us here. We will hear from Christina Uncle as well on some of these controversial calls from the day. If you haven't already, she has been an absolute revelation, just really, really helping us understand what, how, and why calls are made and what's going on. Then we'll take a first look at these playoff brackets and try to break it all down. Of course, David Goss teased it. MLS Today tomorrow. They go positive. Extra time will sum the whole thing up and also give you the negative, depending on your perspective from decision day leading into the playoffs. And
that's a tease.
Yeah, look, they got their niche. They got their niche on Mondays, and I appreciate it. They're not dragging people down, but sometimes you got to do it. You got to do it. All right, let's rank before we get. The biggest downers of the day here. Obviously, Crew number one. What's our top three? Crew's number one. I would say Portland. Portland probably gets you to number two. I might argue, and this maybe is like going Galaxy brain overthinking it a little bit. Well, I'd say injuries are three. So like Tyus Magnum,
yep.
I guess Derek Etienne's not, but like Carlos Vela going down the tunnel, that would be one as well. But I might even argue LAFC would fall into number three, given it looks like they're going to lose at home to finish the regular season and lame duck the Supporters Shield, and Vela went down the tunnel.
Yeah, it's not good. Yeah,
not exactly ideal. Is that another goal? Oh my God! Huge save. Ivicic has been a beast.
Let me ask you guys this: who do you think is a better team, LAFC or Philadelphia?
Philadelphia.
Philly.
Yeah. LAFC obviously, I think, have more just like, hey, that singular player is better. I think Philadelphia just seems to have players who truly fit the roles that they've been plugged into, and there's just a better understanding of how they want to play and in what moments they're going to be at their best. And that's the thing that worries me with LAFC is I'm just not sure that they really know how right now to play a collective game where they're all at their best. Now, you also look, Sifu didn't play in this game. They rested him. So Sifu didn't play today. Vela goes off. But still, Chicho misses a penalty. But even still, Chicho missing a penalty, that's not the vibe I want my striker to have going into the playoffs.
Yeah. Chicho has not been, it's about, 4 or 5 games in a row now?
Yeah, he's not been at his, heights.
Yep.
so to speak. We also have a goal for Colorado, by the way. So not the best, not the late goal for Colorado at Austin. Not the best vibes. And Diego Rubio, by the way, gets that one. He's had a really, really, really like career year. Like in other seasons, if the Rapids weren't below the playoff line, could argue for potential best 11 status. I mean, probably not the first team, but Houston's gone final, I believe, as well.
Reynoso is just doing some filthy work on the sidelines right now against Vancouver. He's just
Reynoso is built for these moments. He's like
we
2 minutes
were talking
left,
about like
open game.
Yeah, we were talking about all the players at MLS All-Star and how they all were complimenting Nagbe. I was just watching Reynoso in person and just being like,
he's unreal. He's so smooth. He's so smooth. He makes it look so easy.
Yeah.
Minnesota into the playoffs. 2-0 winners against the Vancouver Whitecaps. The final whistle has blown their daps up hugs between Adrian Heath and Vanni Sartini. But Minnesota get it done. RSL on the brink of getting it done. We will have all the playoff field for you here. It looks like with LA winning and that Dallas, is the Dallas game final yet? I believe the Dallas game is also final. That locks in home games in the Western Conference as well. So you will see Austin, Dallas, and LA host in the first round. LAFC will be off. And then you will see Nashville go to LA. You'll see Dallas host Minnesota, Austin host RSL. There's your Western Conference playoff bracket. We'll dig into that a little bit more once we hit the post-game show as well. All right, get it at us in the comment section. If you have something you want us to talk about as we break down decision day, look at the brackets, look ahead a little bit, talk to Christina. We'll get some interviews on the field with Susannah in Minnesota as well. Just let us know. But yeah, this has been a good decision day. We didn't have in the Western Conference maybe the late drama and sort of the oh my god that we had out east because home teams just sort of handled their business. But all in all, really fun decision day. What's the moment that stands out for you guys? What's the moment that you sort of are like honed in on right now that you'll remember?
It's hard to say anything except the ending of the Crew Orlando game, just because so much was riding on it. That was a playoff game, right? It was two teams. It was win in, you're in, and Columbus blew it in such a big way. And full credit to Orlando for making it happen. That to me, that's like when I think about like what's A1 above the fold, it's that from this day.
Yeah, I think for me in the Western Conference, it's obviously those two teams that had to win at home, really being convincing, handling that business. Here's how your Western Conference standings look to end the 2022 regular season. LAFC atop the West. We knew that no matter what the results were on decision day, they would be there. Your Supporters Shield winners for 2022, plus 28 goal differential, 21 wins, a really magnificent season for them. They just barely pip the Philadelphia Union, I believe, on wins tiebreaker. Austin are second. They were guaranteed to end there. They draw. A late goal from Diego Rubio keeps them from jumping up to a club record 58 points on the season. They will host RSL. Dallas in third. A win for them today against Sporting Kansas City. They will host Minnesota. And then, obviously, the Galaxy winners against Houston host Nashville, setting up a potential El Tráfico in the conference semifinals. First impressions of this bracket in the Western Conference, Calen?
I mean, you got to look at that LAFC, as the favorites going into the West. But, I actually think Nashville or LA could give them a tough game. Nashville is a team that I've liked a lot, and I think has, the MVP, Hany Mukhtar, can cause some problems defensively. Very difficult. Willis again, very good today. And we saw, they just went and beat LAFC today. I understand it wasn't necessarily the exact same circumstance or not, but that's a team I would watch. And then you always know in El Tráfico that anything can happen. Dallas, I think, will be happy that they did a good job today and will get a home game. That'll be big for them. And then Austin let down, but I think they'll feel pretty good about that matchup against RSL, even though RSL will be coming in with some momentum.
Doyle, we have some questions in the chat. They want to know who sort of the dark horse in the West is. If you were looking at the teams, the three teams that'll go on the road to start,
Nashville,
your dark horse?
1,000%. I might be picking Nashville to come out of the West, to be honest with you, because they're going to have the best player on the field in every game they play. Other than maybe actually that first game, because Pooj might be the one guy who's better than Hani right now. But I would take Hani because he's A+ chance creator, A+ finisher. And if you have that and you have a team that defends compact and doesn't hurt themselves, which is what Nashville have traditionally been. And now they have a healthy Teal Bunbury who's scoring goals and who's had good playoff runs before. Remember, he was part of that Revs team back in 2014 that made it all the way to the final. They have all the ingredients you look for in a dark horse, including the fact that they were really good in each of the last 2 playoffs. You know, they made it all the way to the Eastern Conference semis last year, and they won a couple of games in their expansion year in 2020. No disrespect to any of these other teams. They've all got arguments that can be made on their behalf, but Nashville is pretty clearly the dark horse of that's most interesting in the Western Conference.
All right, let's go to Christina Uncle real quick to help us look back on some of the big calls of the day. We will start, Christina, in Orlando. We talked about that being potentially the sort of memorable moment from this decision day. Orlando finding to come back and pip the Crew at home to get into the playoffs. But the big call was when it was 1-1, a penalty for Orlando. Walk us through that play and how you see it.
Yeah, so here we have a play. We have a strike. Arm is extended above the shoulder, right-hand side. Referee does not call penalty at this time for handling. Instead, it's sent by the VAR for a recommendation right there in that upper right hand, hitting that right, a shot on goal. Referee sent over to the monitor, take a look at it. Very clear when he comes out that he's going to have handling penalty. And the only thing he's waiting for is the misconduct for a yellow card for a shot on goal. So proper decision and nothing that could be considered controversial for this final decision on this game.
Yeah, really well done from the video review crew as well as the referee to come over and get that call correct. Clear handball there. Now, there is a question as we see Vancouver go out about whether the game state could have been a little bit different. They're down 1-0 when there's a Brian White shout. Walk us through that one, Christina.
Yeah, so here we have Trapp going in, committing for that challenge right in. But from this angle, I agree with Carr. I'm like 90% sure. Like everything in us says he makes full contact, right foot onto the left foot. The ball's not there, right? That would probably be the only consideration if there's some type of a tip of the ball. It's very clear on the video. No touch on the ball occurred. Yes, there was a follow-up shot in, but this is where we recommend for referees to not give advantage, but just hold your whistle for a quick second, because if that ball's in the back of the net, we leave it be. If it's not in the back of the net, we hit for a penalty. So this was a bit surprising that this was not recommended down for VAR for a penalty based on Trapp's contact right here. And like I said, we would really like that camera angle behind the goal just to solidify it, but this alone is enough for me to recommend it down as a definitive angle.
We will see if we can get that camera angle on instant replay presented by Cheez-It. Christina will be with Charlie and I tonight to break down all the big calls from Decision Day. One more for you, Christina, because we were talking to David Goss about it, and I still haven't figured out what was going on. Orlando, that late substitution, everybody was confused. They were yelling. They were trying to push Wilmer Cartagena on the field. What was going on there?
I don't know about you guys, but I got like a really bad flashback to 2 years ago, and I'm like hyperventilating here for the referees. I'm like, for the love of God, let's make sure we get this correct. And I actually myself had to go back, replay it a couple of times, and 4 substitutions occurring, 1 for Columbus. Forget about that. We're fine, right? There was 3 substitutions going on for Orlando at that time. The easy one that was a clear, clean one was 17 for 21, right? I think we had Perea for Torres. That was a clean one. Where the confusion looks like is the injured player, number 10, is Perea. I can never say his name. Pereira.
Yeah.
Thank you. For Cartagena, who was standing off the field, number 16. Angulo, number 77, came off, and Tesha was supposed to come on for him. And what they saw at that point was number 10 had come off, and it was still off the field. So it looks like all 3 T players stepped off the field. All 3 should have started on the field. But before the 4th official and the AR confirmed it, the referee blew the whistle saying, "We're good, let's go." So this is something I would want the Crew, especially in this time. yes, I know the little bit more time wasting. We want to get the game going. We don't want to delay, but we also have to get these correct, right? Especially in Orlando. We don't need no flashbacks to that. Does it help when the entire benching staff plus some comes screaming into everyone's ear, causing more confusion? The answer is no. Don't really know why that's ever helped, but that's why, we had Doyle go back on the field because he's like, hey, if you're not letting him sub, then I'm technically still a field player. So a lot of confusion on that, something the referee team could easily clean up. And that would have been with just a bit more patience, clearing, checking, saying, we got all three off, all three are on, we're good to go. And I think just hurrying the game up, it kind of, really kind of almost put us in a tough spot.
Christina, thank you so much for all your work today. You've really helped us have a better understanding of what's going on, why it's going on, what the process is behind things. This has been illuminating, eye-opening. Thank you so much for your time today.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Appreciate it.
And we'll talk more later because instant replay is coming up. So tune in on MLS YouTube for the full version and the MLS app for the shorter version. All right, let's send it out to St. Paul. Susannah Collins is running around on the field with Minnesota United, who are going to the playoffs. She chatted with Adrian Heath after this match.
All right, Adrian, I know it wasn't in your plans to wait to the last day of the season to make it to the playoffs, but your team got it done when it matters most. What's your initial reaction to this one?
Well, we gave ourselves a lot to do. 6 games ago, 2 games would have done it, and we've taken it to the last game. So with the pressure that was on everybody, I thought it was a really good performance, and the crowd were amazing again, as they always are. And the one thing I do know, Susannah, about this team, we can win. We can go anywhere and win again. We've proved that in the past, so hey, we're in again. I think there's only 3 teams, only 4 years on the trot, so kudos to everybody connected with the team.
You mentioned that rough stretch of winless in 6 games. How did you keep the team together during that time and get them focused on the task at hand here today?
Well, once the game's finished and we have a look at the video and see what's good and what's bad, trying to accentuate the positives. The reason we were still in the position where we were today before kickoff is because what we've done over the last 8 months. 6 games doesn't define the season. So we as I say, we give ourselves a bit to do, but we've got it done, and we've done it for these guys. We've got the most incredible supporters in the league.
This is a record-setting crowd for Allianz Field, 19,941 fans. That is the most that this place has ever held. How important were they today?
Well, I knew they'd turn up. Yeah. I just want to make sure that we did, and I told that to the players before the game. I said, hey, this stadium, they aren't going to be wanting for anything. Let's make sure that we're not, and let's give them something to get behind, and which we've done.
You have to be road warriors now.
Yeah.
What makes you believe this team can get it done on the road away from here?
We've proved wherever we got to go, we can get a result. We've won in LA, we've won in the Galaxy, we've won in Nashville, we've won in Dallas. So we've won at all them places. Hey, we've got to play better than we've done down the stretch, but we are capable in a one-off to beating anybody.
Adrian, we'll see you in. All right, Jonathan, you come in as a sub in this game and get your first MLS goal in probably one of the most important games of this season. How did that feel?
I'm just really glad. I'm really glad I can help the team, coming in. It's a bit tough sometimes, but, we got the job done, and we're really excited to get into playoffs, and we're ready to go.
Walk me through that goal. What did that look like from your perspective?
I don't know. Honestly, it just felt like a dream, It's great.
Offensively, I know that goals have been tough to come by for this team, but as you look ahead to the playoffs, what are some of the takeaways from this game that you guys can put moving forward?
We kept insisting. We were always there. We had opportunities, and, we just have to finish them off. We're hoping to do that.
How about this crowd?
Oh, amazing. Yeah.
Awesome. Congratulations.
Really Thank you.
All right, Dane, when it mattered most, this team delivered. What can you say about your performance here tonight?
Yeah, I think a lot of people thought we were sliding, but we knew that we had a good stretch early on in the season that allowed us for some wiggle room at the end of the season. And of course, it wasn't the way that we wanted to end our season for sure, but to get a win like that in front of our home crowd, I think this is the biggest crowd we've ever had. I mean, top it all off. We're in the playoffs now, and now anything can happen.
That's absolutely true. 19,941 fans. That's the most ever at Allianz Field. How big of a factor were they for you tonight?
Yeah, I mean, they're a factor throughout the whole season. They always come, they show out, and they're loud. Anyone that's been in the stadium, home fans, away fans, they know what Allianz Field is. I mean, we hosted the All-Star game here for a reason. Our fans show up, and they're loud.
Vancouver came at you guys early. You saved some big shots early on, but then you guys kind of settled down. From your perspective as a goalkeeper, what did this game look like for you?
Yeah, I think anytime you can make a couple saves early on is important to give you the confidence to move on. And we knew that they had to come in and they had to win. So we knew that they were going to come pressing. And I think once the game settled down, we showed our quality and we hit them on the counter.
You guys are going to have to be road warriors now as you move ahead into the playoffs. But what were some of the positive takeaways from this game today that you guys can utilize for some momentum moving forward?
Yeah, we kept a clean sheet. We haven't kept that many this season. So to be able to hold a clean sheet, we got to defend first early on the road. And our road record this year has been great as well. So I think that we're not frightened of going on the road, and we know that we're going to have to do it. And it is what it is. Now it's the playoffs. So it's one game at a time.
Dane, we'll see you in the postseason. Congrats.
Thank you very
Appreciate
much.
it. Good to see you.
6-10-1 on the road this year are Minnesota United. So they got some wins there. They can get it done. Whoa, RSL. Well, oh boy. I feel like lines may have been crossed with this one. If I'm being perfectly honest, RSL, that's assault on us. That's assault. I can't abide by that. But they're into the playoffs. A big victory for them at home. Woo! Boy, thought they were a little more polite out in Utah, but I guess not.
Yeah, man, their Twitter handle is spicy as hell. That's good. That's good use.
Yeah,
that's pretty good, man.
Yeah, that's pretty good. All right, here's the Eastern Conference bracket.
They left their feet on that one. Yeah,
they did.
Yeah.
As I said, posterior chain activated, really extending through at contact. All right, here's your Eastern Conference bracket. Conference semifinals, Philadelphia Union already there. They will have a long wait, as will LAFC, until they're in action. Red Bulls, Cincinnati playing for the right to go to Chester. Cincinnati into the playoffs for the first time in their MLS history. 3 straight years with the Spoon. They are now the 5th seed. Pretty incredible accomplishment for them. NYCFC, Miami, tough decision day. NYCFC, a good one, but also a tough one. Tyus Magno left with injury. We'll see what his issue is. And then Montreal, Orlando sneaking in, obviously, by knocking off the Crew at home. What's the marquee matchup here, Calen? If you can see the screen, I know.
Yeah, I've got eyes on it. I've been staring at screens for quite a while. So, but I would say there's some good ones. Red Bull, Cincy is definitely appealing to me, especially with the next one in mind, because both of those clubs have some history with Philadelphia and different types of history. But I do think that this NYC Miami game has definitely caught my attention. Higuain has been, I think, the hottest striker in the league, although Chicharito came out today. Might have something to say about that. But this was sort of a mulligan for me as far as this Inter Miami performance, coming off that huge win against Orlando midweek, secured the playoff spot, play out of the back, ran into some troubles, and then kind of it just went the wrong direction for them quickly. But I think they're a much better team than this. If they go against New York City, I think New York, I'm really interested to see what happens with Talles Magno, to see what goes on. And yes, Eber got a goal, but they're going to need Talles Magno, I think, if they want to go defend their title. And so I think Miami might be able to have something to say about that. They've been one of the better teams down the back half of the season. So, but I also don't want to discount the NYCFC as defending champions. Collins is back. He's doing really well. They've got a bunch of different pieces that can really help. It felt like they were getting healthy at the right time with like Keaton Parks and others coming back into the team. And then now today with Talles Magno going down, it looked like, oh no, wait, now they're back against it with bad luck and some injuries.
Who will end here? Who's the player? Who's the person? Who's the figure of decision day? Doyle, who's the person that is that sits in your mind? I think I'm gonna say Brenner for me.
That's pretty good. He had a hat trick and an assist.
I think it's Brenner, and having 18 goals on the season, we had the stat during the show. He hadn't scored his first goal until June. What he has meant to the Cincinnati team, I think he and Vasquez sort of in tandem embody in a lot of ways what happened in Cincinnati this year, a team that had been in the very bottom of the basement, and both those guys not playing up to their potential. You bring in a coach, you bring in a GM and Chris Albright and Pat Noonan, obviously the coach, and all of a sudden these assets that were devalued and were not playing up to their level get to that level. And on decision day, needing a result to come out and just lay it on DC, it's a team in the past that never had the opportunity to choke, but I basically choked that opportunity away repeatedly every single game. So to
Yeah.
come out and do that, I think that's a really special moment for Cincinnati. And, Orlando, look, they had the talent, they have the track record with Poppy of getting to the playoffs, and the Crew, have their own track record. But I think Cincinnati sort of bucking 3 years of misery and getting it done, getting the 5 seed, having maybe a matchup with Philly in the second round. That to me is the story of Decision Day.
Yeah, that was big. Although it was kind of over once Lucho Acosta got that first goal in a way, and so I think Facundo.
I think
Torres
even the
deserves,
fact that they could end it is
Facundo Torres deserves a shout as well too, because I think his stepping up at the penalty and then his performance, just towards the back half, but it's in the biggest of matches for them, deserves a shout as well. But yeah, it's hard to argue. Cincinnati, they didn't just get it, and they made a definitive statement, and for where that club has been, you have to give a ton of credit to that whole organization, and getting that front three moving was fun to watch. Anytime I like the fact that we get more of that, we'll see how much, but I think that has got to be a positive. Cause Cincinnati have been kind of like one of the first matches that I'll turn on and say, I'm reliably going to have an exciting match with goals and like good play. And now we get to see that in the playoffs.
Let me ask you this, Wiebe. Is Calen getting roasted as hard for the glare in his face as I was getting roasted for the the glare in mine?
To be fair, we had somebody on Twitch say that's God's light shining down on Calen. So they see him as a potential savior, where I'm not sure that they see you in that light. But I could be wrong about
gods
that. Yeah, they shine down. Ricky Pooge was another one people threw out. Kai Kamara as a hero of Decision Day. As it stands, 2022, the regular season is over.
How about wait a minute, Joe Willis.
Joe
Willis had 14 saves today. He had that might be the highest total that anybody's had this year. So to pitch a shutout when his teams got outplayed that badly.
What was the Tim Howard record? Wasn't that
16.
like 15 or 16?
It was 16 against Belgium. Yeah. So Joe Willis, that's it's not the biggest deal because it didn't affect seeding all that much, but that was a match-winning performance from Nashville. And it was a reminder of what Joe Willis can do and what he has done in years past in the postseason. So now Nashville's going in to the postseason with the MVP in Hani Mukhtar. They're going in with the guy who even though he's not going to win Defender of the Year, I think Walker Zimmerman is the best defender in the league. They're going in with a match-winning goalkeeper, and they're going in with a hot striker.
No suspension for Dax McCarty.
Yeah, no suspension. Which, did he get off lucky there? That was a veteran. If he was 26 instead of 36, he's not getting that call, Calen.
No, I think they were thinking Dax could run him down. Just he still got it.
Well, we'll see. He may have to do some of that in the playoffs. He will be available. It's time to turn the page. Regular season is over. LAFC are Shield winner. DC United are a spoon winner. Just had to drop that in there. But congratulations to Christian Fletcher. His first start for DC, the homegrown, gets a goal, and Alex Moniz, a homegrown in Chicago, who scored. They were not affecting the playoff race, but congratulations to them. This is how it looks heading into round one. Your first games coming up next Saturday, the 15th. MLSsoccer.com, the MLS app is your home for the TV listings, the schedule as that is released. Western Conference, Eastern Conference, all leading up to MLS Cup, and then we will decide a champion. It's been a pleasure, guys. Decision Day in the books. Thanks for joining us on YouTube Live as well as Twitch. We had a great time with everybody in the comments section. Big thanks to all the guests who joined us. Michele Giannone, Stu Holden, David Goss. Thank you to Susannah Collins for all her work in Minnesota for us as well. We're out of here. We'll see you on Monday. MLS Today, 11 a.m. Eastern, live on Twitter Spaces, MLS Today, the podcast feed. Extra time, we'll have an episode as well. We'll get you ready for the playoffs. Here we go. Adios, everybody.